looking for a place to hide. It seems we're crossing a line. My love for you is making me blind. But I want you, oh I want you. I think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart, you are the light in my dark. Control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. We both know that our path is ended. It's time to say goodbye. Even if you're far away, we should give it another try. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart, you are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark.
Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, wrapping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, wrapping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo, mojo, I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo, mojo, flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo, mojo, I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo, mojo.
Some days I just can't get up, comatose, stupid. Same old energy, scared of what the future holds for me and all my friends. We want so much better. We can only get there if we all just come together. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop us now, now. Your love is what's most important. No one's gonna take us down. So love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got this moment. Love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got each other. Recognition, demolition, I just need your light. Upside down, turn it around. I know you know I'm right. Take this love and give it, girl, your heartbeat, heartbeat. We can only get there, it's a two-way street. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop us now, now. Your love is what's most important. And no one's gonna take us down. So love me I can hear whispers too far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. I can hear whispers too far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. If I were to stay in here forever, I would want the sun to come alive. If my heart was lighter than a feather, if I were to stay in here forever, I would want the sun to come alive. But I'm not ready to fly. I can hear whispers too far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. I can hear whispers too far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. If I were to stay in here forever, I would want the sun to.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
that's
That's real magic.
Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là Eli Đỗ Thành Đạt, mình là người đi ADC cho team Flash. Xin chào các bạn khán giả, mình là Jisoo đến từ team Flash.
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Coyote, người chơi đường giữa đến từ. Thì nếu mà để suy nghĩ về team của em thì nếu mà 3 từ đó thì chắc là vui vẻ, hòa đồng và nhiệt huyết.
Mình cảm thấy khá là vui mừng bởi vì đây là lần đầu tiên mình tham gia giải đấu quốc tế. Điều là mình trông chờ nhất là cái cúp của giải đấu lần này. Với sức mạnh hiện tại và nếu như bọn em có thể giữ vững phong độ thì ứng cử viên sân sức vô địch sắp tới chắc chắn là team Flash. Giải đấu lần này thì mình sẽ cố gắng cùng đồng đội mang chiếc cúp vô địch về cho Việt Nam.大家好，我是来自闪电狼的飞龙路选手拉廷作康，然后我来自大师赛区。像我们团队的优点应该是稳健、团结、敢打吧。然后我们的稳健的风格，就是因为我们在生物件方面，然后的营运上面也做得比别人好。然后团结部分就是在进行检讨的时候，然后我们不会因为自己个人的想要成一些英雄，然后不去听其他队友的意见。然后敢打就是我们在争夺一些小龙团战的时候，我们只会打我们想要打的架，我们不会去随便乱打，除非对面想来送。 进入 WCS 总决赛感想是，我觉得蛮兴奋的，因为毕竟很久没有打进，我们已经沉寂1年了，然后这次终于在比赛上面有所表现，然后蛮令人期待的。我希望我们团队在这场比赛中可以至少拿到前2名的成绩，然后尽量是有门票啦。然后希望我个人的期许是至少可以拿一次5连杀吧，因为毕竟没有在比赛上拿过，最多就4杀而已。最害怕的对手应该是 BRU 吧，因为毕竟他们的风格跟我们的风格是完全不一样。他们的风格比较属于那种疯狗式的打法，然后希望这次在遇到他们的时候，我们也可以用相同的方式打他们回去，让他们知道他们不能这样玩。谢谢各位一路从例行赛支持我们到季后赛，然后到现在的总决赛。如果没有你们的话，我们可能没有办法表现得这么好。感谢有你们，然后希望我们可以拿下世界冠军。
สวัสดีครับพวกเราตัวแทนประเทศไทยนะครับจากทีม Buriram United Esports ครับผมอาร์เชนี่ครับผมโนเอลครับผมโคเดนฟรีครับผมแบงค์ครับที่ว่าทีมสั้นๆแหละครับก็คงเป็นโหดมากๆครับเพราะว่าทีมเราโหดมากๆครับรู้สึกยังไงที่ได้ไป WCS ครับก็คงรู้สึกดีนะครับเพราะว่าเราก็ได้เป็นตัวแทนประเทศไทยนะครับในการไปแข่งในรายการระดับนานาชาตินะครับก็จะทำให้ดีที่สุด
เป้าหมายของ WCS คืออยากติดท็อป 4 ใน 4 ครับผมอยากเป็นตัวแทนประเทศไทยในการแข่งเวทีระดับโลกครับผม
ทีมไหนที่เป็นตัวเต็งครับก็คงเป็นทีมบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดอีสปอร์ตครับเพราะว่าเขาสร้างประวัติศาสตร์หลายภาคในประเทศมา
อยากฝากถึงแฟนคลับก็อยากให้แฟนๆที่เชียร์พวกเราติดตามพวกเราไปจนถึงรอบสุดท้ายนะครับพวกเราจะทำให้ดีที่สุดครับ
Hi, I'm Lance Hernandez, also known as Kaigu, and I'm from Team RRQ. We're from the Philippines. I would describe my team as aggressive, instinctual, and mechanical because our team usually relies on the players' mechanical skills and instincts and aggressiveness to defeat and overpower opponents. It feels great, but to be honest, we didn't really expect that we would win it all. But I'm glad that we didn't give up and we really tried our best making it through the lower brackets. Of course, we're looking to test our team and our team's strengths against the top teams of the other regions. For me, it's Flash Wolves from Taiwan because they play really well and they play really clean while drifting. To all our fans and supporters out there, please watch and support our team as we compete at the WCS FInals this upcoming May.
Fun, and more fun await everyone here. For another day of excitement, let's all welcome our Game Master, Mika Fams!
Hey, good evening, Summoners Rep! I'm just kidding, there's no crowd. It's just me. But I won't be alone for long because we have some special guests joining us. Before anything else, I hope you guys are all geared up for the WCS Championship Finals, which is happening really, really soon. Of course, that isn't the only region competing at the WCS, and that won't be the only region competing right here in the Wheel of Misfortune. I know you guys have seen some of your favorite influencers from MYSG, from Thailand. Now we're going to flip things over and have some contestants over from WCS Masters. Let's bring up our first contestant. We have Multi joining us. Multi, welcome to Wheel of Misfortune.
Hello， 大家好，我是莫提。
Hi, thank you for joining us. So I have a quick question for you. You were asked to prepare a bunch of things. What's the weirdest thing that you had to bring over today?
这是一个丝袜，还有一个蛋。
A stocking and an egg. Right, right. Okay. I know where that's going, but I'm not gonna spoil anything. Let's bring up contestant number 2. We have Graves joining us. Graves, hello. Welcome to Wheel of Misfortune. Now your turn. What's the weirdest thing that you had to bring and prepare for this show?
Okay, so I was asked to prepare an awkward photo, but I couldn't spoil it right now because this photo, it actually has some background story that if it actually happened and I have to show it, you'll know it. So,
All right. Keep it a secret. We'll probably uncover that a little bit later. Now, last but not least, let's welcome contestant number 3. We have Momo Sky joining us. Momo Sky, welcome. You guys are going to be playing Wheel of Misfortune. The mechanics are on your screens right now, but you know what? I say this all the time, the mechanics might be on your screens, but they don't really matter because there is only one that you have to pay attention to, and that is to impress our Misfortune. And let us welcome her to the stage right now, our very own Misfortune, cosplayed by Foxrods.
I hope you guys are ready to set sail, and I gotta say, Mika, I like the new outfit.
Thank you.
You look really good.
You know what? We have a new kind of Wheel of Misfortune as well. I see some new things over there. What could that mean? We had our favorite, of course, Do a Chewy. We have Decorate Your Face with WCS team logos. Paint your eyebrows with peanut butter. We haven't had that one yet.
Yeah.
What could we be doing today? We are gonna find that out because, gentlemen, from WCS Masters, you guys are going to be playing Wheel of Misfortune. And our very own Misfortune, what do they have to do to impress you for our first challenge?
All right, guys, for the first challenge, this is a weird one. So, the first one is fill in the blanks. The best blank in WCS is blank because they blank and never blank.
I'm already filling stuff in, like myself.
I have one.
Oh, okay.
I'll go first to give them an idea.
All right.
So I'm gonna say the best panelist in WCS is none other than Mika Fabs. Because they change clothes and yet never shower.
I do. It's a talent.
You never shower.
That's my hidden talent.
You wanna know a secret?
Yeah?
I don't shower either.
Hey! That's why we're sisters here. But we're gonna get to know these guys because we're gonna have them fill in the blanks for that statement. And we're gonna start with Multi right over here. Multi, can you complete the statement for us?
The best team in the WCS is Flash Wolves because they always win and never lose.
Pretty safe.
Okay. By the way, Multi, I hear they're looking really, really good this season. So let's move over to contestant number 2, Graves. Can you complete the question?
Okay, I would say the best esport caster in WCS is Momo Sky because he always predicts and never make it right.
I love it, the subtle shade, you bring them up and then you just tell the truth. Thank you very much, Graves. I like that. All right. right, our third contestant, Momo Sky, can you fill in the blanks?
The best jungler in the WCS is Xianyou because they always steal Baron and never smite lose.
All right. WCS Masters representing, but I think it's gonna be up to our misfortune over here to decide who the winner is.
So this is how it's gonna go. The winner is immune to having to spin the wheel. And for this one, it was an easy win. I'm gonna have to go with Graves. The subtle shade. You think it's gonna be a compliment?
We like shade here.
Yeah, we like shade.
Yeah.
We like shade. And the loser, unfortunately, you know what misfortune says is that fortune doesn't favor fools. And I believe that playing it safe is a foolish thing to do. So I think the one who spins the wheel is going to be
Multi! All right, you are the wheel's first victim. Let's see what the wheel of misfortune has in store for you.
Sorry, Multi. No! Ah, we were so close to the peanut butter.
Okay.
So close.
We have Bite, a bar of soap. Don't chew it or eat it, and don't try this at home. Very dangerous things. Multi is a professional. Yes. Do you have a bar of soap with you, Multi?
And we only have shampoo here.
Do you have peanut butter on you?
Oh yes, we have the peanut butter.
Perfect. There you go. Paint your eyebrows with peanut butter. Yeah.
Peanut butter on the eyeball. Okay.
Yeah. Oh. There.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay.
Okay, that's
You
okay.
gotta keep it on though. You
Yeah,
gotta keep it
on.
Okay, I keep it on. Okay, that's okay.
Good job, Multi. All right, we are not done yet. What's the next one, Foxtrots?
The next one is that I'm going to show you a cropped photo, and you're going to have to guess what the full photo is.
There you go. Guess the image. What is this? I think it's actually pretty easy. So, you know what? I'm not going to give these guys too long to think about it. Let's start with our first contestant, Multi. Multi, what is this image? You only have one choice. I'm going to give you 30 seconds to think it through, though. Your 30 seconds starts right now.
Okay, I guess that will be the dragon flame.
Dragon blood.
No, I say dragon flame.
Oh, dragonfly.
Yeah, dragon flame.
Oh, okay.
Graves, what about you? You have 30 seconds to answer starting now.
It kind of looks like maple leaves, but I would guess it's the ashes when you burn something.
Oh,
I think they're called cinders.
Yeah.
They're called cinders, yeah.
All right, and Momo Sky, what is your guess? You have 30 seconds.
Branded，火人，布兰德的火。
Brand's fire. Okay, let's see who gets it right.
All right, so the actual photo is a volcano.
An erupting volcano. So you know, actually, Brand wasn't too far.
Not too far. But you know what? This game is not about getting the answers right. It's about answering in a way that I will like the most. And I'm gonna say that the winner, who is immune from the wheel, is Multi because that was a dragon's flame. That's cool. That's super cool. I love dragons. And the loser has got to be Graves.
Aww.
All right, Graves, are you ready? Let's spin the wheel of misfortune.
No, we already. So actually,
can we ditch the soap?
But how about in a glass, in a normal glass, you take a shot of vinegar.
Oh yeah, it's actually vinegar, so let's do it.
All right, Graves, are you ready?
Yeah, I have my vinegar here and a cup.
Nice. All right.
Nice.
And I'll start pouring it, and I'll only stop when someone says stop.
Okay, I'll leave that to misfortune then.
Oh, yo.
Oh boy!
Yeah, okay, stop. Okay, I'll just pour it like a little bit more.
Stop.
Okay.
All right, bottoms up grapes to the WCS Masters and the WCS Finals. Cheers.
Cheers.
And that's the look that we love over here at the Wheel of Misfortune. But we still have one more to go.
I love this one. This next challenge is called Wild Fruit. And it involves, do you guys have the onions that you were asked to prepare? Please bring them out. And this is gonna be a little art project. I want you to, by whatever means necessary, carve your favorite Wild Rift champion out of that onion.
All right, you guys, you have 30 seconds to be as creative as you want. I'm actually curious which contestants find like which champions easy. And, those that are a little bit more ambitious.
Yeah.
With their champions. 10, 9, 8, 7 sets in, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Onions up. Let's do this one by one. Let's go over to Multi first. Multi, what is that?
At first, I want to do the misfortune, but I think I use is too ugly. So I will say she's Lulu.
Let's move over to Graves over here. Which champion did you pick, and can we see your artwork?
Okay, so for the lights here, it's kind of reflects, so you couldn't see it really well. There's the head, and I have the ponytail here, and he's actually holding a blade. So I guess you all know what this champion is.
Did you try to do Yasuo?
No, it's actually not. Of course, it's Yasuo.
Of course it's Yasuo. Can't you tell from my hyper-realistic onion sculpture that it's Yasuo?
All
For
right.
sure.
Okay, let's move over to Momo Sky here. Momo Sky, can we see your artwork?
我想磕珍娜的一技能。
Oh, Jenna! Okay. All right. Very ambitious champions.
Very ambitious.
Can I just say the first time we did this, everybody went for Timo?
Yeah.
Just put like eyes and a dot.
They put a smiley face and they were like, it's Timo. So the winner of this challenge, I'm gonna give it to Lulu because I thought it was so clever. He actually barely did anything, but then
like,
the onion looked like Lulu. I love that. And the loser, of course it's Yasuo. Come on. What was the Yasuo in there?
Great. Twice in a row. Let's see what the Wheel of Misfortune has in store for you.
Spin it to... Am I allowed to say that? Is that a copyright? Never mind. Yay!
Okay, yeah.
Graves, you must cosplay a muumuu and wrap yourself in toilet paper.
My
Just
head?
your head is fine.
Yeah, sure. So how do I do this?
Like a mummy. Think like a mummy. Think like a muumuu.
Be a muumuu. Oh, be a muumuu. Oh, I'm gonna be sad.
A muumuu. But wait, there's more. We have to pick an overall loser to get the magical fourth spin of the Wheel of Misfortune. And I'm gonna say the ultimate loser for not losing a single time is Momo Sky.
Oh, Momo Sky.
We couldn't let you go home without spinning the wheel.
That's what you get
sorry.
for being a winner.
I'm sorry.
All right, let's spin the Wheel of Misfortune.
to pluck a single nose hair. And I want you to bring it up to the camera and show it to us like this. To prove that you did it.
All right.
Are you ready?
Meanwhile, Graves and Multi are just like, okay, we can't wait for this.
I know.
All right, Momo Sky. Are you ready?
Okay, ready?
Ready.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Oh!
You want to go for a bigger one? Be my guest.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much to our guests from the WCS Masters. I think that about wraps up our show.
No, actually, before we let our guests go, I have a surprise for them too.
Really?
Yeah, they're not the only ones who'll be receiving some misfortune today. I actually have a video that I'd like to show everybody.
What is this? I don't know if you guys have seen this show, but I love it. And I had to do it in costume too. I had to do it in costume.
You know, great moves, Mika. Great moves.
Yes, indeed. I think that
wraps up our show.
That's
it. We're done. No more surprises. I'm done.
That is the real end of the show, and I hope you guys are even more hyped for the WCS Championship Finals. Thank you so much to our guests from WCS Masters over here, with Graves still wrapped up in toilet paper, and Momo Sky, I think, still crying a little bit from the nose hair, and Multi with peanut butter still on his eyebrows. Thank you guys so much for tuning in to another episode of Wheel of Misfortune.
How's the dance go? Teach me.
Yeah, you do this. It's 2, 3.
Welcome, folks, back to the WCS Finals, and I'll let you guys in on a little secret. Competition's going on across the world, but you guys made the right decision tuning into WCS Finals, because here we have the top 4 teams in one of the best regions in the world competing it out to determine that first winner of the WCS Finals, and we have a bunch of amazing matches today. We have our upper bracket finals and our lower bracket semifinals to kick things off here. And this broadcast is brought to you guys by our friends over at Riot Games, Coca-Cola, One Esports, and Gosu Gamers. And it's been an amazing series, an amazing run, and we're looking forward to see what else we have in store for us with our top 4 teams locked into the Icons Global Championship now to determine the first Ultimate Champion. I'm Grant, and with me I have Autolus and I have Husky.
Yes.
Finally
we're here.
We're back.
We're back.
Here we go. Okay, after
super excited.
Definitely not Autolus, definitely not Husky.
Oh yeah, that's true.
We're back again. I'm just really pumped up for
it's gone. Otto, you're so excited. You're tossing stuff around now.
Come on, Otto. We just got
Stop
started.
slipping out of your hands.
4 days of rest and 4 days of experiencing Malaysia. Yeah. So fun, so fun. I feel like I'm a local now, dude.
Really?
So,
yeah. Welcome. You are finally a part of us.
You guys went out together, right?
Yes.
Like a couple of you guys went together, went to go and experience sites. What did you bring Autolus to go and see?
We brought him to like malls. We brought him to street food. You know, we gave him a spiritual experience. We made him. Yeah, we made him walk. We made him walk 30,000 steps.
What exactly does a spiritual experience entail?
Body aches.
That's physical.
A reminder that I'm not too young anymore. And yes,
spiritual enough.
But yeah, so after all the fun, now comes the more fun, because we are now down to 4 teams, and yeah, after today we'll be down to 3 teams, which makes things a lot more exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. I just can't wait to see what the matches that we have today, because I think these teams have demonstrated tremendous performance. But at this juncture, someone has to go down.
Ooh. While talking about the 4 teams left in the competition still, let's take a quick look at the tournament format to refresh our minds as to how the WCS Finals will be playing out.
The WCS has reached its final battleground. 11 teams have proven themselves on their local stage. But as the Wild Rift Icons Global Championship approaches, only those who truly deserve greatness will be rewarded. One last competition leads to global representation. This is the WCS Finals. We begin with the play-ins, where 5 teams will fight for only 2 playoff slots. All 5 teams will play in a best-of-2 round robin, where the first place team will proceed immediately to the playoff bracket. For the first and second runners-up, only 1 spot remains, and they must face each other in a best-of-5 showdown. In the playoffs, our play-in hopefuls meet the best Southeast Asia has to offer in an 8-team double elimination bracket featuring the local champions. Make the Final 4 and qualify for Icons. Be the last remaining team and earn the title of the first ever WCS champion. The choices we make define us. For our teams, their choices will lead them to greatness or to their elimination. So, what will they choose?
So if you needed one more quick look into how the WCS Finals would play out, well, that's going to be that. I want to keep this conversation going, guys. Tell me, Husky, have you kept track of how many steps you've had to make Autolus walk?
Well, he took 30,000 steps.
30,000?
Roughly, with Contra. With me, I think we took 12,000. So we added up, that's 40+ thousand steps in 2 days.
Walking, a lot of walking.
You guys walked 12,000 steps.
Yeah.
Like Husky, you and Contra walked 12,000 steps.
Well, I went out 2 days with Otto, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And
one of the days we walked.
Otto has gone 30,000.
Nah, love me some walking.
Where are you walking to? What's your destination?
Okay, all right. So first day was all about resting, trying to condition myself. That was Monday. And Tuesday, we went to the towers, Twin Towers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I did not expect a lot of walking there. With Contra being my guide, yeah, dude, you need to walk. Then Wednesday, we went to the uphill town.
Yes,
right?
we went to Genting.
Right.
So we went to the town on top of the clouds, enjoyed the breeze.
Yeah.
I don't know. 30,000 steps sounds like you walked up the good thing.
No, no. I wish it was more of like a 30,000 because a combined from Monday, Tuesday, so that's 15, and then we have another 12.
And a
during Genshin.
12,000, yeah.
But yeah, lots of steps. But the most important step right now is to step up for you not to be stepped on.
That's actually a good one. Well, these 4 teams have already made their first step. They have qualified for icons. So now the next step is to actually make it towards the end and become the winners, right?
And we have 2 great series ahead of us. But before we jump into all that, I'd love to hear your guys' reactions. While we were having this break, 3.2 was announced, and we had a bunch of interesting changes coming in. I'd like to hear from you guys. No words first. What were your thoughts for 3.2? No words, no words. All right, this one, we're locked in. There we go, we had it. Let's start with you, Husky. One thing that you were most excited for and one thing you were least excited for.
I'll start with the least excited one. Well, least excited one, there's only one Morgana skin.
Ooh.
I wanted more.
That's a shame, yeah.
But the skin that was released was a good one, so I can take it. It's a pass. My most excited one, Pink Wards! Control Wars are in! That is my favorite part of the new patch. You know, people look at new keystones, new runes, new champions, new skin. No, I want the pink ward because I think that really really changes how you play the macro game, right? And if we make a reference to League PC, you can buy control wards and a sweeper, but in Wild Rift, you can only have one of each. So now it really forces you to make that decision. Who's going to take that control ward? Who's going to take the sweepers?
I can see Otto just wants to get in the conversation thing now. He's like, man, I really want to say something about this. All right, Otto, what do you have?
I love the champions, of course. First of all, we have Echo joining us into the fray. But what I'm really most excited about is Pyke. Oh my god, love me some support assassin plays because then again, yeah, we saw Pyke as a champion dominate League of Legends PC. Not just on the support role, but also, you know, on the mid lane, on the top lane. Some homage there for the G2 squad. The least excited about are actually the skins. You know why?
Why?
Yes.
My wallet will be hurting right now. Brian, take my money. There's a lot of skins that has been, you know, added onto Wild Rift, and not only that, even the Wild Pass, the Wild Rift exclusive skin for Nasus is so fire.
Yeah, and apparently there is a continuation to the previous Wild Pass skin, which is
Psychic
Detective Senna, right? This one is Nasus coming to hunt Senna in her dreams or something. So I love the story.
You get hunted by a dog in your dreams, huh?
I used to get hunted. I didn't get hunted. I used to get chased by dogs as a kid.
That is... I need to dig deeper into that, Husky, but for now, let's take a look at our match schedules for
There's
today.
a dog.
Because we have our upper bracket finals, Flash Wolves versus Team Flash. This match will lock in the first team to guarantee top 2 in the first ever WCS finals, and the match after that, BRU versus RRQ, our lower bracket semifinals, playing for elimination here. Winner gets to continue, loser still goes into icons, but their run will end today.
Yeah, exactly. Still looking forward to the BRU versus RRQ one for obvious reasons.
I have to ask. Yeah. I have to ask for BRU versus RRQ, which is the dog hunting who? Who's the dog hunting?
We love some underdog story. And RRQ has been the underdog since WCS PH. Remember?
Yes.
The lower bracket run, the number 5 seed, entering the playoffs and ending up winning. Same story. RRQ was never part of any international competition except for this one. While BRU has been on a tear recently.
Yeah, everyone doubted RRQ. Even domestically, no one predicted RRQ to even be in the top 4. They won the whole thing through the lower bracket, and now they are embarking on, they are in the midst of another lower bracket run. Yeah. And if they beat BRU, they get one step closer to that fantasy.
They play really well from that spot, from like the lower bracket, trying to climb their way up. You know, there's a lot of storylines. There are a lot of storylines to be had there. I think we're looking forward to that RRQ match. But for our first match coming up, we have Flash Wolves versus Team Flash, and we have our resident artist Husky here again today. He dropped a little graphic for us, gave us some visual representation for how this match is going to play out. We're going to get it up on the screen for you guys. And while we get that up, Husky, why don't you explain to us a little bit about the inspiration that you had when you started drawing this piece?
Yeah, so me and Otto, we were talking about the match matchup today. Like, what do we want to compare Flash Wolves and Team Flash to? And Otto said that, you know what? Team Flash is a team that likes to take risks. Think of it as Twisted Fate. He has 3 cards. If you need to pick the right card to get things done, and that represents Team Flash. And then you have Flash Wolves. They are a team that we all know love to go late game. It feels like they're always on the clock, and they have a stopwatch in their hand. And when you reach that late game, Flash Wolves will win. So we're looking at the risk taker versus the, what do you Otto say? Time controller. A team that's more composed versus a team that likes to take those risks early on.
Exactly, and it's just so fitting that we have Echo being released, right?
Yes,
so
exactly.
Now we have, or we could see, Twisted Fate versus Echo. Wish that we could have Echo at least in this tournament, but
Otto, you're dropping stuff left and right.
I keep on dropping things. I have
Yeah, you need the rewind.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
You need rewind, unfortunately.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I
but
was,
yes.
I was so immersed drawing this piece yesterday that I lost track of time, which was supposed to be the theme for the.
How long did it take you to draw the whole thing? Though?
I think more than an hour.
More than an hour?
Because I was.
It was detailed.
Yeah,
though.
drawing the figure was easy. Right? Yeah, and then drawing the logos because I wanted to make sure that the team logos actually look like the team logos. So I had to like draw it and erase it. At one point, the Flash Wolves logo you saw at behind the character, I had to erase the whole thing because it was too small.
Well, you did great.
I feel like there's some like tricks here to be had. You know, guys, if you're using a tablet, or use
I use
iPad,
a tablet,
right?
yeah.
If you're using a tablet, here's a trick. Use layers.
I did.
And use the layers, and you can scale up the piece. So you just select the item, and you just scale it up, res it up. You don't have to delete the entire thing and draw it again. Husky, I feel like you put in a lot of effort into this. I commend you for that, but work smart.
I learned something. I learned something today. To be very honest, I'm not an artistic guy, so thank you.
You've been doing a pretty good job.
Thank you. I learned something, so next time I can upscale the thing instead of erasing the whole.
You know what? It's a good thing that I'm not the one drawing because I don't want to be on the bad side of Grandin, giving me an earful about. Okay, you know what, Otto? You can do it better this way.
Doing art critique, you gotta always like look at this. It's like, yeah, the dimensions a little bit off, perspective, color science.
What is with this pixel?
Yeah, this pixel is
my God.
I don't know. I'm not digging this pixel. I feel like this pixel. That's the kind of precision that I'm always looking out for, right?
Yeah.
So
Perfectionist.
that makes it more fun that way. I feel like there's when you really
it's a lot
put
more stressful that way.
When you put a lot of effort, the rewards feel even better.
Yes.
Let's start talking about our first match of the day in detail now. We've talked a little bit about the general play styles, the stylistic differences between these two teams. Let's start talking about our first featured matchup, the head-to-head between our Baron laners, between Flash Wolves and Team Flash. Otto, why don't we start with you?
Well, of course. Again, Shy coming in this tournament as the undisputed #1 Baron laner. Laning-wise, he will go over aggressive and could come up with solo kills, lane kills. That's not just that, right? The pressure that he gives to the opposing side would just open up the space or open up the map towards the top side. And for me, this matchup is very vital in this series alone because we saw how Ysera controlled one of the aggressive Baron laners that we had in the Philippines. We saw WCS or Wild Rift Esports posted a video of Devil J, right? Saying that, hey, you know what? This kid can carry on the Jays, but Ysera, being the veteran, just put him on a leash. And right now, he has a different task. He will go against Shy, and looking at the numbers, you can see that there's some differences. All I can say is this is going to be a very heated matchup in the top lane.
Yeah, and the KDA says a lot, right? Ysera has significantly lower KDA compared to Shy, but that is because he plays the role of an animal trainer, right? We looked at the
animal trainer, all right.
The description that we had. I think Team Flash would be the dogs, the hunting dogs, and despite Flash Wolves literally having wolves in the name, Ysera, as the veteran, he is going to be the one to exert control, which echoes what Otto said. He was able to control Devil J, and Shy with the tendency to overextend, to go over aggressive because he has the support from Coyote and Zissou. Might be a problem for Ysera, but if Ysera can control Devil J, I think he will be the one that has a chance against Shy.
I mean, we've seen them play across the map. There have been a lot of cross-map plays to be had. I think the most important thing for me has been the mid to late game. Once you start going to a side lane, how much impact you're able to get done. So, left alone, isolated in a side lane, what happens here, Otto?
1v1 without any other shenanigans.
No interference. Nobody else gets to come
Shy
in
wins.
to mess stuff up.
Shy wins, but if Ysera heats up the same way he heated up, or he just, went on a zone against Devil J, then it could be another story. We could see Isera killing Shy. But on paper, I'm taking Shy.
Yeah, I agree. I think on paper, if we just look at the raw aggression, Shy takes the cake. Yep. But if you look at those minute trades, those very short window exchanges, I think Ysera has a really good chance of punishing Shy using those opportunities.
And as looking back towards these guys, I mean, some of the most standout points to me has been the fact that Ysera's champion pool has basically been 3 champions altogether. It's not much of a pool, right? It's probably like a champion cup of water.
Yeah.
A pot is still like a pretty reasonably large body,
he,
right?
He goes for like Camille. He has played Set. He has played Garen. That's his go-to, right? His Cyrodiil Grudge Garen. But if you take that Garen and Camille away, I think this puts Ysera in a more vulnerable position. Even though he has only played 1 set game during the series against RRQ, it was probably one of the more underwhelming series, right? He doesn't have the offensive capabilities. It felt like he wasn't able to sync up with his team as much using that set compared to Garen and Camille. Maybe that is the window that Team Flash needs to look for to shut down Ysera.
Then how do Team Flash avoid this, right? For Flash Wolves, how do Flash Wolves avoid this against Team Flash? How do they go into this matchup knowing, hey, my Baron laner, he plays 2 champions incredibly well. The rest of the champions, I'm a little concerned about it. He's going up against the strongest Baron laner in the competition here against Shy. How does he stack up? How do they plan for this early on in picks and bans?
Personally, I don't mind. If they target Ysera, that frees up a lot of champion picks for Cookie. Remember, this is still the mid-jungle synergy that we're talking about for Flash Wolves. Bruce has been the identity of this team, has been the star player, with Cookie just running things for them. And one thing to note, we know the Team Flash already bled against BRU, and they bled how? What the just? Meanwhile, in this particular team, they have Isan. We saw a 5-man knockup from his Rakan. So, if they continue to target down Ysera, if I'm part of their coaching staff, I'll be smiling, I'll be smirking.
Yeah, on top of that, actually, other than the 3 champions mentioned, Ysera also plays Darius, so I think that's something that we can take into account when they play against RRQ. He was the one who won Game 1 for them.
All right, before we get deeper into the matchups and the things happening, let's take a deeper look at Flash Wolves.
Looking at Flash Wolves, we know that Ysera, Cookie, Bruce, Locking, and Eason is here to put on a show. But Flash Wolves is more than just this 5. They have a support system that always guides them through drafting and through their emotions. Last time that we interviewed these guys, they said that they keep their emotions in check. And that's why if the series goes the distance, if it reaches game number 5, chances are Flash Wolves will come out on top. Their playstyle, we know about it. It's slow. They want to pack as if they're wolves. And they're very hungry right now because by winning this, they'll be getting the highest possible placement for their team since Season 0.
Absolutely, and if anyone out there needs more proofs that Flash Wolves is a very composed team when the going gets tough, look at the past 2 series they played. All went to 5 games, and both of those series were won in a reverse sweep fashion. They were down 2-1, and then they won Game 4 and Game 5 to come back. And they have lost impossible games before. Look at the one against RRQ. Baron Steel, a flip of the coin. They lost Game 3, recovered instantly, destroyed RRQ in Game 4, and proceeded to confidently win that final Game 5.
You're giving me some good points here, Husky. I'm starting to feel a little strongly for Flash Wolves.
I'm the only one huffing the Flash Wolf copium at this point. I feel like I'm the only one that is like, Masters region, they will make it all the way. They will win WCS Finals. They will bring the Masters flag all the way to Icons and prove that even a slow and steady team has some good points to it.
Well, I was kind of sold on the script, right? I saw the script come in and I was like, yeah, Yeah, I kind of feel it. You know, like Team Flash have been looking really good. And even the second seed out from the Vietnamese region with Cerberus Esports, I mean, they were able to put up a really good fight against some of the best teams. I think when we saw that first series, you mentioned how it was that reverse sweep from Flash Wolves against Cerberus. But let's not forget, Team Flash 4-0'd them to begin with. Like going into this one, Team Flash are strong ahead over their competitors, and I'm looking at their match against Flash Wolves. If Flash Wolves start slow, there's no time to reverse sweep them. 3 games will go to Team Flash just that quick.
I agree. When looking at the prediction score, if you guessed 3-2 in favor of Team Flash, chances are you're wrong.
It has to be Flash.
If it goes to 5th game, I really think that the experience, they're really tested to the brim, or they're really tested to the time. If it goes the distance, if it goes to game number 5, they'll just pull out a card and will still be relaxed, and as if they're playing their first game. That's Flash.
Wait a minute, Otto, I'm very concerned about my prediction now. What did I put for my prediction again?
I feel like
Flash. I feel like I'm in a bad spot now because of what you just said.
Yeah,
I'm gonna hold
you're
back
right.
for a little bit. When we go into the predictions, we'll talk a little bit more about that in depth. But that being said, you know, this is a teaser, in my opinion, a teaser of the grand finals, right? There's a very strong possibility in my mind that Flash Wolves will go into the lower bracket finals, play against the winner of BRU and RRQ, and then at that point, Flash Wolves will get a rematch against Team Flash. Assuming, you know, this is like, if we follow the perfect script all the way through. I know, Otto, you feel very strongly against this. Very strongly against this.
You believe that?
Where do you disagree, Otto? Where do you disagree?
I just think that the lower bracket teams right now stand, you know, has a better chance overall to reach the grand finals. Talking about BRU, talking about RRQ, whoever amongst these 2 teams will end up winning will be our top 2 team overall. So yeah, my question for you is, do you really believe that?
No, I genuinely believe that, right? Like, there's so much on the line here. Not only is there the title for the first ever WCS Finals champion, you also get to jump ahead of the Icons Global Championship planes. Like, you don't start from planes, you go straight into the group stage, and that's worth so much, right? You get to avoid some of the toughest competition going in. You have a bunch of amazing teams sending some of the other seeds going into the play-ins, and it's a rough spot to begin from, right? So I think as much as possible, teams want to avoid that, especially since they've locked themselves into the Icons. Now it's about how much more they can climb. You know, there's a bit of diminishing returns here, you know, to go from already being a part of the competition to now wanting to just avoid that first phase of competition. But returns are returns. I don't know what else to tell you.
I mean, I agree with you on this one 100%. These are the Pool 1 teams that we have, at least in WCS Finals, right? And if there's any team that really knows the advantage of being ahead of the curve, that's them.
Well, we have another video ready for you guys to take a look, so we're going to jump into that real quick. And the opposition to the Flash Wolves will be Team Flash out for the Vietnamese region. You have Shine, Zissou, Coyote, Ellie, and Empty, an incredibly stacked roster and poised to be the first champions. Now let's take a look at how we might see things go differently here today.
They're still the favorites, dude. Like, the mech checks that happen, montage, highlights after highlights for Team Flash, they just break the rules of Wild Rift from the get-go. Yeah.
But I wanna. I know you. A lot of people might think that I'm going too far with this, but I would say the mech checks that we saw were against slightly weaker teams, not at the same caliber as Flash Wolves. And bear with me, I think you look at the matches that Team Flash have played. They 3-0 FLA, and then they went 3-2 against Buriram United. Flash Wolves went 3-2 against Cerberus and RRQ. But you learn more about, if you are Flash Wolves, I think you learn more about Team Flash than you are if you are Team Flash learning about Flash rules, because that was the first time we saw Team Flash bled, and it was against BRU, and it was in the early game. Something that we've been highlighting. Team Flash have the tendency to go a bit slow in the early game. They get punished, especially in that mid lane. Flash Wolves are watching, and they are the most fundamentally sound team that we have right
Husky,
now.
can I just say, camera, can we get a fake close up on Otto right now? Can we get a close up on Otto? Because look at this guy's face. Like this is the look of a man who's not convinced. He's looking at the mental gymnastics that Husky's doing. It's like, well, if they're playing on a Sunday and the sun is like, we have the solar eclipse, or we get a debuff on the internet speeds of Flash Wolves, and so Team Flash.
There's a reason. There's a reason why I don't follow horoscopes, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? All right, so Husky, let's just put it this way. Okay, I get that. There's a blueprint on how to beat Team Flash. And the fact that you said that they won against slightly weaker teams really just appalled me. I'm sorry. We have the best of the best teams here. And Team Flash, they deserve all the credit. They have so good mechanics. Yes, there could be an upset here, but I'm really thinking that with what they have shown so far, coming all the way from their regional playoffs, their region is so strong. They're the clear #1 team from that region, and I strongly believe that Team Flash is the strongest team in the season.
I'm sorry, Otto.
I know.
No, but I do agree. I think that there are a lot of good points about Team Flash, no doubt, right? We talked about how Team Flash is more top-sided. We looked at Jisoo and Shy a lot, but that's where I think Flash Wolves might have an edge, because while Team Flash focuses a lot on the top side, Flash Wolves have 2 points of attack. You either look at Cookie Ysera or Cookie Bruce. And Bruce and Coyote, they actually have very unique champion pools as well. The only one that clashes so far, I think, is the Cinch mid that we have seen throughout that series. But the one thing that separates these two players, I think, is how much resources they need down mid. And in Team Flash's case, I think they can focus that for Shy.
Yeah, true.
I think he's trying to pacify you. Otto, it's like, Husky's going like, it's like, yeah, you're totally right, man. By the way, you're absolutely right, 100% yes. And it starts segueing on to the next point. It's like, also, just to let you know, Flash Wolves are going to win this game because mid lane's better, mid juggle's better, mid bot's better. Like,
yeah, if you put it that way, dude. But to say that Team Flash would lose just because they went against weaker teams, dude, we have the most stacked region here. WCS, Southeast Asia. I don't know, man. We were watching a couple of games yesterday.
You're trying to turn the Vietnam fans against me. I don't like it.
Maybe.
Yeah. We have an amazing series ahead for you guys to check out. This is our upper bracket finals. One of these teams will be locked into the top 2 spots in the WCS finals. That being said, guys, let's start to run our predictions. Your thoughts on this series and the score. Husky, let's start with you.
3-2 Flash Wolves.
3-2 Flash Wolves.
That makes sense. If you're standing Flash Wolves, you have to go for 3-2. 3-1 for me, for Team Flash.
3-1 Team Flash out for Autolus. Wow, this is a tough one. I know I went for Team Flash, but now I'm second guessing myself. All right, I'm gonna go with it again. I'm gonna say that Team Flash is gonna win. I'm gonna say they're gonna win 3-2.
Wait.
Does that not
just say it if you take
game number 5 of 3-2 for Team. That's allowed though, but yeah, chances are. That would be an upset.
That's a risky prediction. That's a risky prediction.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think there's good reason for that as well. You know, when I think back to what happened in their match against BRU, Team Flash, they had to take a breather. Like, they had to slow things down. Between Game 4 and Game 5, slow down the pace of the game, sit back for a second, really start to reassess how things were going before they went into Game number 5, because when they went into it, oh my goodness, they looked like a refreshed monster. They crushed BRU. And I love BRU, but my goodness, if Team Flash played every game like that, Game 5, I don't see any team that could compete.
Yeah, it's more like how fast you can run down Flash Wolves early on, right?
Yeah.
The mech checks, that is what is going to define Team Flash in the first, I think, 5 to 10 minutes. If you can run down those lanes, then I think for sure Team Flash is going to take the cake. We've seen RRQ do that against Flash Wolves, right? They have a monstrous early game, and they were constantly keeping Flash Wolves on their toes. And a team that requires so much time to ramp up, like Flash Wolves, will significantly struggle against a team that is constantly putting their foot on the pedal.
Love your point, right? Against RRQ, Flash Wolves was able to extend the game into a 5-game series. Against Team Flash, I don't think that's going to happen. I still think that Shy is a whole lot better than Devil J and will be the pinpoint of attack for Team Flash. Meanwhile, on the mid lane, you said it best, he needs lesser resources, yet is still very effective. Coyote is the most underrated player that we have in their roster, and I'm just so happy that our first game after that long break is Team Flash.
I mean, I love the resilience that Flash Wolves have, right? Like, Flash Wolves have gone into their long series, into games where they had no business winning and turning things around. The ability to play from behind, I think, is one of their best strengths. That being said, I feel like they're a little too willing to let themselves fall behind early on, saying, all right, we're comfortable playing from behind. We're going to let you get that lead first. Here you go, take it. Do what you will with that. But when the situation gets sticky, well, Flash Wolves, I think they have a good chance, but it's not clear-cut that they win the late game.
It's something that Team Flash has also shown us against during their series against BRU, where all 5 games, they got out to a slow start, right? If you look at the goal 5 minutes in, they have like a 2,000, 3,000 goal deficit. That being said, despite these two teams having significantly different personalities, the one thing that they have in common is that they know how to recover from a deficit. Team Flash have shown us against BRU, Flash Wolves have shown us against RRQ.
Yeah.
Now the question is, who is better at doing that? And it comes down to, again, the first 10 minutes. If Team Flash was able to create a big enough vacuum for them to play in and to suffocate Flash Wolves, I don't think even the most experienced team like Flash Wolves can recover.
Exactly, and it's not just coming from behind that they are well in common at. It's also taking care of the leads that they're getting from the get-go. So it's a flip coin, right? The heads is taking care of the leads, and the tails is being able to come back. Now the question is, whoever gets the advantage in the first few minutes, will we see a comeback, or will we see them the traditional way of taking care of their lead and not letting go of it?
I feel like when you look at Flash Wolves, it's going to be a little tough to say, right? Like, they've come in here with multiple forms before. Like, they've looked really good to start things off with. Sometimes they take longer to warm up. I think that's one of the reasons why you have to say 3-2 Flash Wolves, right? The ability to come back after they've taken a bit of a slow start is something that we want to watch out for. That being said, Team Flash are not undefeatable. We've seen that now in their games against BRU. We still have yet to see a series taken away from them, however, and I think that is one of the most trying points in this series. Now, you mentioned earlier here, Husky, about this mid lane matchup. The fact that we have Coyote on one side and we have Bruce on the other. And Bruce, his team mentioned that they want to see him on more marksman in the mid lane.
Yeah, he mentioned it when they play against Cerberus, right? We got this Tristana mid, we got this Grace mid, and then we looked at the series against RRQ. He played Zed, he played Akali, he played Singe, and he played Corki, and Corki as well. So I think this is the perfect litmus test to see how good he would fare against Coyote. At the same, again, right, Cookie can play either towards Ysera or Bruce, but for Team Flash, they play mostly towards Shy. And Coyote will slowly, slowly move himself towards the top side just because Shy is such a valuable asset to not only win the game, but to also overcome someone like a Ysera who is tasked to pacify him. That being said, I think Flash Wolves in this mid matchup comes down to how much Bruce can get the lead, because we have seen some tipping points for Flash Wolves. Even when they're behind, those objective fights, man, they do it so well. They always get control of objectives. They always know how to flip the coin and win the bet.
Yeah, just to add on to your point about Shy being their focal point, it's because Shy is also always over-aggressive. So the expectations for Team Flash is that top lane will always get ganked, right? And the deadliest gank are the counter ganks. So with Coyote being there, with Zizu being there, the 3v3, the skirmish, that's the Team Flash. The Team Flash identity, right? Remember, this is the team that does not know how to build Heartbreaker. No, I'm kidding. But yes, they are the teams that will not really go for first item Heartbreaker. They will go for the Divine Sunder. They have different build paths on their Corki, on their Marksman, on their Jays. They have studied the game on a different level and has a different read against the other regions. And I feel that that's going to be the X factor in this series and possibly the Grand Final series as well.
The deadliest gank is the counter gank. I like that. I like that one. You know, the deadliest, the best punch is the counter punch.
You know, like the meme where like a bunch of people in the church and there's one guy pointing a gun at the guy. And then, no. I don't know how to describe that meme, but it's like
Yeah, there's like another person
another
behind
person
that,
behind,
another
and there's
person
like a
behind that.
sniper on top. Yeah.
Okay.
Is that me, Otto? Yeah.
I got nervous for a second.
We're keeping it
Certainly
safe
got-
for the viewers. It is that meme.
Okay.
I know my memes, but I just don't know how to describe it. And in
yeah,
fact,
yeah. I recognize that.
just to add on a bit about Ysera, right? Sure, we focus a lot on him and Shy. And another thing is that when they play against RRQ, Ysera didn't really need much help from Cookie or Bruce because he was basically winning the lane against Devil J. But in this case, it will be different, right? Shy will be putting a lot of pressure on him. Zissou and Coyote will be always gravitating towards the top lane to help Shy. I wonder if Flash Wolves will also funnel resources to just assist Ysera, or will they follow the blueprint that they had for themselves against RRQ, where they funnel towards mid, where they go towards bot side to help locking at Eason, and then have Eason move around the map.
Having the mentality that you can go against the best of the best will help you not just in this tournament, but also for the upcoming Icons Global. And if that would be their playstyle, if Flash Wolves would concentrate their resources onto Ysera, then that means that they are, trying to expand their playstyle, not just having Ysera be isolated in an island and, being on the weaker side of the map. And for me, if I was their coach, I would really, really go for all the plays possible because against Team Flash, you will need all of them.
I like that you mentioned the ability to go up against stronger and stronger opponents, especially going in an international competition. That being said, have you guys been following any of the any of the competitions that have been going on across the world right now? Wild Rift Esports, we're seeing finals happening and popping up all over the place. Have you guys been following any of that stuff?
I saw Europe yesterday.
We saw Europe yesterday. We were watching, I think, Unicorns of Lurf against Formulation
Gaming.
Interesting draft. The games were pretty quick.
Alistar mid. Let's go.
Alistar mid. We saw Alistar mid, Graves jungle, double support basically, which was interesting. Didn't work out, but maybe that's something that we can, expand on down the road.
Love their sofas though. Love their sofas.
You love their sofas?
I love their couch. Yes, their sofas.
We kind of have that going for us.
Yeah.
It's like it's kind of happening. Come on.
It brings back
right?
the vibe of being offline.
Amores.
Yeah. It brings back the vibe of being offline where you have both teams not side by side, but on the opposite end of each other, right? They sit on the couch, they play together. You basically can see your enemies across the stage. I think that makes for some pretty good, mental games. Like if you pop off, you're gonna have that moment.
Oh no, Otto, he's going back to his horoscope stuff again. He's gonna tell me about his horoscope stuff again.
I thought you were a philosophy guy. You're into these kind of stuff. You gotta back me up here.
I don't know. I don't think that's philosophy. I think that's just getting into the players' heads a little too much, Husky. But I won't tease you anymore about that. All good, all done in good fun. We're jumping into our very first match of the day, the upper bracket finals here. With these two teams competing, it's Flash Wolves and Team Flash. The very first draft of the upper bracket finals starts here. Team Flash will take the blue side against Flash Wolves on the red side. And we've seen how other regions have shown how they like to play draft, but in the WCS, we go fast, we go hard, we go aggressive.
Exactly. And all right, ladies and gentlemen, here comes game number one. And right away, take away Eason's one of Eason's most effective champion in the Galio.
Team Flash learned that, right?
Yep.
When Flash Wolves played RRQ, Galio had a 100% win rate. Eason was incredible, so Team Flash made the right call. But I wonder on the side of Flash Wolves, who will they target? I'm guessing probably more towards Shy because of how much he is going to be the focus. I think if you can eliminate his champion pool, it gives Ysera more space to breathe.
If I'm Flash Wolves, I'll just be targeting just one. One is enough, and I think that is going to be the chase because the other champions you could easily at least control and be neutral with Ysera's skill set.
A lot of focus on the support pull ban from Team Flash to begin with. Like they want to get rid of these really powerful picks for Easton as him an initiator.
And I think this is still a throwback to the BRU series, right? In where they saw what just pop off game number 3 and game number 4. And we talked about this just earlier that Eason also has that same mentality, killer mentality from the support role.
Yeah, and because of how Flash will place the Dragon Lane, we see locking on Ziggs, on Senna, it gives Eason a lot more space to move around because of how self-sufficient the Dragon Lane is. But now you remove all those options from Flash Wolves, it might push them into a corner. We didn't really touch too much about how they are going to fare up against Ellie and Empty, but on paper, I think Team Flash has a stronger Dragon Lane.
I'll go strong on this. This could be a Gragas.
Camille left open as well, so we can't discount that.
Oh,
Both
yeah.
Baron
Yeah,
sides
it's Camille.
love to play for the Camille.
Oh my god,
Camille.
shy on Camille.
So they go for Karma, okay.
An interesting choice. Team Flash haven't really shown first pick Karma all too much, but it's an interesting look against the Flash Wolves.
It fits well with Coyote though. Coyote loves to give resources to other players of Team Flash, and being on that Karma means that you don't really need that much to be effective.
Yeah, even though we say they gravitate to a Shy a bit, we saw what happened in Game 5 against BRU. Coyote plays Karma mid, goes bot, gets and gank off, and instantly unlocks Ellie and Empty. So Gragas for Flash Wolves, I hope they get the commute through. Something for Ysera. I think Ysera's champion pool is very important in this first phase.
Yeah, I'm thinking if it will be a Senna Gragas combination for
Could be,
Flash
right?
Wolves, because Senna Gragas going against a Virus plus Karma would give you chills, right? From the laning phase, because that's just a very strong combination in the bot lane. Now Flash Wolves want to switch it up and now have a Jax.
Especially since Team Flash banned away the Olaf on the counters to the Jax, I think Flash Wolves just want to get the jungler early.
Exactly, right? One champion that I'm missing a lot is Lulu, but Karma is an upgraded Lulu in my opinion. Now they go for the Senna, and again, Empty, when we talk about Empty as a support, if you give him more resources, he's more effective.
It's a Jisoo Shy game for sure. You have 3 champions now on the side of Team Flash that screams, we are going to be self-sufficient, we will funnel our resources to a Shy, and Jisoo. Flash Wolf's response right now.
Husky, you say self-sufficient, I see late game. And they're going late game against Flash Wolves.
It's a mech check, right? You want to take Flash Wolves to the very end of the world and see if you can take down Flash Wolves. How close can it get? And if they're able to down Flash Wolves late game, I think this sets up a very good precedent for Team Flash.
And to be fair, it's still the first 3 picks. It could be that the last 2 picks coming out from Team Flash are the ultra-aggressive ones. If I'm Flash Wolves, I would love to target down the Riven, possibly the Aurelia, those champions that can really go from one distance to the back line, because now the most important objective for Flash Wolves is to protect their carry in locking.
And the Garen ban is very interesting because I thought that Flash Wolves would go for it instantly. Then again, the Camille is still on the table, right? This indicates that they want to put Ysera on a more active Baron lane.
They could still try and go for the Camille here. Flash Wolves, I think, understand what they want to go for now. The Jax taken away in case they wanted to pair the Jax to the Karma, so they felt it was necessary to pick that one up early. But Senna Nasus is a combo that's played extensively by Flash Wolves. I think they understand how to play against it as well.
Yeah, and now Flash Wolves has no choice. If they go for a Lucian mid lane here, they will basically get attacked and nullified by the Nasus. Good ban there. Camille being banned finally in this game. This is actually not what we expected at all, right?
We might see a Renekton into set Baron lane at this point, right? Because that Gragas screams Eastern champion. You've already taken away the Galio and the Rakan. He needs someone to be the initiator. Flash Wolves right now, a Shen pick. How can we forget this? One team has shown the Shen before.
Yeah, and for me, if I'm Team Flash, I want the aggressive champions to be here right now. Possibly the Aurelia, again, the Riven, those champions that can still make something work. Because looking at their draft right now, they need tempo, they need damage. That's what they're lacking. Aurelia is one. All right, give me Riven. Give me Riven. And that'll be 100% prediction rate for Team Flash, at least for game number 1.
I'm waiting.
I'm waiting
We're
too.
all waiting for like bated breaths. Like Team Flash, they have like a couple more seconds to go for. The Riven gives them a lot of team fighting power, a lot of mobility. You pair that together with the Karma, you can boost both the Riven and the Irelia in a fight. I mean,
this is still very suspenseful, huh?
They're running down the timer. They're deciding because this means.
AD carry. Okay, that's okay.
Yeah,
We'll go
I
for
think
the
it's
Lucian
fine.
instead. You know, this is something that we've seen a lot from BMM, especially not so much from Coyote. He does play it as well. Even stuff like Ash, stuff like Darius, he does play a wide variety in the mid lane.
I wonder what would Flash Wolves go for. And this is most likely going to be a Bruce champion, right? He has played so many varieties. I'm thinking of some one that can have a decent mid lane.
Oh, Ahri.
Yeah, I was thinking of a Corki, but they went for the Ahri. So another unique pick for Bruce. I think he's just racking up his portfolio for unique mid champion picks. But I think the Ahri makes sense. You get decent lane, you get to make the first move, you get to match Karma if Coyote decides to make those early ganks to the side lanes. I think Flash Wolves will have enough mobility to match that.
I believe this is the second time that we will be seeing Shy on that Lucian. We knew what happened the last time that he got this champion. He got camped. But in the end, was still able to make it work. Flash Wolves has that opportunity. A Shen plus a Jax is a nightmare to face against if you are a Lucian Baron laner.
I mean, but we've seen a change now. Flash Wolves have gone from, we're gonna play a marksman in the mid lane, we're gonna go split push, we're gonna do damage, we're gonna get tempo, and now they've gone for a kind of mixed control assassin with the Ahri.
Exactly. Again, going back to having the need to have all the plays ready to go against the Goliath in Team Flash.
Yeah, and previously, Ysera plays a carry role, but this time he is going to be that backup, right? He will facilitate Cookie, he will facilitate Bruce. This really sets up Team Flash to change up the dynamic a bit. We're looking at jungle mid, exactly what we decided. They're moving away from Ysera. I think this is a good look for Flash Wolves.
I think both these teams have locked in a roster they feel comfortable with.
Exactly.
We've gone into the depths of the champion pools. A lot of champions banned out, especially targeting that Baron lane focus that we've been mentioning. But this is it. There we have it. This is our first game of the upper bracket finals, WCS finals. We'll toss it to the casters to bring us into the action.
At ito na ang matinding bakbakan. Siyempre, nandito tayo muli. Kami ang inyong tagapagsalaysay at tapagatid na matinding bakbakan sa loob ng Wild Rift. Ako si Osiris at kasama ko si Papi Dead Eye.
Yun! Maraming salamat. Of course, Papi Osa, excited na rin ako. Of course, sa ating upper bracket finals. Team Flash versus Flash Wolves. And again, kung sino manalo, of course, na team dito will go straight sa grand final. So, there are, of course, a big stake sa laban na to, Papi Osay. But you know, nakita natin sa drafts of scores, they are just punishing, of course, that Baron champions as well. Yung Eason's aggressive supports. They don't want to see them sa side ng Flash Wolves.
Tinanggal ka agad nila, 2 bans ka agad kay Kuya Eason, no? Ibig sabihin, ease off siya ngayon. Kasi medyo, ano lang hindi na nagamit yung mga the best niya. Although may Gragas naman tayo, looking good yung engage ng Flash Wolves at sabi mo nga, malaki yung at stake. And Flash Wolves, alam naman natin na si Kuya Stake dati isa sa mga coach ng Flash Wolves, no? Nasa LOL PC. So talagang maganda ang ating background dito sa Flash Wolves in terms of drafting, in terms of the org mismo. So ngayon, hindi nakakasurpresa na kahit si Kuya Crazy Apple at si Kuya Dash, parang Flash Wolves daw ang draft win.
Oh yeah, now that you have pointed out, maganda talaga yung support system ng Flash Wolves here. And it shows naman sa mga series ng mga games nila, their draft is really good. Pero action dito sa top side.
Ayaw nila palampasin ng Scuttle. Wala naman pa dito si Kuya Cookie. Bahala ka dyan. Focus ko lang Scuttler. Kailangan ko yung XP. Since bouncing din yung lane, wala namang mawawala kay Kuya Shai.
No, nakita natin of course si Cookie, no? This is gonna be the Jax. Pero this is gonna be Zaisu though.
Uy, mauhuli siya ng bagya dito. Pero meron naman tayong smite para okay lang at chill lang. Hindi naman kailangan din. Tsaka maganda rin na yung pag-bounce nila ng wave, knowing naman tayo Spirit Fire, AoE damage and bouncing bombs. Kaya yung wave equilibrium nila is settling andun sa gitna. At pwede nga bumakap itong magkabilang side sa nangyaring invade.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking of this bot side, no, I really do expect Papi Osay that si Eason at saka si Lacking will surely take over this bot side. Marami silang poking power dito and they do not want yung scaling potential of a Senna Nasus combo. Pero let us head into this Jax pick. Second pick to sa drafting phase nakita natin Papi Osay. And nagulat nga ako nasaan yung sustainability that needed for the Jax to go online. Ito na nga, the Shen coming in from Ysera will be the answer dito. Flash Wolves, this is also a great pick from them. Sinabi nga natin when it comes to drafting for this organization, one of the best. And they really know how to do or to execute their victory conditions here in this game.
Yes. And na, kumbaga may protection na yung ating damage dealer. And what's next no para dito sa Flash Wolf? They have the engage, they have the initiation, at mukhang mahuhuli ng bahagya. Nagamit kaagad yung flash ni Kuya Shai and even the Vanguard's Edge. Na para bang ready na kaagad sila makipagbakbakan dito.
Oo nga, no? Buti na lang, hindi na-hit yung Vanguard's Edge coming in from Ziso doon. But, this is what you want coming in from Team Flash. Dapat hindi sila magpa-intimidate dito sa Flashful's composition as well. You have an Ari here, you have an early poking potential din sa bot side. Isera is there waiting for Cookie to go on for the constant United combo. Malaking bagay din for the pick of plays na makita natin for the side of Flash Wolves. But it is actually Team Flash. Parang dinictate yung tempo natin sa early game.
Oo, and di ba parang expected natin, Team Flash ang siyang talagang, sabihin na nating hyper carry or I mean,
Yep.
hyper aggressive.
Yes.
No, na parang ready sila sa hyper carry late game for their certain lineup. Pero we're talking about the scaling, mayroong Jax ng Flash Wolves. So ready din sila in terms of late game plans. At ngayon nga, magsisimula na ang unang objective. 4 minutes, dito pa lang yata magkakaroon ng kills. Pero Mega Inferno ba? Magkakahabulan nga. Pero nakikita natin dito si Ellie, napapalaban mag-isa kay Ari. Pero nasa loob pa rin sila ng Dragon Pit. Nagkakaagawan. Pero tinamahan nga kaagad ng mantra Qeon ni Ate Karma at syempre si Coyote. Hindi basta-basta magpapatalo and Zisu might be going down. Pero na-secure niya ang break.
Oh yeah, for respect doon kabigyan from Zisu, even though namatay doon siya, he still managed to take that Mountain Dragon. Yun yung mission doon sa team fight na yon. And now transition nga dito, yung side ng Team Flash, dito naman sa Rift Herald. Pero sinasabi nga natin, Flash Wolves with their composition, they do have the power spike sa early game natin. And that was Cookie. Of all the players, siya nakakuha ng first blood. Great progression dito sa side ng Flash Wolves.
Yes, at yun naman yung gusto natin, no? Yung Jax magkaroon na kaagad ng items. At makikita naman natin na patapos na ang kanyang Triforce. Pero right now, Team Flash, objective game tayo from Drake to Rift Herald, but everyone is present. Mukhang magkakasilipan, ginamit na yung Blast Code, pero tumalon sa loob na secure pa rin. Di Zisu na tila ba, CU ang nakikita natin dito dahil goodbye na nga ba ang ilang miyembro, pero napapalaban pa rin, tuloy-tuloy pa rin sila dito hanggang sa punta na sa likod. Surge pa harap para siguradong urge in the red direction pa rin. Meron na rin tayo Mantra Shield dito para kay Kuya Coyote and tila ba Sayote ang kinalabasan dito ng Flash Wolves dahil napakasakit at mukhang yayakapin pa sila dito na another mantra. Focus na inner flame. Pero itong si Kuya Eli gusto pang mag-push at naku po si Kuya Laking, sliver of health.
Grabe naman yun, Papi Osay. That was great execution from side of Team Flash. Napakaganda yung Vanguard's Edge coming from Zisu. And that was the setup doon and the flanking maneuver doon sa likod para hindi maka-escape yung side ng Flash Wolves in that engagement. Taking 3 players sa side ng Flash Wolves plus that mid turret, malaking bagay, malaking advantage here from the side of Team Flash.
Yes, yung opening ng mid lane, it means mas magkakaroon sila ng freedom around the map. And if you are playing on a Team Flash na lineup, yun yung gusto mo. Kasi gusto mo yung aggression gusto mo yung bakbakan maya't maya. And Flash Wolves, nakita nga natin sa drawing ni Kuya definitely not Otulus Husky, may orasan na hawak si Flash Wolves. We are the late game kings. Pero, knowing Team Flash, kaya nga Team Flash kumbaga pag binatoy niya ng flashbang, nabulag ka, pumikit ka saglit, wala na. Ibig sabihin, patapos na. Kumbaga, dapat wala kang pinapalampas na segundo. Dahil in a flash, in a GP, magbabago yung sitwasyon.
Exactly, and that what happened sa succeeding ng mga objective team fights natin na nakita. Papi Osay, Team Flash here. Pero Qeon.
Uy, teka lang. Set up pala yun. Body slam, pinatalsik pa, pabalik sa nakaraan. At wala na nagawa pa si Kuya Coyote, kundi umuwi.
Ambush nga. That is great setup play coming in from the side of Flash Wolves. Now transition sila sa bottom. And disengage muna. Nakita nila si Ziso dito trying to defend of course sa bot side. Pero grabe. This is just Team Flash despite heavy scaling. Oh! Action!
Uy! Parang lalaban sila dito. Action nga ba? Gugustuhin nila. Gargoyle Zone play. Nagamit na. Pero si Ellie nasa river. Sapat kaya to? Kaya na ba i-2v1 to sa gilid? At mukhang sapat naman. They just want to settle for the scuttler for now.
Wow, delikado yon. Maraming hold, maraming crowd control. Arsenal yung side ng Team Flash. Buti na lang hindi na-connect yung flawless duet na yon. But look at the replay here. This is the Rift Herald we're talking about. Maganda yung setup with that Vanguard's Edge. Free hit lang dito sa likod. The rest of players na side of Team Flash. And look at Zisu with the flanking maneuver, pero action dito sa bot side.
At yun nga, nahuli na pala si Kuya Bruce. At mukhang hahabol pa sila dito kay Zizou. At nagkaroon lang ng konting laglagan dito, pero 2-for-1 naman ang naging trade. Hindi pa rin sila successful sa pagkuha ng tower 15 seconds before the Drake. So kahit pa paano makakahabol pa si Kuya Zizou and Shy with a split push.
Beautiful. Team Flash with a flashy play indeed. They have taken away 2 players plus converting again yung turret takedown doon sa top side against Flash Wolves. Grabe, Team Flash. I did not expect talaga na, what you call this one, they are going to dictate the tempo sa early game, but they are.
Uy, ito na. Ako kumbaga, nagdidictate na nga at nagkadiktahan na kung sino ako siyang unang kakalabit ng gatilyo at tamang pwesto lang muna. Mukhang umayaw kaagad sila. Medyo umaray ng konti si Kuya Eli at yan dito pa rin si Isera. Tamang bato lang ng Inner Flame. May kasamang mantra. Spirit Fire naman sa gilid. Pero sino kaya ang siyang Spirit dahil mukhang ang damage is going in. Conflict being proc. Hindi na naman tatama dito ang Charm ni Ari at ito na dinidire-direction lang nila ang Ocean Drake at wala ng oras pa para makahinga. Ginamit na rin dito. Nagpalaki na kaagad si Kuya Empty pero mukhang mag-i-empty nga na magazine. Si Kuya Shy with the calling at pinaulangan na nga ng mga bala kaliwat kanan pero napakababa na lang na may flash at Spirit Fire. Sigurado nga ang you are fired away, spirited away ang naging kalagayan ni Kuya Bruce.
Spirited away nga and napa-away na lang doon yung Flash Wolves engagement doon sa Dragon takedown. The poking potential coming in from Team Flash is just insane. Walang magawa yung side ng Flash Wolves doon. And this is 4 objectives in a row, Papi Osay, para sa Team Flash. Malaking bagay to.
Walang bawi kung Papi Deday at saka si Kuya Isera. Parang hindi naman ito yung i-expect natin sa kanya. Parang wala yung X-Factor. So ayan, kita mo naman yung ating replay, napaka-pulido ng galaw.
Exactly. The pokes are there. Hindi nga makalapit yung side ng Flash Wolves sa engagement na yon. Hindi pa nga kumonekta yung Vanguard's Edge na yon coming in from Zizou as well. Pero it's just enough here to shove away yung mga players sa side ng Flash Wolves.
To be honest, naging lifesaver pa nga yung ating satchel doon ni Kuya Laking, no? Kung sakaling tumama doon yung charm ni Bruce, eh, may distance pa, added distance na pwedeng magawa si Shy, although slowed siya. But at the same time, hindi siya mapapalayo eh. So at least na-force si Kuya Empty to flash and of course the Spirit Fire. And right now, Team Flash still focusing yung Dragon Lane na hindi nila makuha-kuha.
Protect the turret. Yun yung mission dito ng side. Oo nga ng Flash Wolves. Pero ito na, heavy the siege engage.
At mukhang hindi na talaga nila palalampasin ang sitwasyon. Masyado na kayong kumukulit. So kailangan na natin gamitin si Shelly. At grabe naman yun! Face check! Pero tila ba kailangan mag-back check pa? Dahil nga kailangan nila alamin kung sino ba ang tamang target dito. Dahil nga medyo kalat-kalat pa. Ito na, Inidoro! Flash Wolves ang kinalabasan nila dito. Pero wala pa rin tumutumba. At ginamit na redemption. Nakabangga pa rin si Shelly. At mukhang jobstone na nga ba talaga? Pero mukhang pipitas pa sila with the charm, with the kill, with the exhaust. Tama pa kaya ang gagawin dito ng Team Flash? Pero hard engage pa rin ba ang Flash Wolves? Dahil tila ba nakakuha na sila? Eh sapat na, kailangan nalang umatras. At kumukulit pa dito si Kuya Empty.
Grabe, just to pick off si Coyote in that engagement. Ang daming resources na nagamit ng side ng Flash Wolves doon. But then again, Team Flash converting that siege push on the bottom. Now putting pressure across all lanes. Again, sabi nga ng panelist natin, Papi Osay, Flash Wolves has the timer. Sige, late game team kami. But with this progression na pinapakita ngayon ng Team Flash, parang ang timer is against them.
Parang hindi naman yata kailangan ng timer. You just have to play the game. Ika nga dito ng Team Flash. Kasi walang kailangan isipin eh. Wala tayo. Kung mag-i-scale ba si Kuya Jax, ba't natin siya pa i-scalein? Remember, we have 4 objectives in mid lane at napakabilis snappy play mula kay Zizou. Pero kahit saan ka nga magpalusot, eh aabutan ka dito ng Team Flash na gamit ng Stand United. Ito na ang backup pero sapat nga ba yun? At mukhang si Kuya MT mangmamando pa rin ng harap-harapan. No backup for Flash Wolves.
Grabe, predicted ng Team Flash yung escape na yun. Coming in from side of Bruce. Now 4 versus 5 situation. Siege sila sa middle lane.
Ito na, konting push pa. At tamang silip lang, pero mukhang dalawang lane ang imamanage sila dito.
Oh nga eh. This is now going to be again lane pressure, no? Binibigay ng side ng Team Flash. Ganito na sila confident diving under the turret actually on the bot side.
Wala silang problema. 3-2 pa ang hatian nila dito at kahit Torre lang talaga ang kinakailangan nila. Hindi na kailangan ng 5 miyembro. Pressure after pressure. At mukhang kinakain na dito ang Flash Wolves.
Oh my goodness. Itemizations check tayo dito, of course, especially for the side of Team Flash here, all going for that high offense build. This is how confident right now yung Team Flash natin. Yung sa side naman ng Flash Wolves going on for this defensive route naman. Again, you have Cookie here, but meron siyang deaths. That's not enough damage doon. Hindi pa natin na-feel yung capability ni Cookie.
Oh my goodness! And Shy, walang hiya talaga. Pero yun na nga, na makikita natin na isa pang bakbakan, nahati na sila dito. Pero sapat nga ba ang gagawin nilang damage kay Kuya Coyote? Ignite is taking, pero buhay na buhay pa rin. Ellie with a flash. Pero aabot na kaya sila dito. Ito na si Kuya Shy, at nang wawalang hiya muli. Dahil siya na naman ang mangmamando. Pero si Zissou, here comes the backup na kailangan nila dito. Pero si Coyote nandito na rin, na may kasama pang shield, at mukhang si Cookie ang siyang mauhuli. Pero Zonya, clutch para sigurado hindi siya mahawakan, pero si MT na tila ba naging EMP, TY na lang talaga ang kanilang kamatayan dito. Binubulsa sila unti-unti ng Team Flash at hindi pa rin magpapaawat dito si Kuya Shy. Dire-diretso lang, inuubos siya unti-unti at talagang hindi magpapaawat kahit double melee pa, pero nahuli na rin sa wakas. Pero sapat nga ba si Kuya MT dahil that's the dead bat MT na dito, tuluyan ng ating Nasus.
Wow, prolonged team fight. Yan yung strength ng Flash Wolves doon. And they managed to turn the tables around. The stand united clutch coming in from Esera as well. Was the lifesaver doon, Papi Osai. And look at this one. Nag-transition na ngayon. Yung Flash Wolves sa Baron takedown. Kahit na the early game was controlled by Team Flash. That moment, yung laban na yun, one wrong mistake nga, will be shifting around the favor dito sa side ng Flash Wolves.
Feeling ko masyadong nag-enjoy din si Kuya Shy. Dinikitan niya, pinahampalas niya yung dalawang pistol niya. Sabi niya, melee mode. Ayan tingnan mo naman.
Ito na nga
pagmilihan siya.
This is just incredible move coming in from Flash Wolves. And Esera, just in time, just to save his teammates as well. This is where they shine, the prolonged team fight yung nangyari. Pero speaking of fight,
pero ito na, hahabol na kaya sila dito at sapat nga ba ang galaw ng Flash Wolves para tuluyang ma-fend off ang galaw ng Team Flash. Unti-unti, tamang poke lang, barrel in sa gilid. Si Zissou, nag-sweeping siya. So alam niya, pwede siya mang-flank dito, pwede siya mang-set up. At mukhang papasukin na kanyang tuluyan. Hindi nga lang tumama yung kanyang stun. No dash, no flash, no movement. Once again, resources has been burned. At mukhang ang Flash Wolves na ang mangingibabaw this time.
Parang tama nga, Papi Osai. Late game, of course, Kings yung side ng Flash Wolves dito.
Breaker, Kuya.
Yes, exactly. Parang ito na nga yung victor conditions nila, no? Isera right now with the Hull Breaker, ready to go for a split push, while Flash Wolves dito sa mid.
Uy, in Vanguard's edge, hindi na naman tumama. Natila ba on edge? Pero mukhang on edge nga talaga dito. Si Kuya Zissou, natila ba mukhang na-spear? Pero buhay naman talaga. Pero dire-diretso pa rin sila. Nakasama na rin dito Spirit Fire. Pero tamang galaw lang sa Flash Wolves. Tamang mando lang muna tayo dito. Reassess ng team fights and might be, of course, doon pa rin tayo sa priority. Push.
And just like that, parang maging equal na yung net worth golds ng dalawang teams natin. And this is just Team Flash right now holding their ground. They need to burn this Baron buff against Flash Wolves. Reset muna sila. And they know now the capability of Flash Wolves, how dangerous they are when it comes to a 5v5 brawl this time around. So sinabi nga natin kanina, Cookie, they need that damage now with these itemizations in check. Meron siyang wits and dito. They need that magic damage reduction as well coming in from the side here of Team Flash. However, late scale team pa rin yung Team Flash here with this Nasus and Senna in their composition. So ito na, naghanap na sila ng pick-off. Will this be it?
Ang napansin ko rin dito, no, Kuya Ded, ay parang kanina, medyo nag-iwalay pa ang Flash Wolves. This time, even yung Team Flash, tila ba nagiging, ARAM na, nagiging 5v5s na talaga. Wala nang gumagala. Kahit sabihin mong merong Shen, this time, susubukan na niyang i-utilize ang kanyang Hull Breaker, knowing na meron siyang Stand United. Pero, 5 seconds. They are the one who's ready para dito sa Drake. Oh, tamang Black Mist lang. Pero mukhang mabibiktima nga talaga dito ang Flash Wolves sa tila ba MST. Pero yung Mist talaga ang siyang makakahuli. At mukhang inindoro na naman. Tamang Fox Rush lang. Pero sino nga ba talaga ang makaka-rush papunta? Pero itong Flash Wolves sa tila ba veteran. Dahil nga papunta na dito ang Team Flash. Unti-unti na silang. Unti-unti lang minawitan. Tata na mga Islam. Into the Flash. Tatlo ang tumalbog. Pero mukhang wala pa rin sigurong magdadabog. Dahil nga ang Team Flash ay kompleto pa rin. Naghahabol nga si Kuya Zisu. Magbe-blade surge pa harap. Pero tamang silip lang. Barrel lang konti. Pero mukhang mababaril talaga dito. Nang mantra na may kasamang inner flame, and you got burnt. Tupok talaga itong putok na dala ni Karma.
Now 4v5 situation na ngayon, and this is now the Infernal, the Dragon na hinahanap ng side ng Team Flash here. And I guess, Flash Wolves, kailangan nila i-contest dito. They cannot give away 4 Dragons in a row.
This is looking bad, di ba? Nakita na nga natin talaga yung pwestuhan dito ng Team Flash. Parang ito yung Dragon kanina, pero mukhang dragging nga yung nagiging pwesto na tila ba drag off ang kailangan nila dito. Kailangan nila mag-hard engage para patumpahin, pero ito na muli si Cardo Dalisay na tila ba nagpapaulan ng mga bala. Nagpalaki na rin dito si Kuya MP na tila ba full bat ang kanyang galawan. Spirit Fire for the zone. Si Coyote nasa loob ng Dragon Pit. At tinamaan siya ng charm. Let-go niya! Yung higop-higop na tila ba igop, nakakapogi talaga yung mga ganong galawan. Pero ito na, dire-diretso na si Puki. At aaray nga ng bagya. Natalbugan pa siya ng bouncing bombs. But the Drake, right now, nasa kamay na ng Flash Wolves. This might be it, Papi!
What just happened? Oh my goodness, Cookie, the right moment jumping in with that smite. Still nakuha nila yung Infernal Dragon doon. And this is gonna be it indeed.
No! Stand United na may kasamang ton. And this is it. That 3-0 prediction ni Team Osay. Coca-Cola pop off indeed. Dahil ang Flash Wolves came in prepared. Kahit walang objective. Single Baron. The turn around.
What? Grabe, wala akong masabi, Papi Osay. That was just an insane game dito sa side ng Flash Wolves. To be honest, ang hirap i-comeback yung nangyari doon. Especially what Team Flash have managed to do sa early game at saka sa mid. They are everywhere. Objective takedowns, dragon takedowns, pick-offs as well. Pero at that last moment, especially yung team fight na yun, that na-scattered yung side ng Flash Wolves, that was the moment nag-comeback and straight into that Baron where everyone shifted in favor for the side of Flash Wolves.
Commended yung kanilang mental fortitude na kahit sabi mo na wala sila na objective, they would still bank on sa kanilang win condition, and the sieging power is really strong. You have the Ziggs, you have the stacks of the Jacks na pwedeng kumatok sa pinto anytime. And doon nga, na-maximize nila yung part na yun na once na makuha lang nila yung Baron, the Hullbreaker Shen did well, no? Hindi natin in-expect na wala yung explosiveness ni Isera, pero did utilize well sa kanilang Shen plays.
Grabe. Parang Flash Wolves, nakakatakot yung team na to. Papi Osay, to be honest, grabe. Mech checks-wise, maganda rin disengage din between these two. The exchanges of punches when it comes to a team fight. No, you have to commend both teams. Pero Flash Wolves, parang they are the late game king.
Tsaka kung titignan mo, basta may flash yata sa pangalan, nakakatakot no? Parang dapat yata iba-ibayin na natin maglagay na tayo. Pero tingnan natin kung ano nga ba ang masasabi ng panel. Panel, going back to you. Ayan.
Unkillable. Never doubted an auto. I told you, objective fights. That's where Flash Wolves turned most of the fights around. And what did we see? Baron fight, Elder Dragon fight. That's how they took down RRQ, and that's how they took Game 1 against Team Flash. Game over. That's
Game
it.
over?
Flash Wolves won.
All right, okay.
They won. They won.
Wait, I just realized why you wore that shirt. Why you wore that hoodie. This makes perfect sense now. Game over. Which team is the game over for?
Team Flash.
Really?
What is
just one game?
All aboard the Masters train.
Okay, all right. Team Flash did everything right from minute 1 up until minute 14. And then all of a sudden, they decided, hey, you know what? We are strong not really together, but on skirmishes. The delayed team fight, the long team fight. All of a sudden, that Jax, for 1 minute, I saw him. Cookie's not dying. No, Cookie's not dying. He should be dying here. And all of a sudden, he turned around that team fight, got the Baron, got the seal on that Elder Dragon. Definitely an MVP, a pop-off moment from Cookie.
I mean, what happens here, Husky? They went for the Jax first pick. First rotation, Jax Gragas, and it looks like it worked out well for them.
That was something that initially got me worried because last time when they picked the Jax, they had no enchanters, right? They have no one to play with the Jax. But in game 1 just now, they have the Shen. So in that pop-off moment, it was also Ysera who came in clutch with the Stand United, with the Redemption. Cookie also timed his stasis enchantment pretty well, dodged all the damage. His Conqueror was healing him up. He has the Triforce, I think he has a Death Dance, so every single kill heals him up as well. All these minute details, but that also comes full circle to what we talked about Team Flash, right? They have the tendency to go ultra aggressive when they have the lead, and they got punished for it.
I feel like this was a situation where we had Mac checks. You know, like, we had two teams, Zissou in the early game and then Cookie in the late game. Zissou went in, you guys remember around the Rift Herald fight, where they went into the back by the Raptor camp, by the brush behind Rift Herald.
1v5, yeah.
And Zissou was just 1v5, dashing around, you know, healing up, surviving. And at the end of it, we were looking and it's like, okay, someone died on that team. Surely it was Zissou, right? No, it wasn't. It was what, empty?
It was empty.
It was empty. Zissou didn't die there. Zissou lives through that 1v5 moment. Cookie does the same.
Exactly. I mean, just the best game to start the upper bracket finals I can ever imagine. Again, we talked about Team Flash's ability to come from behind, and so does Flash Wolves. Flash Wolves right now, they have showed once more that their resilience is going to really push them forward at any point in the tournament.
Cookie's 9-1. He only died that one time, I think, at the Raptor fight, the one at the Rift Herald, and afterwards he did not go down at all. Your MVP was Cookie. My hidden MVP is actually Bruce. He has landed so many charms to force a reaction from Team Flash, and most of them ended up not converting into anything, but the fact that there's always the threat of Flash Wolves starting something put Team Flash always kept Team Flash on their toes.
I mean, there's so many talking points to go with here, right? I guess if I had to pick one, I think we have to go back to our talking point between Shy and Ysera. Shy gets his Lucian here. Ysera has to go for the Shen. Most of his champion pool banned out. We saw the Garen banned out. We saw the Darius banned out. We didn't see Seth banned out, but we saw Camille banned out towards the end there. Most of his champion pool removed from the game entirely, and still he had a pick in his back pocket. He pulls it up against Shy, and Shy didn't get that much done.
And the best low econ Baron laner at that, right? If you are a Shen player, you can really thwart off any plans that has been, noted by the opposing team against you and your team, because at the end of the day, if with just one ultimate, it can turn around the team fight, and that's what we saw on the topmost portion of the map. 14 minutes in, Stand United on the primary target. That's basically Cookie, with the stasis being there as well for him. We saw a miracle. Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, Cookie is going to be the MVP, right?
Yeah, it's Cookie.
No question there.
Yeah, I mean, player of the game, you see he goes into this one, he gets an incredible KDA, right? Like the one death early on in the game. After that, he just pops off entirely, does a ton of damage. He's, most importantly, I think very critically, is his ability to use his Counter-Strike. Because he uses it at the perfect point to dodge away most of Shy's damage, most of Zissou's damage, and you think about where most of the front-loaded damage from Team Flash are going to come from. It's going to come from the Irelia and the Lucian, right?
Yeah, and he's playing into a composition that is very annoying for a Jax to deal with. You have the root from the center, you have stuns, you have damage.
The Wither?
The Wither, that is the worst thing for a Jax to deal with, and yet he prevails through it all. And it basically plays back to what we saw early on in the head-to-head, right? Shy against Ysera. Ysera low KD because he can play these kind of enablers, right? Odolu said he wanted to see Flash Wolves come in from a different direction. They absolutely did that. It was all about Cookie, it was all about Bruce, and these two basically won majority of the game for the team.
The mid-jungle synergy of Flash Moves. The original, right?
The original.
The original best mid-jungle synergy that we have in Southeast Asia that is being challenged right now by RRQ, but we'll talk about them later. For me, though, if there is one thing that I would redo in the draft of Team Flash, I would have picked Camille first rotation.
Right. Get the Camille early on, right? Give something easy for Shy to play for.
Yeah, it was open, right? Karma was picked, and then the response was Gragas and Jax. And right then and there, you could go for the Camille. I'm not sure why they did not go for the Camille. Shy is very deadly on that champion.
And especially without any crowd control, you can't stop the Stand United. Like, Shen is going to leave at any point, but if you're playing for the Camille, not only do you have good split pushing, you constantly pressure the lane, so it's very difficult for Ysera to go over to a different lane to use his ultimate at any point. You can literally cancel it yourself.
Yeah, and also from a drafting perspective, if you are on third pick Red side, there's no there's no initiative.
This is the moment, right?
To go
This
for
is the
Senna. This is the
moment.
moment.
Cookie started to turn things around.
Stand United
lived like for a minute.
Redemption,
That's a very
stasis.
long team fight.
Yeah, the fact that they won that fight and then it became a Baron and then they took top tier 2 and then they just got Elder and won the game. Just the ripple effect of this one miraculous play from Cookie is amazing.
Have two champions. Like, if it wasn't the Camille, it could have been the Riven. A Riven and an Irelia could negate the counter strike, because at the end of the day, if you go for the combos, your damage will still go through. Unlike the Lucian. Lucian has to rely on the calling to really be able to dish out damage onto Cookie here. And Cookie, again, to his credit, he played a monster game. He has the Riven. Now he has shown a Jax. Now the question is, will Team Flash respect this champion? Because so far, it looks like Flash Rose is very much practiced on this composition.
I mean, you have 3 bans, right? You already had to ban away most of Eastern champions. What happens next? You have to now start banning away Cookie's champions as well. I mean, then what happens then? Do you free up Eastern? That seems to be one of the biggest issues, right? Husky, you mentioned how in that BRU match, the support difference, or the impact of supports was really what gave BRU the edge.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for Team Flash, they went for the Galio Rakan. Those two were Eason's biggest support picks, but they forgot Eason plays the Gragas as well. There were games where Flash Wolves play against RRQ that they won with the Gragas support. Gragas Senna, Gragas Ziggs is no stranger to them. So the question is, what does what does Team Flash want to focus on? If Eason is not the answer, I don't think Cookie is either, right? Because he has shown us a myriad of different jungle picks. He has picked the Kha'Zix, he has picked the Riven, now we see the Jax. I think overall, if you are Team Flash right now, work with the draft that you have, but be a bit more control. Never give those small windows to Flash Wolves.
Yeah, exactly. Again, Team Flash did everything correct from minute 1 to minute 14, right? 3 dragons already to their side.
And 2 Rift Heralds.
And yeah, 2 Rift Heralds. So all of the objectives are really on the side of Team Flash. Just overbit what they could chew on the top part, and they got heavily punished by Cookie and company. And again, that's Shen for you guys. If you're going to plan against, a team and they have a Shen, you have to always respect the Stand United.
I mean, what happens here? You're looking like it's a... All right, this is probably going to incite some trauma in a couple of people, right? You're looking at test papers, and you see your first 2 parts, like you have 3 parts. First part, it's worth like 10%. Second part is worth like 20%. And then the last part is like 70%. And you can be right on the first 30%, but if you flop on the last 70%, like you're not going to pass the paper. Like you're going to fail the paper. Right, and that's exactly what happens here for Team Flash. They went in there and they did well for the first 10%, they did well for the second 20%, and in the last 70%, they're like, hell yeah, we should have this. Like, I already have all this, right? I just need a little bit more. It doesn't work that way.
I'm laughing right now because that's what I used to do, right, with my exams. 10%, 20%, 70%. To me, again, in this level of competition, you have to be correct 100%, right? I mean, there's no... there's no sugarcoating this, or there's no really, we have to tell it as it is, right? Basically, we are talking about the best teams in Southeast Asia. We are down to 4 teams out of hundreds of teams that really did want to join this tournament. And if you're not going to have an almost perfect game against Flash Wolves, against Team Flash, chances are you'll get punished and you'll end up losing.
Yeah, matter of fact is, no matter how good you are as a team, no matter how ahead you are, you have to make sure that all the boxes are ticked right. There are a lot of ifs that could have prevented Team Flash from losing game 1, but reality was they felt empowered, they felt that they were in control, and they went for plays that you normally wouldn't go for, right?
Overconfident.
Overconfident.
Can I just say why I was laughing when Husky said all your boxes are ticked? Have you guys ever had those moments where you're MCQ paper and you shade the wrong square?
Oh my
God. You shade the wrong square, and so like on one question you have 2 things shaded, right?
Yeah.
And so the rest of it is all one off. and you're given the paper and you're like, oh man, what happened? Why's my score so bad?
Remember, Otto, we said that Team Flash are gamblers, risk takers, took the wrong bet, picked the wrong card.
Picked the blue card.
Picked the blue card instead of the gold card.
Oh no, the wrong moment, right?
One of my favorite quotes from a video game that I love to play is, overconfidence is an insidious killer. And we saw that right there in game 1.
All right, well, maybe game 2 changes things around for Team Flash. We'll go back to the blue side. They want to double back down, ban away the champion pool from Flash Wolves, and really get themselves going something on the blue side.
Yeah, we'll see. Okay, again, the priority for Team Flash earlier was the Karma. I don't think Karma was the issue for Team Flash, right? I still think that they had the opportunity to really put that final nail in the coffin in having that Camille first rotation. We're talking about Shy being unlocked on that champion, and we're still seeing the same trend here. Flash Wolves, with Eason being banned out, I'm expecting the same thing to happen. Gragas being picked up for him.
Yeah, a secondary engage would be great for Team Flash. In game 1, it was mostly Zissou with the help of Coyote,
right?
with the Karma, right? Zissou jumps in, gets the fight started, but like Otto said, if they have Set, if they have Darius, a Camille, then Team Flash will have an alternative option to jump onto Flash Wolves when they're not ready.
But Team Flash are always prepared to play like an entirely unique composition the moment you allow them to. I think one of the big issues for them was also locking Ziggs. He did a lot of damage, was able to kite away, and was able to wave clear most importantly.
Right.
Yeah. Ziggs was what won them the game, right? Those bouncing bombs were just chunking down Team Flash, and it just randomly killed off the center, gave Flash Wolves an opening. But I think for Flash Wolves, they're not too worried. Like Jace and Yuumi is a must ban. I don't think they will focus on the Karma. We kind of go back to the Baron lane, focus on what the Shy has been bringing to the table so far, and make sure that Ysera has a good time with in
we'll
that
see
lane.
what the last ban will be, because the last time out, it was the Galio. Camille being banned away here means that Galio is open, and Karma is still open, and those are the two champions that I'm looking at as first pick priority for TF. Could be the Jax, though.
It could be the Jax.
No, but they go for the Senna.
Remember what we say, Otto? Senna is like a bait, right? Most Senna games ends up restricting what the Dragon laners can do.
Yeah, and again, we're talking about MT. MT is one of those players that really shines when he has more resources. We saw it. We saw it on his Galio. I believe regional playoffs, it was 100% win rate. Now they get Karma, and could still be a Galio Karma, or possibly a Karma Jax.
Here's the thing, I don't doubt that Team Flash could play the Senna, but against Flash Wolves right now, it feels like Team Flash are trying to force something into the situation. We love to see something different from these teams, right? We know how much effort they go into preparing these compositions, but against Flash Wolves now, I mean, you could lock top 2 position. Why not just go for it?
Wow.
And remember, the Galio going over to Flash Wolves is not the end just yet. Masters regions love these kind of late game comps, which means Shen now becomes a big threat. If they give Cookie a hyper carry in the jungle, I wouldn't be surprised if Ysera goes back on the Shen.
And they can't just go for like the Jax early because Olaf is still available.
Just do it.
Yeah, Olaf being available here for Flash Wolves, but if I was Flash Wolves, I would go for the Lucian now. Although they have a Jax, they need some carry from the mid lane. And I'm thinking that this is going to be a Galio Karma in the bot lane, and in where it's trying to borrow some place from one team, in where they can flex the Karma and the Lucian.
Oh, the Olaf
just go for the Olaf.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to say, but it was just that obvious, right? Olaf is a really good counter against the Jax here. But I agree with you entirely, between the Lucian, between the Ashan, some kind of hyper carry, especially since we saw that look previously from Bruce, between his Kaisas, between his Tristanas, he's willing to play anything in the mid lane.
The Corki has to be bad, right? I think Team Flash needs to have that in the back of their mind. We still haven't seen what Ysera is going to pick. We still have Cookie's champion, well, not Cookie's champion, Bruce's champion. And Flash Wolves will have to pick an alternative damage source, right? The Karma and Galio will not be enough. They have the early to mid game setup. Now they need someone to carry themselves into that late game.
Yeah, Corki has been one of the best champions of Coyote in the mid lane, if in case that he doesn't want to go for the unorthodox picks. I mean, now Shen being banned away means that, hey, you know what, Ysera, that was a big problem last game out. Not gonna happen again.
There's still the Garen that Flash Wolves can go for if Garen makes it through, right? They have that first pick later on.
Right.
So focus on banning Coyote champion. I think that's what Flash Wolves want.
I would actually open up the Shen, because if you have a Shen, Galio, and a Karma plus an Olaf, you're too heavily reliant on the Olaf. But Sinch being banned away here means that they really respect the tank mid of Coyote.
Interesting choice from them. Now, Team Flash, I think, still have a couple of things you might want to try and go for. For the most part, they've already locked in the bottom side of the map. And so I think with some flexibility with the Jags, now Flash Wolves, they want to just grab a strong matchup against whatever Team Flash might want to go.
Yeah, there we go. That's the Garen center of the rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah.
Garen is in the middle, so strong against the champions that Team Flash have. Yeah, sure, Jax jumps in, but if he gets silenced, he instantly pops.
Well, but here's the thing. The Counter-Strike blocks the silence.
Yeah.
So there is
some way.
There's a window. It's a skill matchup, and so now we actually get to see some counterplay from Team Flash.
Yeah, can block the silence but cannot block the ultimate.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the execution. And whenever I see a Jax versus Garen, I'm always looking at the window of how Garen will use the ultimate. And looking at the Team Flash composition right now, taking away the Lucian was actually very big for them. Flash Wolves now has to respond. They need damage. They need a consistent damage, possibly to Kaisa.
I mean, it's something they played a bunch of before, but they've gone for the Akali instead, moving away from the marksman, doubling down an assassin in the first game and assassin in the second.
Yeah, because we get the Lucian into Akali matchup mid, and Bruce has played an incredible Akali in the last series against RRQ. I think Flash Wolves are really comfortable. Now you have three members that can deliver the Galio into a fight.
Yeah, but remember, this is Team Flash that we're talking about, right? Yeah. It will be Coyote that will play the Darius, and the Lucian will go again to Shy. Back-to-back Lucian games for our top laner, for the Prime, or for the star player of Team Flash in the top lane. And we'll be going against Isera's Garen. Again, this is a Garen that, you know, is at the center of the rock paper, and scissors. But if there's one champion that can really stabilize the lane, it's going to, that can really destroy Garen in the top lane, it's going to be the Lucian.
What do you think here? Flash Wolves, is it worth lane swapping, matching Coyote in the mid lane with the Garen? Instead, Ysera goes mid, Bruce goes to the top side, matching Shy?
Definitely. You have to remove the kill threat of Bruce against the Lucian. Lucian has to pop off in this particular game and has to help Zissou really, you know, stabilize the game until the time that Senna is already scaled up.
Yeah, and remember, Shy is very vulnerable because Cookie is on that Olaf that can easily make their move up top with the Galio and Karma to shut down their Baron lane.
I mean, Flash will surprise all of us by picking up game number 1, turning things around at the 15-minute mark. We're looking to see if they can make it happen again in game number 2 as they toss it over to Outcasters.
At tayo'y nagbabalik dito sa ikalawang yugto ng bakbakan ng Team Flash at Flash Wolves. At syempre, kami pa rin na magdadala ng aksyon, ang Kambal Connection, Kuya Osiris at Papi Deday.
Alright, thank you, Papi Osai. Of course, here we go. Coyote mid Darius here for the side of Team Flash. Pero that game 1, very interesting. High action pack yung nakita natin doon, Papi Osai. But this here, the second game, I'm looking forward sa Eason's Galio. Again, Eason's Galio is one of his top performing champion right now. Is best champion so far. 3 picks, 100% win rate dito. And I do love Eason to go for that aggressive support, no? Pero with a team composition as a whole, they really revolve dito kay Cookie, no? So Cookie right now has great sustainability and support system doon sa likod. And they have also this aggressiveness in the early stage of the game. I'm looking forward kung paano nila ma-execute dito against Team Flash dito because alam naman natin, Papi Osai, that Flash Wolves, mahilig sila sa late game.
Yes, at ito na, kita mo naman, di ba, ang late game potential. Pero yung mid lane naman natin ay si Coyote na nasa Darius against Bruce na assassin. So medyo delix, no, yung backline ng Team Flash. And napag-usapan nga natin kanina, no, napansin nga ni Kuya Apple na maaga namatay si Ellie, na medyo may leeway si Shy, pero sa sobrang kunat ng lineup. So ngayon, this time, mas mahirap yata, knowing na meron tayong Ragnarok plus yung ating Akali. Pero tamang talon lang na may kasamang Counter-Strike at may stun naman dito. Nag-burn nga lang yung flash ni Cookie. So, medyo less yung magiging engage or less yung magiging over-aggression na gagawin nila dito for the reason na wala silang pang-bailout. Pero syempre, kung 4-man or 3-man rotation, there's still a possibility for them to expose it on Dragon League.
Yeah, and this is as expected, of course, with the composition na nakita natin sa Flash Wolves. Sila naman may advantage. They can really go for this aggressive play sa early game. Nakita natin almost, of course, transitioning doon sa bot side against Team Flash, no? So they are not forcing the issue this time around. But on the other side, of course, Team Flash, we have now seeing a Jax on Zizou this time around. So Ellie is there, downing shallow to sa likod. They have additional sustain, but we have to look out dito, Papi Osar, for Coyote. Remember, these are 4 melee champions coming in from side of Flash Wolves, and alam naman natin, of course, that is going to be Dario's favorite game, the melee scenario here in this match.
Grabe naman. Tamang labanan lang dito ng Palakol laban sa Ninja, sa Kunay. Pero si Kuya Bruce, masustain naman niya yun, no? Every 5 points. At tama yung sinabi dito ni Papi Deadeye, no? Na pagka may Darius, may-enjoy mo yung iyong decimate, yung iyong lifesteal or spellbomb pagdating sa bawat ikot na ilalagay ni Kuya Coyote. So, mas matagal yung sustain. Prolonged team fights might be favorable to them. But as long as Ellie survive for added protection, added heal, added shield, definitely mukhang sa Team Flash manggagaling. Pero yun, considering nga na yung mga panggulat kasi ni Ison yung kailangan nating bantayan.
Yun nga.
Kasi di ba, si ano to si EA Son to the game. Ayan, di ba? Ayos na yun.
Ayos, Papi Osar. Nice one. Oo nga we'll see his game face talaga later on dito si Ison, no? Pero so far, Team Flash here just doing their typical controlling rather this bot side of the map. Ang tunay na action, of course, will spawn later on when objectives go. Oh! Flash in!
Oh! Grabe naman yun! Galit na galit. Auction guillotine. Pero sumabor siya sa torre, kaya tinamaan siya na single hit. At si Kuya Bruce, ginamit niya kaagad yung opening na yun with a perfect execution na panapos.
Oh, yun nga That was an epic outplay coming in from the side of Bruce doon. And too much aggressiveness nakita natin from Coyote. Na-hit pa nga siya ng turret doon in the mid as well. Now, Flash will transition dito sa first objective, Dragon natin. Will Team Flash going to go for a contest? I think not. This is going to be just a trade between these two teams.
Yes, and yung timing din ni Coyote, to hard engage kay Bruce. And once na namatay siya, meron ng Drake agad So meron na kaagad silang back foot in terms of vision. Pero mukhang galit na galit ang Flash Wolves. Makukuha naman nila, pero sino nga ba ang magiging kapalit? Tinamahan na naman yung shield. Mabubuhay naman sila dito at mukhang safe namang makakaalis. Joke lang pala. Dahil si Bruce dito talaga pinasok niya si Zizou. No, may trade naman kayo konti kay Shy. But the rotation of Flash Wolves, wala siyang ward dito. Pasok kaya si Kuya Ison. Mukhang okay naman na tayo dito. Habang si Coyote, trabaho lang sa bot lane.
Yes, so there you go. They have transition dito sa first blood turret din. Coming in from the side of Coyote. Pero grabe mga mid players natin ngayon. Papi Osaya. Very aggressive They are really hunger for blood dito with turret diving yung ginagawa nila. But in this situation right now, of course, open na yung bot side, Team Flash right now. This is what they want. Of course, having the Senna once again sa side ng Team Flash. They need to scale here for the later stage of the game. Pero Shy here with the poke against Isera. Pero okay lang, poke.
Wala na mana. Wala siya mana Hindi na niya kailangan, hindi na niya kaya pang i-push even further. At mukhang magtatawag na rin ng backup na si Kuya Isera. Magkakaroon na dito ng isa pang Brusco. Kumbaga, double Brusco, double Macho sa top lane. Pero rotations tayo muli dahil nagkapalit-palit muna tayo dito in Zizou. Siya ang nagmamando dito sa Dragon Lane at mukhang 3 miyembro ng Team Flash ang siyang magsasama-sama upang sugpuin itong dalawa sa Flash Wolves.
Yeah, they're just going to defend dito sa mid turret. Pero interesting, Papi Osaya. Look at the first item coming in from Bruce. Morello. Yung nuna dito. So this is gonna cut off the healing potential against the Flash. Pero dito, action stop.
Naku, Coyote, masyadong kumukulit din. Mash and Justice. And mukhang tong Darius na pick, mukhang Dari lang kasi walang use
Emotional damage! Papi Osaya!
Hirap Kumbaga, sunod-sunod na yung kanyang kamatayan. And to be honest, pagka nakakakita tayo ng, sabihin na, pag nakikita natin yung mga sitwasyon na sabihin natin, nahihirapan ang isang Darius sa Baron Lane, ang tagal bago siya makabangon muli. And ngayon pa na nasa mid lane at ang medyo nagkaroon ng freedom ngayon dahil nga hindi siya gaano nagkaroon ng sabihin nating threat. Si Akali, mas malaking problema to para sa Team Flash.
Exactly. Grabe si Bruce ngayon, I think is now being the threat nga yung sinabi mo against Team Flash dito. And now we have seen Qeon struggling talaga in his lane. Pero I think there's gonna be a team fight going on.
Uy, mauhuli nga siya dito. Tamang shroud lang. Tamang aim lang din. Para makaalabas muna tayo dito. Tamang respeto lang, no, na hindi talaga nila ginaw ng tuluyan. Pero Rift Herald, magkasama sila dito. Mukhang hindi na mauulit ang ginawa ng Team Flash na mabuksan ang mid lane. Pero itong si Zissou, tila ba assist you dahil siya nag-set ang tempo dito. Pero ito na, Rift Herald, nakabangga naman. Pero hindi nga lang tumumba ang Torre at mukhang nawala din kaagad doon si Kuya Cookie. But the defense for the tower dito ng Flash Wolves is dapat na.
Ganito ka-importante talaga yung mid turret, no? Here in the Wild Rift, sabi nga natin, if this turret will be destroyed as early as possible, open yung mapa here for your opponents to roam around, secure pick-offs easily in this game. Pero right now, Flash Wolves, they did defend yung mid turret doon, and Team Flash here on the other side, si Coyote dito. Specifically, this player, he needs to bounce back. He has the Divine Sunderer additional, of course, sustainability coming in from this player. But with this Morello, no, coming in from Bruce, I think they need those bursting potential to pick off as fast as possible dito against Team Flash.
Yeah, I mean, sapat naman, no, na maging tank ka para sa iyong team. Yun naman talaga isang goal ng Darius, hindi man siya maging threatening, pwede maging raid boss. Pero knowing na si Bruce, nag-first item ng Morello, Nomicon, the Decimate doesn't really give a lot para sa ganitong sitwasyon. At siya pa ang na-exhaust ngayon. Kahit nagpaulan na ng The Calling, dito na tila ba The Calling na hahabulin wherever you will go. Even the 5-point strike na talagang pumasok sa kanya dito, Shuriken flip, kakapit kay Kuya Shai, pero hindi nagagamitan pa ng pagpasok ng isa pa ni Kuya Bruce, habang ibang miyembro dito focus sa goal. Kuha na lang tayo ng Rift Herald.
Grabe, man. Flash Wolves. Akala natin pang late game lang sila, but this time around, that early game prowess is now showing up here in this game too. Especially Bruce, my man. Look at the dives here. Tingnan nyo, Ellie was the target. Coyote, once again. Paborito ang target ni Bruce dito. That was a 3 deaths in a row sa kanya. And this is gonna be a struggle game for Coyote.
At saka kung titignan mo, no, kahit si Zissou, nahihirapan na rin siya. No? Itong Jax na to, compared sa kanina na nahawak siya ng Flash Wolves, doesn't really have those deaths para mag-slow down yung kanyang tempo. Pero this time, no, 0-2 currently sitting. At sinabi mo, the streak continues para dito kay Coyote. No, na tuloy-tuloy pa rin yung kanyang kamatayan. At tila wala pa siyang nababawi sa current situation. Na even the gold says it all na behind na. So, yung nangyari din na sa teamfight na yun is empty, is already running low. So, kulang na sila ng frontliner. So, definitely, Coyote will die sa ganung situation.
Oh, speaking of die, this is gonna be action sa top side.
Oy, teka lang, pero makakahuli naman yata sila dito. 5 miyembro ang siyang tatapos kay Kuya Ison. Pero sa mid lane, Rift Herald summon naman ang kalalabasan.
Wow, great diversion play, pero is it worth it coming in from the side of Flash Wolves? They need to defend sa top side, pero si Bruce nag-split push din sa bot. Grabe synchronization of those decision making, pero ito na, Isera!
Nakahuli siya doon, pinaikot-ikot, tamang Beyblade lang, pero mukhang wala naman yatang damage doon si Kuya Coyote. Pero okay lang, at least naprotektahan naman niya si Kuya Zissou at makaka-atras sila 2 towers down para sa Baron lane, but outer towers naman ang nakuha ng Flash Wolves sa trade na yun.
Grabe naman yung Flash Wolves, Papi Osay. Even though, of course, nakita natin the Team Flash going to force throws the top side na yon. Grabe din yung respond coming in from Flash Wolves. That was a great macro play. Pero ito na nga, Flash Wolves on the top side going to go for the push.
Gusto na nilang ubusin lahat ng outer tower, pero sapat nga ba yung kanilang lakas dahil 3 lang sila at kita mo naman, no, 2 lang ang nakapwesto dito. 5-point strike, tatama pa rin ang tuluyan. Pumasok na counter strike na may kasamang patong-patong na shields, pero patong-patong na katawan yata makikita natin dito dahil nagkaroon na kaagad ng namatay doon si Kuya Ison. Pangalang masusundan pa kaya para dire-diretso lang, ngunit mukhang focus naman sa mid lane with a 367 na tower health.
Grabe, dito na natitest yung composure, pero ito na nga action na rin.
At yun nga, action pa rin talaga dahil ayaw magpaawa dito ng Team Flash. Dire-diretso pa rin talaga dito at naghahanap pa rin sila. Demasyan Justice hindi nga makakapatay. Shuriken Flip hindi nga din makakahanap ng target. Pero they were able to flip the switch para ma-off ang push dito ng Team Flash.
Flash Wolves really love their turret, mid turret dito. Pero Team Flash, slowly but surely going to go for the siege. Hindi easily binibigay dito ng side ng Flash Wolves no, na mid turret dito, which is great. They are holding their ground still dito. Pero nakikita na natin yung Team Flash dito, Papi Osai. They are doing those pick of plays. I think this is going to be the time na yung power spike nila is going to go online. Look at this one. They are looking for opportunities for to those pick-offs. Coyote leading the charge here on the bot side.
At mukhang makakahuli kaya sila dito si Eli. At ito nga, napa-Olaf itong tropa. Dahil nga, nag-press F to pay respects itong Olaf. Kaya nga, palu-palo na talaga sila dito. At mukhang pinasok na ng tuluyan. This is the engage that they need. Coyote was able to survive. Pero sino pa nga ba ang siyang matitira? Dahil kahit si Kuya Empty nabuhay, pero 3 miyembro ang siyang nawala.
Oh, Shy, Zisu, Eli, wala na. It is gonna be Flash Wolves securing the Baron, early Baron transition. Great decision making. Pero Team Flash dito, will they be able to go for this contest? Walang Zisu this time around. Will empty be enough?
Pero hindi yata sapat yun dahil half empty, half full. Mukhang yun na nga. No? From 0 to 0, si Baron dito, wala na nagawa. Another Baron power play na makukuha nila dito kung kanina walang objective this time, nasa kanila lahat.
Ito na nakita natin, Papi Osai, no? The Team Flash looking for opportunities themselves, no? Nga makakakuha ng pick-off, but look at the counter punches na pinakita ng Flash Wolves here. Grabe, wala naman tayo sa kanilang side. And this is a big blow sa side ng Team Flash this time around. They did take the third dragon though. But with this Baron buff na nasa Flash Wolves ngayon, they have the opportunity to go for this lane pressure.
Yes, at double dito ang pushing si Kuya Bruce at si Kuya Cookie. At hindi na nagdadalawang isip pa dahil kahit si Kuya Shy, wala siya ganong damage dito. Kumbaga, hindi na siya malaking threat para dito sa dalawang tropa natin. Kaya sabi mo meron siyang Blade of the Ruined King, delikado dahil andyan si Bruce. So, pwedeng maka-assassinate kagad ng mabilisan at nag-iba talaga ang sitwasyon completely para sa Team Flash.
Exactly, with the stuff of flowing waters nandito pa kay Lacking, no, it will enable the spam of skills coming in from the side of Flash Wolves dito. Ganito na sila confident and they know about this one. Malaking bagay na ngayon with this Baron buff. Nahirapan yung Team Flash here in holding their ground and isa na lang yung outer turret nila remaining in this game. And speaking of holding their ground, they must be composed here.
At ito mukhang papasok na kaagad sila. May kasamang ton, pero papasok nga ba talaga na tuloy? Mag-hard engage na ba? At tila ba si Cookie nagdadalawang isip pa, pero lumipad na. Tamang entrance lang, dynamic entry. At mukhang hindi naman nila i-hard talaga dahil push pa rin, hati pa rin ang gusto nilang gawin sa mapa. Baron power play pa rin ang focus natin dito habang si Bruce focus lang sa Baron lane at rotations naman. Flash Wolves na puntang bot.
Wow, beautiful defense though. Dito na nakita natin, Papi Osai coming in from Team Flash. No? Yung sinasabi ko nga, they need that composure and they did pretty well in that situation. Even though nakita natin may Baron buff inside ng Flash Wolves, walang casualties sa side ng Team Flash, no risky plays na nakita natin, and they just holding their ground dito sa base. It is gonna be the time dito na kailangan na nilang mag-wait to burn down this Baron buff. Take opportunities themselves later on kung paano nila mag-comeback here in this game. Remember, this is Zisu here on this Jax. Malaking bagay to if they manage to go for this aggressive rotations at this moment in time. Pero Flash Wolves, with this map control na nakita natin ngayon, nahihirapan dito yung Team Flash to go for that opportunity.
Yes, at kahit sabihin natin na currently sitting si Coyote sa 0-3, na-stop naman niya yung kanyang bleeding. And titnan natin dito, no, na 2-0-3 sitting si Kuya Empty. So kung kailangan natin ng Brusco, meron na tayo kaagad. Good items, Force of Nature na may kasamang Dead Man's Plate. So definitely meron ng frontliner or may makakasama na si Kuya Zisu sa loob ng bakbakan. So medyo mas may fighting power na itong Team Flash compared dito sa Flash Wolves. Na kailangan pa rin nila iset yung tempo. Kailangan pa rin nilang surpresahin no, with Qeon sa taunt. At ayun na nga, napatalsik at siya ang siyang na-surpresa at mukhang isa-surpass na nga nila ang sitwasyon nila dito. Pero tamang inner flame lang na may kasamang mantra, tatama pa rin rocket belt. Hindi pa rin tatama ang apprehend, but the Baron mukhang mamatahan na dito. Si Eson pa lang ang siyang nawawala. Uy! Paris lang na may flash and team flash once again in a jiffy. Nagbago kagad ang sitwasyon si Kuya Bruce. Itong akali, tila nagbakas hali din tuluyan na maka-assassinate pero siya ang siyang namatay. At this will be the flip na, the table flip na masasabi natin talagang nasa Team Flash na ang sitwasyon.
Exactly! Table flip talaga, Papi Osay! Empty on that Gragas! The body slam, explosive ka, siya talaga yung catalyst doon with that comeback coming in from the side of Team Flash. That was a flashy play indeed. Dito kay MT, nabuhayan ulit yung Team Flash dito. This is just an insane look at this one, the death rush attack. Flash, body slam. Dalawa yung huli dito and instantly it is gonna be a free dunk coming in from Coyote despite na-punish siya sa early game. Now, this is going to be the Elder Dragon, Infernal Dragon.
Battle.
Parang deja vu dito The same scenario pero different situation ngayon because Flash Wolves is here in the defense.
At meron namang GA dito si Isera pero sapat kaya dahil tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang bakbakan nila dito. Napatalsik man si Kuya Eson pero siya ang nasa gitna. Meron siyang Gargle Stone Blade. So siguradong buhay pa pero si Zisu ayaw tigilan dito si Kuya Isera. Remember, meron pa siyang Guardian Angel. Bakit naman ganun yung focus? Pero tamang focus lang talaga dito sa goal. Dahil kahit si Kuya Shai, tamang paulan lang ng bala even under the tower. Wala nang respeto dahil kaya nilang itumba kahit na sino. At mukhang even the tower ay magiging collateral damage dito sa team fight na yun at balik sa goal dahil nagtipi na si Kuya Zisu papuntang Infernal Drake.
Grabe, Team Flash has their own comeback story dito sa Game 2. They are now transitioning for that Elder pero Flash Wolves going to go for the contest.
Kumukulit talaga sila dito. Apat pa rin ang miyembro ng Team Flash. Papasukin na nga ba ng tuluyan? May chance kaya makuha pero focus lang sa goal. Nakuha na ang Elder. They have the damage. They have everything. And they're going to take everything and will left nothing sa kamay ng Flash Wolves because they're getting every objective this time around.
Napakaganda ng series natin, Papi Osay. Hindi tayo binigo ng Team Flash at sa kanyang Flash Wolves. Look at this one. It is now going to be Team Flash pushing through. Will this be a GG push na makikita natin ngayon?
Pwedeng-pwede. Mukhang babagsak tayo sa 1-1 at sobrang lungkot dahil sad-sad na nga dito ang Flash Wolves. Pero tamang pwesto lang dahil hindi pa rin talaga sila magpapaawat. Pero Rocket Belt, may pwesto kaya sila dito. Nag-shroud, nasa loob, decimate. Pero itong Darius, tila ba Dariusful na nga talaga dahil nakuha na ng kanyang momentum at Kuya MP na parang naglalagay ng mga shots dito sa barrel. Nakala mo bartender pero mukhang tagilid na ang Flash Wolves.
Darius full na talaga, Papi Osay. And it only shows, man, nakabawi talaga dito si Coyote. And nasabi mo nga, of course, kailangan niya additional support system and that is empty. And empty is showing up here this later stages of the game natin. Now Flash Wolves here being pushed against the wall. Wala na silang inhibitor turret dito sa bot. Lane pressure will build up here against them. Now 20-minute mark. What can you expect? Flash Wolves, the Team Flash dito. This is gonna be a prolonged team fight. Pero this time around, a single mistake will cost this game.
Tulad nga na sinabi natin, one wrong mistake indeed can change everything. And nangyari yun kanina sa Team Flash. Pero this time, nagkamali ang Flash Wolves. So ngayon, inabalik lang nila ang favor na natanggap nila. So this might be a possible 1-1. Pero di pa rin natin alam dahil may clutch factor pa rin itong magkabilang kupunan natin.
Exactly, with this Baron already spawning in the pits. Parang Team Flash preparing for a trap. But will Flash Wolves go for the bait?
Oh no, FW with the WF. Tila ba nag-whiff sa kanilang team fight dahil nga alanganin dito FW being forwarded na nga talaga ng TF. Oh no! Jesus! Oh my Jesus! With the play! Nare-director lang talaga dito at hindi na nga nila palalampasin ng kahit na sino, kahit ng perfect execution. This is the execution that we need para matanggal ang Flash Wolves sa Game 2.
Oh my goodness! Oh my Jesus talaga! Ito na yun! GG push!
Oh no, hindi! Dahil nga, just paying the favor and the Coca-Cola pop off. We poppin', boys! We poppin'! This is 1-1. And we are going for a long game dahil ito na rin ang unang 20 minutes dito sa series na to.
Napakagandang series. Di tayo binigo talaga ng dalawang teams na to, Papi Osay. And nga, parang a taste of your own medicine yung nangyari dito, man. Team Flash, meron din silang comeback story dito sa Game 2. Oh my Jesus, talaga yung nangyari na yon. That was incredible comeback here for the side of Team Flash.
Sabihin na nating Jesus the Savior dahil that moment, tatlo ang tinamaan sa Counter-Strike na akala mo. And I mean, tila ba, no, pag tama ng tatlong Counter-Strike na yun, talagang go na. No? Tila CSGO yung naging nangyari doon dahil nga hindi na nagpaawat. Itong kabilang koponan, no? Itong Team Flash. Dahil kung kanina, nawalan kami ng pagkakataon, seize the moment at nakuha nga nila yung kanilang moment doon sa game na yun.
Remember, Bruce was dominating sa kanyang lane. That was 3 kills in a row against Coyote, no? Pero in that later stage of the game, nasaan si Bruce? Bigla nawala. Bigla nawala, Papi Osay. It is actually now the empty, especially empty here in the Gragas, stepping up with the support system. Binigay doon coming in from Coyote. Napakahirap. Of course, now, i-counter doon yung side ng Team Flash. Hindi na nga ma-burst down yung side ng Team Flash doon despite the scaling na nakita natin coming from Bruce.
It feels like this is the battle of MT and Eson. Kasi di ba parang ang laki ng respect natin kay Eson pero this time MT stepping up na parang siya yung full. Definitely, no, na talagang nagawa niya yung mga proper timings, proper setups na up to the point na nagawa na lang nila Zizou na mag-enjoy na lang no, towards the late game. Pero pakinggan natin ang breakdown ng ating panelists. Going to you guys.
Nani?
What? We just saw name tags flipped around.
Yep.
Right. 15-minute mark. For some reason, that's the point that teams just like to troll the game. But it's like, yeah, you know what? I'm done playing to win. Right. I'm gonna walk in. We saw multiple points. I think Coyote did an amazing job picking off Eason. Right. Like that was multiple instances of them taking out Eason and then playing for the 4v5. I think Bruce nearly single-handedly carried that game.
Right.
But his efforts alone are not going to be enough.
Definitely not, especially with what happened in the mid-game to late game and the champion that has been given to him. Akali is not really the best scaling champion in the game. Yes, you would be able to assassinate the targets and the back line, but you also have to remember that they have 2 marksman threats, the back line, right? If you dive in and you get caught with just 1 stun, imagine the amount of damage that Ellie and Shai can bring out to the table at that point in the game. And that, I think, is the reason why I was having second thoughts on that Akali pick. I was wanting a marksman, a more stable, damage dealer for them, but it was picked away right away when the Lucian went to the side of Team Flash.
Yeah, but for Bruce, he got to a really good start on the Akali, and that's where Team Flash started to worry, right? I think for Flash Wolves, they got 2 Dragons, they got 1 of the Rift Herald, they were getting a lot of map control. I think they even got the first Baron. I was getting very concerned for Coyote because he completely got shut down, but he ended up being the trigger point for Team Flash to win the game. And picking off Eason in the last few moments of the game was brilliant because as much as we say Karma has a lot of shield, Karma is a safety net, Karma is a secondary safety net. Eason is the one who will start things off, will protect the team, and he will get the counter engage going.
You know what it reminded me of, Coyote? A microwave. Right?
A microwave.
Yeah, basically heats up the later stage of the game. There you go. You don't like the reference?
I don't see it. Okay, like I get it, but like why a microwave specifically?
I don't
like,
know. Maybe I'm hungry.
It could be like anything. It could be an induction stove. It could be an oven. It could be like it could be a fire. Like why not? He could be like a blazing fire. You know, it starts off with like a few cinders, a few embers, and then boom, it turns to like. Why a microwave?
I don't know.
Could be like a weather.
Yeah, we'll see.
I mean, we just saw an amazing game from Team Flash. They turned things around again. They were on the back foot, but they're always up in gold up until a certain point.
Wait a minute. That's 100% kill participation for Ellie. 1-1-16, 17.
It's a setup. It's impressive, but it is a setup. And this is kind of the reason why they prioritize it so much, right? Like if you're going to first pick it, like I hope you have something in mind.
Yeah, again, secondary engage what we want to see from Team Flash, and they have it empty on the Gragas. Compared to the Nasus, so much more utility to work with. There were so many fights where Flash Rose wanted to get away, Flash Rose wanted to get something going. One cast, you break the tempo, you grab Eason, you grab Bruce, and you instantly win that fight against Flash Wolves.
No, wait, was that right? Did we just see full kill participation from Ellie and Empty?
Yes.
And we were like one off from like Shy and Zissou, right? Like those two, that's impressive. Like to be
So Ellie's not impressive.
Not as impressive. Like you're Senna, you have an ult that fires
player,
anywhere
he's
on
the
the map.
champion.
That's true.
Fire anywhere on the map. You know, you're playing Lucian. Like you have two guns. Like, you're even shorter range when you're like in the jungle Jax, right?
Yeah. It's like, if you have a global ult, you better have high kill participation.
That's true, that's true. Okay, my question for you is, are you doubting them now, Flash Wolves?
No, I never doubted Flash
never
Wolves.
doubting?
Yeah.
Even after what happened?
No, it's still 1-1.
Okay.
I could say the same for Team Flash when they lost Game 1, you know. I think this sets up to be a great series. It would be a shame if we end with a 3-0. I think I want to see them go the distance.
Yeah.
Team Flash wanted to take Flash Wolves late. They lost it. But Game 2, it was the complete opposite, right? Team Flash did a Flash Wolf on them.
Yeah. And again, this is kind of borrowing some strategy that we saw Cerberus really played against one team. We know that Masters as a region really loves their late game, right? So how do you counter that? An even more later game, right? So you have an infinite scaling in Senna, and you also have a marksman in the top lane. And
the
not
Jax
to mention, you also have a Jax.
The Jax players just get all the credit.
Yeah. Game 1 is Cookie Jax. Game 2 is Zissou Jax. Apparently, what the casters say, Jax is a 100% win rate.
At least for this series.
For this series, I agree.
100% in 2 games. That's good.
100% in 2 games.
That's good statistics right there.
Yeah, very good.
Sample size is a myth.
Well, we'll see. I don't think, Jax is really a problem right now. I feel that, he's being given much more space than he should be. The Garen at one point got destroyed by Coyote. And that's where we go back to, right? The trifecta, the Senna plus whatever you pair with Senna, and then have a Darius with him. That's basically the theme that we've been seeing in WCS Finals. That if you have those three, you have a decent engage, and you also have a decent cleanup as well.
Look, we had a lot of impressive moments in this match, and you mentioned how you thought Coyote was like a microwave. I don't know how much I dig into the heat up analogy, but what I do dig into is him turning it around. Oh, there we go.
There you go.
There we
So
go.
you have to have it up.
Yes, he's turning it around. He's turned it on Flash Wolves. And break it down for me, guys. Like, what happens? How is it the 15-minute mark looks so good for these teams?
Yeah, it's all about managing your vision control is the way I see it, right? If you are able to maximize the Fog of War and have a very good engage option from MT, this is actually it, and have a follow-up with Coyote, things will go your way. Doesn't FW, again, has to have Garen or Isera being the one to face check. But we saw Eason being the one to face check. Normally, Eason's Galio is tanky, but against a double marksman and Shy being able to build Cyrilda's Grudge right away, shreds the armor of Galio right away.
Yeah, and also you have that, you have the Black Cleaver, I think triple Divine Sundra. That is a tank killer right there. And there are certain compositions where this Galio doesn't want to be in front, and this is one of them, right? You walk into Team Flash, they instantly just shreds you, and there's nothing that the rest of the team can do for you. The Garen can run in. Ysera built a Proto Belt. He's not going to tank up. He can't run in. He's going to Proto Belt in, and he will die with his team.
Exactly. And again, if we talk about Galio, Galio, as a champion, was known to be the anti-mage just because of the magic shield of the passive, right? Against Marksman, no magic shield for you.
Not so much. Like that wasn't that same amount of value, and Easton had a difficult time getting into the fights. Like he wanted to join in, he wanted to use his ultimate, but more often than not, what we saw happen was Easton gets caught out, the rest of his team plays the 4v5, and they don't win the 4v5 because naturally you don't win when you're a man down. So I feel like now suddenly, hey, giving the Galio over to Easton looked good on paper, but actually in practice, it's not going that well.
Yeah, there are answers to the Galio, right? He looks vulnerable now. He's not godlike with that support pick. And I want to just quickly bring up what Otto said. Otto mentioned that these two teams are really good. They're at the top of the game, but what separates them is who can press their lead further. And Team Flash did impeccable on that. They win a team fight, they set up lane wards, and they were able to follow up subsequently with more ganks, right? The double body slam that we saw from MT was kind of what put the nail in the coffin. And without those lane, you only get to set up those aggressive lane wards when you have full control of the map, and that's what Team Flash got.
Yeah, Team Flash is so deadly in pulling off that trigger. Remember that 1 point vision control, millisecond of decision making coming from MT really opened the game towards their favor, and we saw Baron being secured by Team Flash from that point, Elder Dragon being secured as well. Just the crisp decision-making to back up their already impressive mechanics is what Team Flash makes Team Flash really on a different level, at least for me in this series. I'm sorry for your fans.
No, it's okay. I mean, may the best team wins, right? And I'm happy that Team Flash put up a fight, but it really came down to vision. Mid lane, Team Flash got the kills because of vision. Close to the Elder Drake pit, it was also because of that one vision ward that caused Eason to be picked
So
off.
let me ask you guys this question then. Is it not so much about winning that it's easier to win a fight in 15 minutes, but more so that if you win a fight in 15 minutes, there are more objectives available for you, i.e. the Baron, the Elder Drake, that make it easier for you to win games, which is why that 15 minute is such a pivotal point.
This is still a special trait of these two teams. You know, this is not something common. This is us giving them the credit that they can fight from behind. It's not easy, guys. All right, even in our solo queue, we see the importance of early game, but it's just that these teams know how to find openings that normal players wouldn't. Or normal teams wouldn't.
You want to stop the bleeding. You don't want your enemies to run away with the lead. And in the case of these two teams, they are finding little windows to punish each other so that their enemies won't run away with a major objective like a Baron or an Elder Drake. And in this case, it can be something as minute as a vision ward.
I feel like you talking about your solo queue games. Maybe you can talk about your own, but like I don't see that. I don't see that in my solo queue games. No, I'm saying you get good games. I'm saying you get good games, Otto. My solo queue games don't go that way. I am the early game. I run around and I'm tapping buttons.
I'm gonna talk to Omo later. I think we can connect.
No, you can't talk to Omo. He's gonna flex his rank or something. Otto, you should understand this. We can't let him dominate the
You can do that. I can flex
you
my
have to understand. I played 3 games with Omo. I lost all of them.
So what are you saying? Omo is jinx?
Wait, so
Omo
you're
is
saying
bad?
this doesn't look good for you, Husky? You're just saying it could go both ways. He could be bad or you could be bad.
I think we're both bad.
Oh, if you're listening right now,
I respect that.
Husky is
I have the
telling you're
courtesy to
bad.
admit that I'm not that good.
Like he'll pull, Husky's pulling Omo down with him. It's like he's grabbed on at the waist. In the water. He's grabbed on at the waist. It's okay. Just stop kicking. We'll go down together. Well, I can't say the same for our two teams here though. Flash Wolves and Team Flash still have a long way to go. This is only game number 2 of this series. There's still much more to be had from these two teams. That being said, both have managed to turn things around. I'm curious what the game plan is going into game number 3 because this starts to be that turning point. We've seen how dangerous it is for Team Flash when they go 2 games down. We've seen how comfortable Flash Wolves is playing when they are 2 games down.
Again, if this goes to game 5, chances are I'll change my prediction. So for Team Flash to really win this convincingly and without having me, jump ship from one point to another, they have to finish this in 4, right? So they have to win the next 2 games, and I believe they're poised to do it, right? Looking at their draft, they have corrected one thing that I saw was lacking from them game number 1, and that was, being able to control the tempo from the Lucian pick, because the Lucian pick in game number 1 didn't do as much. On game number 2, it was effective because you take it away from Bruce. And that's what I really loved about that draft.
Yeah, in game 1, they were more forceful because of the nature of that draft, right? They were relying a lot on the area to jump in, but at the same time, the Senna Nasus was also trying to jump in.
That's
we see
true.
Shy flashing aggressively to get pickoffs, and that was the turning point for Flash Wolves. But in game 2, they were a bit more control. They have more resources to pull those exact moves off without getting punished, and that's why Team Flash were able to control the tempo more against Flash Wolves.
Okay, I have a question for us.
For us?
Yeah, for all of us. Do you think Jax will be banned game number 3?
No.
First
No.
rotation. No? I say yes.
All right, let's find out.
Let's
Game
find
number
out.
3 picks and bans starting here again. Team Flash will continue on the blue side.
First
They get to
rotation.
determine how they want to
Team
go
Flash
for this.
will still have, Team Flash will still have first
They get
pick
first
here.
pick. They get to decide. If Jax goes through, this could be that opportunity again. I mean, we saw how well it was able to play for them once they started turning things around in the mid to late game. But before that, I mean, honestly, it's struggling against the high tempo options that the opponent can pick up.
Yeah, Team Flash picked up Senna first pick in game 2, right?
Oh, Shen
and it
again.
opened up a lot of different options for Flash Wolves. They went for, I believe, the Karma Galio, but in this case, with the Shen ban now, I think Team Flash have identified that you don't want to give Ysera that cross-map option. That's what Flash Wolves have been really dominant with against RRQ and Cerberus, is Ysera's ability to join those fights globally.
Camille is open. Will this be a Camille first pick or a Senna first pick? Again, Team Flash loves their Senna. Senna first pick. And no ban on the Jack, so I'm wrong.
Graga is going to be picked, right, for Flash Wolves.
And surely not. I mean, it's a difficult spot. If you try and go for the Jax too early on, right, the opponent gets to pick up Olaf. We saw how that goes. So Flash Wolves will prioritize this powerful bot side duel.
This is a Galio Camille angle.
It could really well go into
This is actually a really strong Galio Camille angle.
This is Senna Galio Camille angle, right?
It has to
Flash
be
Wolves
that.
would have to go for Olaf, maybe.
I think it has to be that Galio Camille. You're opening up. You have literally the best window right now.
Please.
So you think about what the team does. You have the Galio, it comes in, it sets up for the ultimate when you have the Camille already on your opponent. The Senna is in your backline, constantly healing you. You have so much sustain in these fights.
Exactly.
What if they pick Olaf? Just to throw it out there. That could be a minor curveball, right?
But
oh yeah, so they picked the Olaf instead. Camille now is open for Flash Wolves.
I think Flash Wolves have to go for this. If they don't go for this, they end up giving it over. That being said, it might be a case where Ysera is not comfortable playing this matchup against Shy, considering what could happen when you go for the Camille. You could go into a worse matchup if Shy wants to go for an aggressive pickup.
We've been seeing that Shy's champion has been on the second rotation, so they are open in the idea of having him at least have that counter pick. Now with this Fiora, we know that Fiora is, can stand toe-to-toe against Olaf. One of the champions that can stand toe-to-toe against the Olaf early, just because of the vitals.
Yeah, and Fiora jungle has only been played once, and it was by Flash Wolves as well. Twice. It was by Flash Wolves. I remember the most recent one was Game 4 against RRQ. That was the game that they won in a very convincing manner. I think Flash Wolves right now, you want to ban out champions that can prevent those mobilities. The Cinch is the one. Is one. You can open up the Camille if Ysera wants to go for it. This is most likely a cookie Fiora jungle.
Possibly, yes. I don't see it being flexed over to the Baron laner, etc. I feel that Flash Wolves right now has shown their hands that it will be Graga's support, Varus as the AD, and you have a Fiora jungle. Not too shabby, as I would admit. It's very strong.
A lot of catches.
So here's what I'm looking out for from Flash Wolves now. We've seen 2 games with Bruce and the Assassins. He's gone for the Ari in 1 game and the Akali in the second. Really helped this team get an early game lead, help them secure tempo in the early game to start snowballing. Are we looking to see him do the same, or is he going to move finally over to the marksman?
They still need a playmaker. For me, in this particular draft, in where you have a Fiora, you have to have a perfect partner for the Fiora in the jungle. You cannot leave her alone. If you draft a marksman here, no playmaking potential.
What about the Diana? Something that Bruce has played before,
Possible,
right?
Yeah.
Diana, you go for the Rala of Ages, Crystalline Reflector, and you get a stasis. That can give Bruce some way to make plays. They already have utilities,
Possible, of
the
course.
cast, Chain of Corruption. If you add on top of that with something like a Camille and a Diana, I think it really allows Flash Wolves to make all those early moves
Camille is
against
still
Flash.
open, by the way, and Flash Wolves can still pick it and be the engager for their squad. They have a disengage option in that Gragas. The question is, Camille is going to be picked up here. Can still be flex in the mid lane.
Well, would be a little surprising to go into the mid lane, but I suppose that is a possibility, especially with the Fiora. The Fiora could go over as well. So still some flexibility with Flash Wolves. We'll have to see how Team Flash want to try and address these issues. Now, they've already shown us the Senna, Galio, Olaf, some really powerful combos there, and we've seen how they went for their last picks. Previously with the Irelia and with the Lucian, some very strong pickups to round off the scaling that they have.
I would still go for the Lucian here, just because Recton is still a flex pick. Could still be flex mid lane and could go stand toe-to-toe against Camille in the early stages. Now, come late stages, that will be another story. Twisted Fate, alright. Coyotes, Twisted Fate.
Doubling down on the global presence, right? While tripling down, you have Senna out, you have Galio out, now you have a Twisted Fate that allows you to make cross-map plays.
It's your drawing.
It's a drawing. They're doing it. which card would they pick?
Echo.
They've got 3 cards to pick from, right?
Yeah.
But it's about which card you pick and how you set up for those because Coyote is going to be such a massive playmaker for his team.
Oh, they actually went for the Corki. I was thinking of the Diana. I still prefer having that playmaker, but I suppose Flash Wolves have 3 avenues already, right? You don't want to overload it with too much.
Yeah, exactly. It was already solved by the fact that they already have a Camille. So Camille and the Fiora can be the tag team that is really going to push them over to the mid-game, late game. Meanwhile, Varus and Corki, a double poke setup here. The engagement from Team Flash, though, is still very scary because you could have the Twisted Fate and Olaf engage from all angles possible and still have the backup of Galio, Senna from a mile away.
So I asked you this question earlier, Otto. If they were going to go for an assassin, the answer is going to be no. They're going to go for the Corki instead. You said they needed a playmaker. Yeah. Do they still have that?
Yeah, the Camille in the top lane. It will be at the hands of Isera, though, not Bruce. So if you actually ask me right now which draft I'm liking better, definitely Team Flash.
I have to go with that. I think Team Flash just has a more robust draft overall, easier to execute compared to what Flash Wolves have.
I mean, Flash Wolves have gone into this, the first game, they lost early tempo, but were able to find a miraculous fight. The question is now for me, can Team Flash hold on to their lead securely, not give space over to Flash Wolves to find a comeback, especially with the Varus, especially with the Camille, the amount of pick-off potential that they have going into game number 3. Well, a lot of questions to be asked, and we need to find out those answers. How does this change for you guys now that game number 3 is shaping up and we've seen the adaptability from Team Flash, but the insistence from Flash Wolves?
Most important game. Game number 3, because if game number 3 goes over to Flash Wolves, and that's a minimum of 5 games, right? And again, that's where they shine.
But both series that Flash Wolves won, they were down 1-2. So there is still some remnants of that, right? In fact, Flash Wolves are demanding another mech check with this draft.
You think?
I
with
think
Varus
so.
and Corki?
Well, Fiora, Camille, I'm looking at that too, right?
Yeah, that on the top side, yes.
It's cheeky.
But for Varus and Camille, though, Varus and Corki, though, it'll just be a very straightforward poke type of thing, right? So in Flash Wolves' strategy here is to whittle down their opponent, find the right opening for them to, go for the lethal blow, because then again, they have poke. Now, if you are Team Flash, you want to find the right window for the Olaf's Ragnarok, for the Galio ultimate, for the Twisted Fate even, to make the proper engage, to pin down the Varus and the Corki, and if Varus and Corki goes down, so are their chances.
Normally, Flash Wolves drafts have a very unique characteristic, which is they have disengaged, they have re-engaged, they can play that push and pull, but this draft doesn't really allow that. You only have the Gragas to disengage, and once the cast is out, that's it, you are committed.
And we oftentimes talk about these kind of keywords, these terminology, right? An idea of like poke comp, the idea of an all-in team fighting composition. But what makes a poke comp good? What does a poke comp actually do?
Whittle down the HP bars of your opponent. In other words, in street fighting, it's dirty fighting, right? So okay, in mixed martial arts, it's going for the low blows, right?
The low kick, right?
Yeah. Low kick, leg kicks. I think is what you just continue to try to gas out your opponent, and once they are low enough, that's when you try to go for the killing blow of having that Fiora and also that Camille engaging from the sides, winning that team fight over to your side.
And what's an engage comp, right? What does an engage comp actually try to get done?
Engage comp is finding the right opening, forcing the enemy to react to your engage, and just having all your members win that fight through the team dynamics, through your skill rotations. I think what the engage comp wants to achieve is you want to force the enemy to react to your actions. You want to be the one to start the fight first. You want to be the one that dictates when it ends.
Fighting analogy, the boxer, right? That will try to open up the defenses of the other players. So we have a very technical team on the other side, the poke team, and the other one just wants to go for the haymaker right away.
So in a confrontation between these two styles, I mean, what kind of happens here? Let's say what they're playing around an objective, right? They want to play for the dragon, they want to get the Baron, whatever it is. How do they start to play that one out?
Okay, so if it's a dragon fight, the all-in composition should be the one starting the dragon. The poke composition has no business to start the dragon because it makes them very vulnerable from engages from the opposing side. But then again, if you are the poke composition and you are not being put the position to really Poke, because of the very early engages, that would just make things miserable for your part.
Yeah. In this case, I think it gives Team Flash some advantage, right? Because normally we see Flash Wolves being the first one to be at the objective, being the first one to set up this perimeter of this Area 51 that the enemies can't enter. With this draft, it becomes so much harder because if you are the first one on the site, Team Flash can just surround you from all angles.
Okay, so let me get this straight. We got the poke coming through from the Varus Corki, and then when you get them low enough, you get the engage out from the Camille,
Yes.
and that's what a poke composition wants to get done. That's how they want to go for the fight. Well, we've discussed enough about these drafts going into game number 3. We're going to toss it over to casters to bring us into the Rift and out for more action.
Let's go para sa ikatlong bakbakan sa pagitan ng Team Flash at Flash Wolves. At magkakasilipan naman sila dito pero kami pa rin ang inyong kambal connection. Osiris at kasama si Papi Deday.
Hey, ito na nga Papi Osay. We have seen this composition from Team Flash, no? Global presence is the key. So gotta expect of course sila yung mag-dictate ng tempo, sila yung una, of course, to go for the pick-offs here and rely mostly for Zisu's scaling capability here on that Olaf. Pero look at the Flash Wolves on the other side. Very well balanced. They have the scaling potential as well. Isera this time around here on the Camille. Alam naman natin, of course, on how powerful this guy is when using this champion and against Shy. This is gonna be a battle talaga sa top side.
At kita mo naman yung relax ulit, no? Napansin ko lang, no, Kuya Deday, na mostly sa 4 minutes talaga nagkakaroon ng bakbakan, no? Laging first objective. Unlike different teams na na-encounter natin ever since play-ins, na parang in before, may mga cheese plays na nangyayari na by level 3, meron ng tumatalon na EPs, meron ng J4 na ng Google pa sa Geddy. So alam mo yan, itong dalawang team natin, kaya nga napag-usapan natin, it will take mostly 20 minutes, no? Dahil in-expect natin yung ganitong tempohan, and hanggang ngayon, no, hindi pa rin sila nagkakasiyuan, kaya ganito pa rin yung tempuhan. May tempuhan sila.
Exactly. This is really going to be the play style, no, na gonna expect natin. Oh, pero early rotation dito.
Ito yata yun na. Mukhang ito yung inaantay natin, pero ito na pinapalo dito ni Kuya Olaf. Pero konti lang, tamang pana lang dito si Kuya Locking at tamang pwesto lang para nakawin yung drum dito. Pero mukhang babakap. Calling backup 911. Kaso mababa dito si Kuya Jisoo. At mukhang mapapakaray siya. Flash na may lunge. Pero tila ba magiging lunge siya dito. At mukhang naka-ready na rin ang target body slam. Piercing arrow. Hindi pa rin sapat. Ngunit they were able to successfully itaboy itong mga dayuhan.
Yan yung answer. Actually, kahit na makita natin nag-early action doon, wala pa ring first blood tayo makikita because grabe yung mechanical skills. These two, marunong silang mag-engage, marunong din mag-disengage in those situation na ganyan. That now, Team Flash and Flash Wolves here showing their mechanical prowess in this game. Pero yeah, we are going to expect, syempre, that first epic battle na mangyayari is when those objectives will spawn in this game. Pero we are going to talk, of course, right now. The composition, Destiny, I don't know what just happened. Trying to find information lang siguro this early game. Pero ano wala, just to go in lane muna against Bruce para hindi siya ma-off when it comes to network.
Ayun naman pala, may ginamit pang teleport pero parang alanganin yata yun. Hindi naman, tipong sakto lang. Kasi feeling ko pagdating ng 4 minutes, correct me if I'm wrong, yung cooldown ng Destiny, I believe it was around 120 seconds. Kasi compared sa okay, so medyo hindi nga yata abot. Pero Encore kasi may pinakamatagal na cooldown. I think that was 130 seconds. So overall, tignan natin kung aabot nga ba si Kuya Coyote, no, pagdating dito sa ibang objectives na teleportation. Kasi nga, maganda pang scout, maganda pang information gathering yung ginawa ni Kuya Coyote since nakita nga natin aggression. And to be honest, it took them 3 games bago sila entirely nag-counter attack doon sa mga invade na naganap.
And now this is actually the perfect time then without the Destiny dito sa side ng Team Flash that Flash Wolves will be able to take first the objectives here. They are pinging on the top side dito sa side ng Flash Wolves. Parang pinaprioritize nila yung referral this time around.
Ayun na nga, hindi nga umabot. Tama-tama tayo dito. Pero aabot na ang package. So malaking deal ang bakbakan nila dito. And that's why I was questioning a lot yung Destiny na yun, no? Para malaman sana kung saan pa package. Pero mukhang nilagay nga sa balikbayan box dito si Kuya Shai. Dahil siya yung pinatalbog. Pero aaray kaya nga ng tuluyan dito. Pero tamang target lang. Hinate ang Reaper. Nakakala mo Malamoses. Pero nakuha nandito ang Rift Herald. Bagya, konti na lang. Pero nagkakaubusan na nga. Si Cookie, wala na, pati na rin si Isera, pati na rin si Kuya Laking, nabiktima ng karahasan. Pero si Bruce, nasa loob pa. Hindi nahuli si Coyote, pero Kuya Shai, tila hayahay with that kill.
Hayahay! Gidang ng tabo doon sa team fight na yon with Team Flash securing of Herald plus 4 kills against Flash Wolves as well. Pero grabe sila mag-convert kahit walang Destiny being available for the side of Team Flash. Na-convert pa rin nila in that team fight into their favor. Remember, that was explosive gas coming in from Eson trying to disrupt the formation, pero grabe yung counter punch from Team Flash.
And the counter punch worked well, no? Dahil pagkatapos ng counter punch, may kasama pang uppercut ni Kuya Sphere dahil nakuha nila yung mid lane tower to expose the map.
Oo nga eh. This is how the replay. Yung uppercut talaga ni Sphere, no? But look at this one. The positioning is the key. Pero Dragon!
Ito na, Destiny. So alam nila nandito yung pwestuhan at dire-direction na Ragnarok dahil libreng-libre naman ang pagpasok and Laking tila ba looking bad dahil alanganin ang kanilang pwesto pero tila ba breaking bad yung sitwasyon dito ng Flash Wolves dahil hindi nila masagot ang Team Flash pero Coyote with a flash into the gold card ginawang ginto at dagdag ekonomiya para sa Team Flash muli.
What? Again? Team Flash, another objective. Nasa kanila, 2 objectives in a row. And they're looking for more opportunities. Parang si Isera, dehado dito sa top side. Pinapunish nila a 3 versus 1 situation while the rest of Team Flash here pushing on the bot side.
At mukhang mati 3v1 yata dito si Isera. Hindi, respeto lang. Sabi, nakuha na natin yung ating bottom lane. Hindi na natin kailangan i-risk yung current situation natin. Pero kailangan natin, uy, teka lang, si Isera! Naku po, teka lang po, kailangan natin yung mapa doon. Palagi naman ang camera doon. Naku, yun na nga, natumba na nga ng tuluyan.
Censored pre.
Oo, medyo, ano daw, marahas. Dahil tatlo tinatlo siya eh. Delikado yun. Oo, masyad, baka daw rated SPG. Baka may TFTV, kaya delikado. Pero, Chase of Corruption, alapag dito na may kasamang star, pero si Kuya Laking nasa harap pa rin ni Kuya MT. Naku po, at aaray na nga ng tuluyan dahil tutumbang muli. At this is looking bad para talaga dito sa Flash Wolves. Sunod-sunod, Kuya Deday.
Exactly, Papiosay. What is happening to the side of Flash Wolves? Alam naman natin on how surgical yung laro nila in the game 1 and game 2. Pero here the game 3, Team Flash just showing dominance. I think this is, masasabi natin, one-sided yung laban here. Pero I will not say it as early as possible kasi yung 2 games na nakita natin, Papi Osay, that was comeback games. Pero let us see if Flash Wolves will be able to go for the comeback. They do have the scaling potential though. Remember, first item for Bruce is a hull breaker. Corky. Nakita natin dito time and time again. Split push na siya ngayon doon sa bot side. And remember the scaling potential of Isera on that Camille is very, very good as well. And Cookie here on that Fiora. Etong kailangan ng Team Flash. They are doing it actually. Controlling the early game and just maintaining this tempo against Flash Wolves. No breathing space should be given. Pero if makakuha ng breathing space dito yung Flash Wolves, opportunity will be grabbed easily dito sa kanila.
Naku, kaya kung titignan mo dito, no, na lately, nakikita naman natin yung scaling na nababanggit din ni Kuya Dash na yung scaling lineups is definitely favoring. And since wala tayong Jax, medyo tayo sa 50-50. Both of them really settled doon sa kanilang late game. Pero kahit sabihin natin na behind si Flash Wolves, as we saw game 1 in one snap, nagbago yung situation. Pwede pa rin mangyari. So, hindi tayo pwede magpakampante. Although yung hull breaker dito ni Kuya Bruce, medyo hindi ako agree knowing na meron tayong Twisted Fate. And as a Corky, parang you need added damage and poke. Pero mukhang usapang poke dahil may mauhuli dito. Makakuha man na Rift Herald, pero makakuha kaya na isa pa. Dahil naka-target lock on na sila dito na tila ba dead eye. Pero the game is looking crazy dahil ipit ka dito. Kinagat yung apple, kaya ito ay dead. Pero napakabilis sa sitwasyon na para bang nagdadash talaga sila pa-forward. And the rotation from Sphere, talaga pinapakita nila dito at tila ba naging pusang cute dito na palamaya sumyaw ang grupo ng Flash Wolves na wala yung pagkalobo dahil lumulobo na ang ekonomiya ng Team Flash.
Anong 20 minutes, 20 minutes? 10 minutes! Wala nang outer turrets dito yung side ng Flash Wolves sa mid at saka sa bot side. Dito dominating yung Team Flash ngayon. Counter-attack, Isera!
Uy, makakakuha niya pa rin kaya si Isera, sapat nga ba? Dahil naghahabol siya dito. Pero hindi na siya nakatawid mula sa hookshot na yun. Pero si Qeon, masyado pa rin kumukulit. Napakasakit. At piercing arrow, pero hindi pa threatening yung ating piercing arrow. Mura mana pa lang.
Exactly. Oo nga eh, wala masyadong damage dito na nakita natin coming in from the side of Flash Wolves and hindi safe yung rift for the team composition na nakita natin from Team Flash. They can easily go for that respawn, especially may Destiny dito, si Coyote. Pero miss, they are going to go for the brawl sa top side. Okay, disengage lang muna.
Oo, kinakabahan. Respeto daw, respeto.
respeto muna. Pero ito nga, Team Flash, they are very aggressive, controlling the map, pushing in the mid. Kailangan nila mag-defend dito.
Pushing silang dalawa, and this may be the second tower para lang sa trade ng Baron Lane. And yes, merong Hullbreaker, pero nasa paligid si Kuya Cookie. So pwede nilang depensahan to at kailangan pa rin nila i-continue yung pressure. And this is a bit weird, no? Nawala na sa mapa yung ibang miyembro ng Team Flash, pero umatras pa rin si Kuya Bruce. No? Hindi siya naging greedy sa kanyang pag-split dito.
Ano lang, slowly but surely. Of course, alam naman natin, of course, Flash Wolves, they are a team not in a hurry. So tingnan natin, with this Black Fever, Hullbreaker, medyo makunat na nga dito si Bruce. So prolonged team fight is the key. Again, nakita naman natin, of course, Qeon as well is very good on that aggressive supports. Pero 1v1 dito, Ziso is out position. Siya yung target dito, pero there's a ping, disengage muna.
Sabi dito ni Z, looking sus yung tapang ni Isera dahil nga papunta yung ibang miyembro pero tumigil dahil nakita sa ward sa mid lane na medyo delikado nga. And Kuya MT, no, hindi na siya nagdadalawang isip, sitting already at 2-0-8. The engage, iba talaga yung respeto dito sa mga nasa Wheel of E na napag-usapan natin kanina. Dahil mga supports, mga E-supports, talagang nagpapakitang gilas, no, kahit si X na nasa kabilang dako. Pero mukhang mapapa-aray ko si Kuya Bruce dito. They are sieging the tower habang si Kuya Zisu might be focusing on a flank, a possible flank if maging going na ang kanyang Ragnarok. Pero chill lang, hindi na rin talaga muna nila ipupush ng sobra. Gusto lang nila mang-zone out for any potential push. Pero iipitin kaya? At ano nga ba ang gagawin nila dito? Tamang tago sa mids. At ito na, papasok na dito Ragnarok. Pero ang daming nang inactivate na mga resources ng Flash Wolves and FW. Wow. They might be losing it as TF dito. Ang Team Flash hindi na magsasawa pa. They are looking twisted habang pabagsak na ang faith dito ng Flash Wolves. At nasa loob ng base, walang respeto. The disrespect indeed na tila ba hinimay dito ng Scalpel. Akala mo, Dr. Disrespects. Dahil papasok na rin sila dito. This is looking strange. Nakakala mo, Doctor, ang Team Flash sa paghimay ng Flash Wolves.
Grabe naman yung Team Flash dito. Look at this one. Ito yung naganap kanina. Initiations, Heroes entrance with the Thought combo coming in from the side of MT. Secure lahat with those crowd controls. And look at the free hit sa likod. Oh, Flash Wolves. Na-convert sila dito sa mid. They are looking for their counter punch. Pero Team Flash dito, very confident right now. Ito na nga yung mist na nakita natin coming in from Ellie. Once this mist pops out, alam na natin anong mangyayari. That is gonna be Team Flash going for aggressive plays. And when they are not forcing any issue yet dito sa Baron, via Flash Wolves, wala na sang inhibitor turret sa top. This is going to be their breathing space right now. Divine Sunderer is up for both Isera and Cookie for additional sustain. Pero the damage here coming in from Team Flash can also be respected in this game.
Yes, and the respect that they demand, respect is they're going to get dahil nag-iingat na rin dito ang Flash Wolves. Hindi na nila magawa ng paraan kung paano nga ba sila pupwesto, no? At tingnan natin kung paano nga ba sila pupwesto dito muli. At tignan natin kung gagamitin na ba ang Destiny na tuluyan at may naip na nga. At ito na si Kuya MT. Tawagin mo kung MT na tila ba mountain dahil hindi nyo ako basta-basta mabibreak. Hindi nyo maabot at tugatog ng unat na dala ngayon ni Kuya Galio as Team Flash is definitely trying to take them down one by one. Rocket Melt into the gold card. Pero matatouch naman yon ng Hextech Ultimatum na makukulong nga kunti dito si Kuya Isera. Pero arrest why? Dahil nga wala na magagawa pa dito. Ayun, the Flash! Once again, Justice Punch na may kasamang Flash na tila ba. One punch one, pero ito na nga ba ang inaantay na Flash Wolves sa turnaround. Pero mukhang hindi na kailangan pa mag-look around dahil wala nang kailangan pang tignan na malayo dahil kahit si Kuya Locking hindi tatama ang piercing arrow. And Kuya, si oh my Jesus with the axe flying sa mukha. Tawagin mo ko, Sgeng.
Oh, Axe Gang, indeed. Zizu with a clutch. Oh my goodness, Flash Wolves right now. Oh, Bruce, parang check yung face check dito. Pero siya lang mag-isa dito. Yes, siya lang mag-isa. But this is gonna be the Infernal Dragon Papi Osai. Importante dito. Especially for the side of Flash Wolves. Kasi they are lacking the damage needed dito to go for these kills against Team Flash. Team Flash pa rin. Yung Dictated Temple, empty, initiating the team fight with that taunt. Huli lahat again, the free hits from the backlines. You have to commend Ellie as well sa kanyang Senna. The positioning of the Senna is incredible as well. But this is going to be the best defense coming in from the side of Flash Wolf with Locking on the triple kills on him. Pero ito na nga, Baron Dance this time around.
Uy, hindi na kailangan pa mag-dance dahil ito na talaga. Mag-hard engage ang Team Flash. Pero Destiny, ito na, sino kaya mauhuli? Saan tayo magte-teleport? Pero mukhang wala siyang kailangan i-cut off dito dahil unti-unti nang kina-cut off ng tuluyan ni Kuya Renekton. Here comes Shy and definitely taking down Locking again. And Kuya Ethan din, wala na silang nagawa pa kahit sabihin mo mag-split push si Kuya Bruce. Ayan, itutuloy naman niya, no? So kahit pa paano, akala ko magbabak na siya eh. Pero sapat nga ba yun? Dahil once na makuha ang Baron powered recall.
Yeah, this is gonna be their risk here. Bigay na lang nila yung Baron dito. Meron naman silang wave dito sa top side. Pero action dito,
Oh no, teka lang, easy lang kayo dahil nga nag-i-split si Kuya Bruce pero makakalaban dito at nasipa pa nga. Tinutusok-tusok dito ni Kuya Cookie na tila ba Cookie Cutter ang galawin niya dito pero mukhang siya ang siyang makakati. Here comes the mist, naghahanapan, tila ba, minumulto na nakaraan si Isera and there will be no next era dahil kami pa rin ang siyang magtutuloy-tuloy dito sa Game 3.
That was the risk they want to go for pero parang GG push na dito, Papi Osai.
Oo nga, at mukhang talagang hindi na madedepensahan pa na kahit mahati and this might be it. Ang hati na siyang maaabutan natin. Napaaga nga yata si Coca-Cola because we need to chill. This will be, again, mukhang ang Flash Wolves back to 0 ang kanilang naging galawan.
Oo nga advance mag-isip. Of course, na-predict na agad with that push, with that Baron buff, Team Flash. That is 2 straight wins in a row coming in from this team. And hindi umabot ng 20 minutes yun. I do believe in that game, Papi Osai. Pinakita lang dito, of course, that early game prowess coming in from Team Flash. That map control, global presence is the key. Isang Destiny lang. Parang napaatras na lahat doon sa side ng Flash Wolf.
Oo, and doon nga natin nakita si Twisted Etap, no, na namiss nga natin, no, yung champion natin sa OAC, si Kuya Etap. Pero ito Twisted, damage, siya naging magic, no. And nagkapang-abot ilang beses sa jungle na akala mo, Twisted 3-line yung kanilang laruan. Pero yung maganda din kasi doon, no, na point natin is 5 minutes pa lang, nagawa na nilang itumba yung mid lane. So it was really an exposed map for the side of Flash Wolves, and they had a hard time, to be honest, on answering whatever punch na naglaland dito sa Team Flash. So iba talaga yung momentum na nakuha nila this time around.
Exactly, with the turret being taken out as early as possible, victory conditions has been met here sa side ng Team Flash. It's gonna be easy, no? Napakadali na lang nila, of course, to roam across the Wild Rift, go for the pick-off, isang Destiny lang, and walang magawa. Even though nakita natin Corki Hullbreaker with a split push, it wasn't enough.
Wala talaga. Alam mo naman, ang hull breaker hindi talaga siya ideal sa ganitong klase ng mga teams, no? Medyo, knowing na Team Flash, mahilig sila sa 5v5s, it was really a big question why you wanted to play a hull breaker on your hard damage dealer, which is Corky, no? So, pero breakdown muna tayo sa panel. Going back to you, guys.
Dominant match we've seen from Team Flash thus far, and I have to say, they started that one off controlling the tempo of the game. They got a bunch of early kills. They got an early lead. They managed to get a huge gold advantage. They got objectives across the map, and they were this close to closing it out, even pre-15 minutes before they got, like, what do you call it, a golden nexus?
A golden nexus. So it's a feature in Wild Rift alone that basically it fortifies your nexus, makes it more sturdy to physical attacks. But more to that later, as I just would like to emphasize that this game has been about our junglers, right? Zissou versus Cookie. Games number 1, 2, we saw the winning team having the better jungler overall. And game number 3, legendary Olaf performance coming from Zissou here.
Yeah, it was a spillover from one Rift Herald fight to the game ending. I think that's the easiest way to describe what happened in that game. After that initial skirmish, there was nothing that Flash could do to stop Team Flash. They were so far behind. Team Flash started making cross-map plays. And sure, there were some moments where they got overzealous, they got picked off, but it didn't matter in the long run because they had like, what, 8,000 goal lead, 6 minutes in, insurmountable.
That's okay.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm impressed by Team Flash. No, but for real, I think, you know what they say, I just thought of something. Sticks and stones may break your bones, but they cannot break the Nexus.
We just watched the Nexus explode, though.
Don't feel like that's... I don't feel like that's entirely accurate. I'm pretty sure like half of the composition from Flash, okay, Olaf has like a combination. His axe is effectively like a stick and a stone attached together.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, the gold card. Yes, the. You know what?
The fadeaway kill, right?
Yeah, we saw the fadeaway
kill on the locking, right?
Does not need to look back.
That's okay, dude. Missing out the arrow, you know, that last second, and then Zissou turning it around, throwing out the sticks and stones. That doesn't hurt your bone, right? Is that right?
Hurts my feelings.
All right, but well, very well controlled. Looking at the team fight participation right now. I'm still looking at the team fight participation because that's really what I think is one of the most remarkable stat in Wild Rift. And we saw here Ellie and MT again tag teaming above 20, right? So above 80%, above 70%, and that's what their composition is about. They wanted the early game because come late game, Isera will be a problem, Cookie will be a problem. Actually, the scaling of the double marksman. Plus, these two champions that they had on the top side for Flash rules will be a problem for Team Flash. And what they did was to go for the Haymaker right away, right? 4-1. Rift Herald fight, hours, and then, from that point on, it was just a march.
Yeah, it was just the red carpet, right? Roll it out, run to the Nexus. And that's what we kind of set up before we went into Game 3. The poke composition and the hard engage composition. Yeah. Team Flash wants to dictate how the game goes. They wanted to dictate how Flash Wolves fight them, and they did it the entire game. Flash Wolves were just reacting to every single move from Team Flash, and yeah, the rest is history.
But here's the thing that caught my attention, right? More so than the ability of Team Flash to be proactive and make plays, there was also someone on the Flash Wolves side that felt like we're making it easier for Team Flash to capitalize on. Down the bottom row, down the bottom side of the map, Eason, his first game, he popped off magnificently. Second and third game, now he's not looking so hot.
Yeah, it's kind of like the restriction of the draft that Flash Wolf has because Eason is kind of the one and only bastion for the team. He's the one that would engage, he's the one that would disengage, and without him, Flash Wolves can't fight Team Flash. Zissou once more second MVP.
Back to back.
Back to back. Jax and Olaf.
You want me to go for a prediction here?
Go ahead.
It will be a back to back to back.
Back to back to back.
Yeah. Because I'm calling it right now. It's a 3-1.
I don't doubt
Team Flash. You're not doubting it right now.
I don't doubt it. My win condition is we have to go Game 5.
Okay, well, that's true.
If that doesn't happen, then I don't doubt your prediction.
I feel like Husky, you're giving up a little too easily to Otto right now.
I'm getting pressure.
No, don't get pressure. Fight back. You fight back against the hate. Words can never hurt you. That's how the expression goes, right? Sticks and stones, but words can never hurt you. Well, let's take a look back at this match again. One of the key things I have to watch out for, Eason, he was trying desperately to be a playmaker for his team. But despite his best efforts there, he encountered multiple issues trying to get the initiation off. There were no good targets for him to immediately start the fight with. And another big part is also the fact that Bruce is now on a marksman instead of an assassin.
Yeah, exactly. The playmaking Bruce that really helped them stabilize during game number 1 is nowhere to be found here because it's all on Isera. And you know what makes it more difficult is Isera is stuck on the side lane with Shy. So now Bruce and Cookie has less tools to work with, and we are seeing right now in the replay, no Golden Nexus moment. I'm sorry. I was waiting for the Golden Nexus just so I can explain that bit. But I think we are nearing the fadeaway kill here.
Yeah, we are, I think, 20 seconds away, right? This was where I think Team Flash got a bit too overzealous. Coyote got picked off.
no,
we don't even get that.
We
We don't even
dodged
get
that
that
too.
fadeaway. But there were a lot of minute details in that first Rift Herald fight that accelerated the game pace so fast that Flash couldn't keep up.
I looked at that team fight alone and I saw Zissou prior targeting Cookie. He went for the second skill, eliminated Cookie right away, and Cookie wasn't even able to smite the Rift Herald. And I think that's where, that's where the composure of Zissou comes in. He knows when to target the champions or the objectives at the right timing.
Yeah, he got the center ultimate shield as well, and I think Flash Wolves thought at that point of time they have enough, and even I thought that they would win that fight, hands down. But they did not have enough damage. Bruce was so far forward, he was so hungry for some crocodile meat, didn't get the kill on Shy, and his team got wiped by Zissou.
Wait, so have you tried crocodile meat?
Crocodile meat? No, I've tried stingray.
I have.
How does it taste?
It tastes like fish, but it was much chewier. Like, it's very rubbery in texture. But to me, it tastes quite like fish.
Wait, so how was it cooked?
I just had it like pan fried.
Pan fried.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a shop here in Malaysia?
I don't know. We have to look for it. I've seen a lot of videos on crocodile meat on the internet, but I've not tried it myself.
I got hungry for a second.
Otto's come into Malaysia and he's just ready to eat anything. Like you put something in front of him, he just goes, all right.
Okay, all right. So coming into Malaysia, my thought process was, maybe I'm gonna lose some pounds because I might not, be compatible with the food here. Turns out this is the land of food, baby. And I'm like, I'm so wrong. You have everything here. And maybe, the crocodile meat is not going to be, that far off.
The only way for you to effectively lose some pounds is if we serve spicy food every day.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. He can't do spicy food.
Yeah,
it's not stopping me though.
I like that you gave us like a little bit of context at the end. It's just like, Otto can't do spicy food, but
it's not stopping me.
So you've experienced the Malaysian hospitality, right?
Yeah.
You've experienced Malaysian hospitality. How's Filipino hospitality different from that?
We are even better.
It's a
fight.
Right
now, I mean, we're snapping right now. We're even better. Like, we're going to serve you from breakfast till dinner, or maybe even till supper. I tell you right now, go over to the Philippines and we will let you experience the full Filipino hospitality.
You are my motivation and reason to learn how to cook.
Okay.
Next time you come in, I will cook you a full meal.
Okay.
Okay, but that's like still one meal. Like Otto is prepared to bring you to his household and he's gonna feed you breakfast, lunch, dinner, high tea, supper. He's gonna feed you like 5 meals a day.
I'll be a chef for a full day, Otto.
Yeah. Free Wi-Fi included.
Okay, yes, free Wi-Fi included. Anything.
No walking, by the way. in the Philippines, you cannot.
I won't make you walk. You need to walk it off,
We'll see though. But yeah, fun times. Game number 4 is going to be the last game. I believe that. And I strongly have, feel that Flash Rose is going for the jugular. That's your favorite term, right?
It's his. Don't look at me. It's his.
That's yours. That's yours.
Yeah.
Oh, jugular.
You mean Team Flash?
Team Flash.
You mean Team Flash, right?
Yeah.
You say Flash Wolves.
I'm sorry.
You're if you want to side me, it's okay. I have a free ticket.
Okay, you have to give me that pass. That was the first mistake I had for the panel for Team Flash and Flash Wolves. And you have to admit, it's confusing.
I agree. If you want to be neutral, just say Team Flash Wolves.
No, but that's still Flash Wolves. That's still Flash Wolves at the end. It was a nice try. It was a nice try. I was thinking
trying to be
about
ambiguous.
it for a second. I was trying to think about it for a
Nice
second.
try.
Right. Well, so we've had a lot of fun here. Let's start thinking about win conditions for game number 4, because as we go into picks and bans, those matter more than ever. Jax was left up, Olaf was left up, but it was the Olaf that came up to be more successful this time around.
Exactly. I mean, you give that champion to Zissou, he will open up pathways to heaven, pathways to grand finals. So I don't think Flash Wolves would go for that once more, especially if you're drafting a Gragas that can easily be countered by that champion.
Yeah, I think for Flash Wolves in Game 3, it was pretty obvious, right? Very mechanically intensive draft, only have Eason to rely on to get things done. I don't want to see Flash Wolves on that draft again because I think it requires too much. Meanwhile, for Team Flash, ease of execution, run at you, start fight, win game.
And Flash on the blue side again for the 4th time in a row. We'll get rid of some champions that have been particularly annoying. The Ziggs, the Shen, they banned Karma last game, and I'm going to do it again.
Karma. Camille is still open, Galio is still open, and still Olaf, the problem on game number 3 is still open. So we'll find out what will be the priority here for Team Flash. Senna still. Vietnam really loves their Senna.
In fact, I just noticed that Team Flash has a lot more freedom in terms of the ban because Flash Wolves have banned the same 3 champions in that first phase for the entire series.
Are you ready for this? Are we going to see the same draft? From game number 3?
Doubling down. I mean, nothing's changed, right?
Yeah.
Why move away from
God.
Olaf again? They get the Galio again?
My God, this is so scary. Okay, I think this is the time that you go for the playmaker for Bruce, right?
Yeah, like
go for the assassin, go for Nari.
Well, what do you go for in this pick first?
It's still the same.
It's still the same, dude.
Exactly.
Like Garen is going to be banned, and then you would see Ysera probably on the Camille again. I think Flash Wolves can't deviate too far from that, which worries me right now.
Yeah, what they're saying is that team fight on top lane was winnable for them.
Like, that was the only reason they lost.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
That's effectively them saying that was the only reason we lost. If we had this composition, that team fight did not happen, we win that series.
We win that game. That's what they're saying. Again, we're talking about Flash Wolves here. The organization that will have 1, 2, 3 coaches, an 8v5 when it comes to strategy against Team Flash. But so far, that strategy is being trampled upon by the mechanics of Team Flash. And not just, their mechanics, but also their willingness to pull the trigger.
Yeah, this is the 3rd time the Flash Wolves is put in this spot. So the only difference we see, instead of a Darius last ban, is the Twisted Fate, right? Team Flash has so much global presence with the Galio and Twisted Fate. Flash Wolves could not handle it. Now you eliminate one of that factor, at least Flash Wolves can have more room to breathe.
And now Flash Wolves does not have any choice. The playmaker AP champions in Akali and Ari has been banned away here.
Has to be Diana,
Flash,
right?
Yeah, well that too. There still is an opportunity for Flash Wolves to go for last pick Diana, but we are seeing now that Camille is again gifted over to them. Will we see Sarah again on this champion?
But I mean, if Shai gets to have a strong pickup in the Baron side, we still see the exact same issue that Flash Wolves have, right? That you'll never see the Camille in a fight. The Camille will never be the one to initiate for you. So you're always just playing as if you're playing a 4v4, and Team Flash have the stronger 4v4.
And it doesn't seem to me that this is going to be the same draft, except for the Twisted Fate. So what will they
There's
pick?
also the Corki, right? You mentioned that for Team Flash. They can take the Corki if they want.
They're very strong on 4 minutes if they take the Corki, just because of the package.
Okay, so they go back to Lucian. Still doesn't reveal where the Renekton is going. I think this is good for Team Flash.
Yep.
They're keeping Flash Wolves in the dark. What I'm worried right now is that last pick. Again, in Game 4 we say that they have enough playmaker, that's why Flash Wolves went to Corki, but I feel like they still need another layer on top,
right now. They have to go for a champion that is least expected by Team Flash.
Okay.
And that's
we completely forgot.
I mean, surprised all of us.
Yeah, we completely forgot about the Garen. Garen into Lucian. Potentially, right? We get the Garen Lucian again. Either way, I think this is probably one of the safest pick the Flash Wolves could go for. They have enough playmaker now. They have a secondary front line to move around with Eason. They have that execute that they can always click onto any target, especially Olaf, who can be very vulnerable when Ragnarok is online.
Yeah, it looks like that we have Bruce to be the one playing the Camille this time.
Camille
and Sarah will be the one on the Garen duty.
So here's my thing. Here's my takeaway from this. We already saw how Team Flash plays this composition. They have the Olaf. The Olaf's gonna run them down. It's gonna get the Galio into the team fight. But now Flash Wolves, well, they changed things up a little bit. They now no longer have the Corki. Instead, have the Camille to be the initiator, be that playmaker. How does this change for Flash Wolves?
They actually lack damage now more than ever. But if there's one thing that you cannot counter with a Ragnarok, that's death, right? The ultimate crowd control is death. And that's what Garen possesses right now. He can easily pop Zissou on that Olaf. I would say a minor counter to the Olaf is a Garen just because of that ultimate.
Yeah, pickoffs become so much deadlier from Flash Wolves. They lock you down, Garen ults, and that's one member removed from the fight.
And one good thing about this is that now Bruce is back into playmaking duties, not the passive one that we saw from Game 2.
Well, upper bracket finals, this could be the end of the series. It could just go over to Team Flash. There's only one way to find out. Casters, take it away.
Ito na ba ang simula ng katapusan, no? Ang katapusan ng paninimula. Sino nga ba siya magtatapos sa laban na to? Mapupunta pa kaya tayo sa huling bakbakan o ito na ang nasa harap nating huling hantungan? Dahil nga, ito ang laban sa pagitan ng Team Flash at Flash Wolves. Kami, ang inyong mga kasama na kamba connection, Papi Osiris at Papi Deday.
Ito na nga, action agad dito sa bot side, but this is indeed the match point game, Papi Osay. Isang panalo na lang coming in from the side of Team Flash and they will secure the series and papunta na sila sa Grand Finals. Pero alam naman natin, of course, Flash Wolves. Interestingly, we are seeing the same champion picks, Papi Osay, no? Pero this time around, Bruce dito sa Camille sa mid and naban nila yung Twisted Fate this time around, so hindi na tayo makakita ng medyo aggressive rotations coming in from Team Flash, but this is great progression coming in from Flash Wolves this time around. Sabi nga na yung Papio to lose, now seeing Bruce here for the playmaking champion, this will affect totally the gameplay from Flash Wolves.
Yes, and yun nga, no, nakita natin na full AD, nakita nating comp dito at si Isera, the last pick Garen, definitely no, speaks a lot of volume na medyo mahihirapan, may pagtastasan itong Team Flash. And right now, andito tayo muli no, sa Invade Part 2.
Again!
Uy, teka lang. Teka lang. Pero yun na, na-flashan siya kaagad dito. Tatama kaya? Sinusubukan nila iligtas si Zissou. At mukhang first blood baka makukuha nila. Ito yata yung way talaga para makakuha sila ng advantage. And even Cookie, is it going to be enough? Sliver of health, yes, tatama pa rin. Pero may stand dito, pinagpabaril na mag-asawa. Na tila ba SPX family ang setup nila dito?
Grabe naman, Team Flash! Pinag-usapan natin to, Papi Osay, na walang ganap. Once yung dalawang team na to, it's gonna be the first action sa objectives na we are expecting. Pero a quadra kill from Coyote mismo. And this is big thing. Team Flash is on the driver's seat dito, man. Flash Wolves, what is happening? Nasaan yung controlled aggression nyo?
Ay, naku po, ang hirap na ito sitwasyon na. And kahit sabihin nating textbook play na, yung pag-i-invade nila, pero yung level 1s pa rin. Actually, yung level 2s na, level 3, ito, yung iba, di ba? And they are already ahead. And they have the balls talaga na may paglaban dito.
Oh my goodness. Sabi na nga, the great adjustment coming in from Flash Wolves, pero Coyote, grabe. That was insane team fight. And that was always na-expect natin, no? The invasion coming in from Zissou doon sa blue buff against Flash Wolves. But this time around, going into their favor. Oh, this is gonna be difficult with the B of Sword dito coming in from the side of Coyote. Mahirapan dito si Bruce in laning here against him.
Yes. And yung mga naging pwestuhan talaga na ginawa nila dito ng Team Flash, no? Tila ba itong TF stands for Team Finals na dahil nga yung kanilang early game. And once again, the tempo is there eh. Kumbaga, wala nang Finals Wolves kasi mukhang sa baba muna sila. Lower bracket Final Wolves na may gina natin. Pero, so far, it's on the favor of Team Flash and dito sila nagtitrive. The momentum, the early game, and tulad na sinabi mo, Papi Detay, no, na 4-0 Coyote. 3 minutes, di ba? Actually, 2 minutes nga yun, di ba? Nung nangyari yan. Grabe talaga yung, siya yung mas pitik na pitik ngayon sa kanyang gatilyo. Kasi wala siya kailangan isipin eh. Sobrang nabubuli na. Oh my God! The Ignite.
Oh my God! Oh my God, papi. That was insane. Another kill. Another kill para kay Qeon. And that is 5-0. And now, referral dito. This is gonna be Shy going to go for the contest.
At ito na, papasok na si Kuya Shy. Meron ka na tatlo sa miyembro ng Flash Wolves. Makakaya na kaya na napakaslit naman sa to ni Kuya MT na tila ba TM na akala mo money team dahil kuha pa rin sila dito. At mukhang umaray na nga ng tuluyan. Even the Dragon nasa kanila kaagad. Hating-hati yung nga pa.
What is happening, Flash Wolves? Every skirmish, every team fight, na-outplay sila ng Team Flash dito, Fabio. I think this could be devastating sa moral, no, ng Flash Wolves. Yes, masasabi natin, yeah, this is Flash Wolves. Mahilig sila sa late game. Pero at this progression coming in from Team Flash, ang hirap mag-comeback dito. They need to hold their ground again. Meron naman silang magandang clear wave capabilities, pero Team Flash is forcing them in this fight. Sila na nagpipick off here time and time again.
Oh, sakit naman nun. Isipin mo si Kuya Isa na yun, naka-gargoyle pa, pero natapyas Storm sa early game. Isipin mo, manam yun lang ang dala ni Lacking and puro ano pa dito ha. May Black Cleaver naman na si Isera, pero mostly chop suey pa lang yung dala ng ibang miyembro ng Flash Wolves habang dito sa side ng Team Flash, kompleto Recados na. Hextech Ultimatum, makukulong siya dito sa Octagon, makakuha sila ng shutdown kill, pero si Kuya MT mapapalaban ng bahagya at mukhang goal lang talaga muna dito. Ginamitan pa ng Grand Challenge, but this is looking engrande dahil papasukin talaga siya at hindi magpapaawat ang Flash Wolves habang ang Team Flash sa mid lane ay nagtatrabaho.
Eto na nga, that is gonna be the risk being taken here on the side of Team Flash. Alam naman natin kung gaano kahalaga yung mid turret here in this game. Now, Flash Wolves open na ulit yung mid nila. And the bot turret here, the 2 kills coming in from Flash Wolves is also going to be the trade. Pero is Ziso inahabol?
At mukhang kakayanin naman nila dito dahil medyo masakit. Bumato nga ng last embrace dito ang ating Sena, si LD. Pero hindi naman na yata sasapat pa. Tamang chill na ulit. Hindi nila pursue. Respeto pa rin talaga. At si Coyote is back on the lane. At nakabantay naman dito si Ellie sa river.
Yeah, exactly. Now, Divine Thunder is so...
Oh, grabe! What? Pinapaliguan. Hindi ko nalang magdala ng sabon.
Oo nga eh. Grabe naman yun. Parang nagulat ako doon. That is just insane damage coming in from Coyote dito. And now they are going to push through dito sa bot side, Papiosay.
At mukhang magre-ready nga talaga dito, 3 versus 3. Pero makikita natin sa rotation si Kuya Zisu, papunta na dito. Pero mag-U-turn kaya siya dahil mukhang flankerino ang kanyang nais. Ginamit na ang Oracle Lens, tamang sweep lang muna tayo dito, tamang linis. Pero naka-ready na sila itumba ang susunod na outer turret, which is itong Dragon Lane. At sa top naman, busy lang tong dalawang tropa natin na nagkakabakbakan lang. Si Kuya siya, hindi na magpapaligoy-ligoy pa at nag-dominus para ma-counter yung Dimasian Justice. Pero nag-hookshot nga siya doon, ikakaskuto nang wala man lang na rin nakikita at kinaimaan nga ng Dawning Shadow. Hindi pa rin talaga yun sapat para maisalba si Kuya Shai.
Ayun. It is gonna be a pick-off here for Flash Wolves this time around doon sa top side. At least they are controlling the lane doon sa top. And alam dito ng Team Flash na parang delicates na tayo dito. That is going to be Coyote responding dito sa top side. Parang dapat nila, of course, i-lessen dito yung progression when it comes to lane pressure against Flash Wolves. Remember, again, Flash Wolves, this team cannot be underestimated in the later stages of the game. Yes, Qeon has a perfect game in the early game, pero namatay siya. So that is going to be a shutdown goal right now in favor of the side of Flash Wolves. A sliver of hope dito sa kanila. This is not yet over, Papi Oscar.
Yes, this is not yet over indeed. 2-item power spike naman ang nakikita natin dito sa Team Flash. And speaking of not yet over, may i-scout na sila dito. Pero kahit naman napalaso na, talagang may chance pa rin na mapatumba. At si Kuya Ison pinasok dito ni Ragnarok ng tuluyan. And this is very chaotic dahil nga this is how Team Flash thrives dito sa early game and momentum. Pero nasobrang si Coyote, wala na siya kasama. This is looking a madness dahil nga tila ba strange ang kanilang pwestuhan at mukhang ang vision dito ng Team Flash papunta ng finals. Kaya hindi sila magsasawa na tapusin o pasukin. Pero kung counterpunch ang Flash Wolves, this might be the turnaround na inaantay natin na akala mo Eclipse of the Heart dahil unti-unting tinutusok sa dibdib. Andito na si Kuya Cookie at ang kanyang cutter na si Ellie. Ang siyang mahuhuli, Element, you're not yet OP. Kaya talaga papasukin sila dito at ginamit na rin explosive cast in FW. Flash Wolves looking explosive dito sa game na to.
Ayun na nga, this is not yet over. The counter punch na nakita natin kabigay from Flash Wolves this time around. Napasobra yung positioning doon ni Coyote. He managed to take down Bruce though, but this is gonna be the space being given. Pero pwede pa ng Team Flash i-contest dito yung Dragon pero wala silang vision. Now, Flash Wolves have managed to take the second Dragon objectives dito, pero Team Flash still looking strong. It is gonna be a referral sa kanila.
Yes, a Dragon to Dragon trade-off lang dito. Pero ang focus ng Team Flash, dito rin lumalakas no, ang kanilang early game. Once na makapag-takedown sila ng mga outer tower, and kung i-check natin yung mapa, there's still left na one outer tower that they can use to make sure na mapatumba na lahat yung outer ring or outer wall, Maria, dito ng Flash Wolves. And indeed, nakuha na nga nila, not even risking the biscuit na dala nila na Rift Herald. Pero si Kuya Zizu, galit na galit ka dito. Pinagahampas niya yung bartender dito. Sabi na hindi ko nagustuhan yung mga shots na binibigay mo. Pero, ay, naku po, in just a snap tupok talaga. Nakakala mo, nag-stop dito si Kuya Thanos. Pero here comes the Avengers na tila ba revenge. Namala Tokyo Revengers dahil sukuha nga ba sila ng kill. Pero Cookie ang siyang mahuhuli. Nagpa-reposte dito pero tila pa poste dito. Si Isera na lang mo siya na isang kill. Oh no, discourage sila live. Si Shai nasa gitna na bakbakan at mukhang hindi niya siya makakakuha ng isa pa. A 4v1 is not really something that you can look forward to.
Another victory sa team fight na yun coming in from Flash Wolf. Pero Isera, my man! Oh my goodness gracious! He's just turning the tables around. Again, nakita na naman natin dito, Team Flash going for this heavy aggression, invading the jungle area. But look at here, Isera taking all that initial damage here. Pero he managed to take one as well doon sa side ng Team Flash. Now, my goodness, this is going to be the time that dapat hindi na sila magkumpiyansa here because Flash Wolves is now slowly and surely growing and scaling in this game. Blade of the Ruin King is up for these two bruisers, Cookie and Bruce. Same itemization and the damage is also can be felt here against Team Flash.
Mukhang nilalaban nga talaga nila yung pick na yun, no, Kuya Dead? Ay, talaga, sabi nila, nagkamali lang tayo kanina. Kayang-kaya naman natin to. And banning away the Twisted Fate kinda disrupts, no, yung dynamic nung nakita natin nung previous game. And this time, with running in a full AD na parang medyo questionable, no, dahil nga napaka-free kay Isera na just stacks more armor. And kita naman natin, Divine Sunderer, so may protection talaga dito. Pero dito, si Kuya Bruce mukhang oras na para maging almighty, para mahuli dito si Zizu. At mukhang wala na nga ang backup na mapupunta pa. Pero Dawning Shadow, para lang ma-prolong. Here comes the backup na magagaling sa river. Pero sapat nga ba yun? Para makapag-set up sila dahil wala nang Ragnarok wala sila pang huli at Chains of Corruption, mapapabalik pa siya dito. Sinala na natin Kuya MP at mang-aaray na nga siya talaga pero napasobra nga. Meron pang Zonyas dito pero the damage coming in from Kuya Coyote. Napakasakit naman talaga na parang mapapayamoti talaga dito. Ang Flash Wolves at tila ba kamoti dahil ka napasobra na naman sila dito at mukhang ayaw pa nila umatras. Nag-hookshot palayo pero si Kuya Ison ang siyang hinahabol dito pero is taking like a time bomb. We are taking like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 para final countdown. Dahil si Kuya Isera dito na siya na lang ang nahuhuli pero nandito pa rin si Kuya The Shy. Sumasalo ng tower shots. Pero easy muna dahil nakadami na kami doon. Yung 11-11 kanina na wishful thinking naging 15-13.
Grabe, dalawang quadra here in this game, Papi Osay coming in from the side of Coyote. Oh, that Lucian, respect. This player, grabe, napakahaba yung team fight na yun.
Kontra. Kailangan natin ng unofficial pen. At uhuli, oy, grabe naman yun. Kasabay ng Relentless Pursuit, yung Ardent Blaze. Ganon kabilis, Rocket, dahil may Chains of Corruption. Pero there's no way na aabot pa yun.
Oh, Flash Wolves, ito na nga. They are just going to go for the contest. Pero bait out sila dito ng Team Flash here. That is gonna be the miss. Pero look at Coyote, parang assassin, Papi Osay. He's just soloing everyone. Oh nga they are going to go for the target here.
Pero tama nga ba ang desisyon nila dahil hati ang mapa, meron tayong Drake at meron tayong Rift Herald na pushing. Kung titignan mo ang pwesto ng Team Flash, pwede silang mam-box out dito si Ailey tsaka si MT, the double E combo. Para maharang kung sino man ang susubuking pumasok. Teka lang.
Okay, ito na
challenge. Grand challenge, sapat nga ba to? May dominance nga ba? Magagamit na kaya na tuluyan? Pero the shields after shields at mukhang aaray nga sila dito dahil gawa sa vibranium shield dito na dala ni Kuya Ren. Pero mababagsak pa rin dito ng espada at ang baluti na dala ni Kuya Esera kasama ang kanyang kalasag dahil sa sobrang kunat, hindi mapapasag.
Ito na nga, kailangan nila si Coyote sa teamfight doon. Without Coyote, wala masyadong burst potential yung side ng Team Flash. Flash Wolves taking advantage of that situation. Napakandang counter punch yung pinakita dito ng Flash Wolves. And now, Team Flash, they must be very careful. Pero they're going non-stop action dito sa bot side.
At ito na, tignan natin kung sasapat nga ba dahil si Eson, the starter, the fire starter. Pero abot kaya at mauhuli pa. Ito na si Ellie. Mukhang paparilin niya dito si Essence sa belly. Pero mukha ba jelly dahil napakalambot na dito at mukha siya na nga ang mauhuli. Dahil na rin ang Zonias ay hindi na sapat pa. Pero sapat ang oras para makakuha ng bangon. Na tila ba makakakuha sila ng another kill. Kuya Coyote, Assassin, Lucian ang galawan. And this might be it.
This is going to be it. Parang nail of the coffin na to ginagawa ng Team Flash. Pero counter-attack!
Diso! Binagsakan ng laser sword!
Execution. But still, Team Flash managed to take away yung Baron buff na doon against Flash Wolves. But now Flash Wolves, they must be very careful because with this Baron buff in advantage for the side of Team Flash, it's gonna be easy for them to go for lane pressure dito, Papio side. Pero they are going aggressive though.
Going aggressive pero this is the setup that they need para mapatumba si Coyote dahil andito si Isera, andito ang miyembro ng Flash Wolves at mukhang hindi na magpawat si Kuya Coyote. Nilapagan na ng entrance ni papapadynamic entry nga po siya dito dahil napaka-dynamic na kanya mga barilan dito at akala mo immortal na tulad ni Cardo Dalisay pero wala na ako masay dahil andito na si The Shy dahil ito si Locking malalak kasama ni Kuya MP at mukhang zero nga ang kanya makukuha at mukhang si Kuya Iso na rin ang susunod na biktima ng karahasan dahil naabutan pa ng kalabit ng gati. Actually, ignite ni Kuya Shy and they're going to successfully push another tower.
This is going to be it. GG push. Natalo yung Team Flash sa game 1 na yun. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Papi Osa and stronger makes me pain. Oh my goodness. Let's go.
This is it. Finals, the first team na makakatungtong sa finals at naglilinis pa. Dahil nire-respeto talaga nila na hindi na makaka-comeback itong Flash Wolves na tila Flash na lang talaga dahil wala na yung W. Kukunin na yun ng Team Flash na tila ba WTF na ang kalalabasan dahil nga sila naausyang kumakatok dito sa pintuan. Knock-knock on 7th floor habang pinapapunta nga sa langit ang bawat miyembro ng FW and this might be it. Ilabas na ang Coca-Cola, ilabas na celebration because this is the pop-off that we need.
Oh my goodness! Pinasarap lang, ladies and gentlemen. Team Flash will be the first team will go into the grand finals match. Congratulations, man. Kahit anong gawin doon, the side ng Flash Wolf, Team Flash is really the better team.
Wala, pares F4 Flash lang. Kasi yung Wolves natanggal yung W eh. Ano na lang eh. FL na lang. Kinulang no, ang tropang Flash Wolves. Pero, to be honest, no, Kuya Deta, ito yung isa sa pinaka-close na naging bakbakan natin sa lahat ng series. And this is the match point. Na parang long overdue. It was supposedly we saw this type of exchange game 2 pa lang.
I do agree. And nung game 1, actually, I really thought it was Team Flash rather, going to dictate the tempo. Sila naman eh, on the early game doon, but we have seen the comeback coming in from Flash Wolves as well. Akala ko nga 3-0 yung series na to, but we have seen the resilience coming in from Flash Wolves. They know how to work around their drops here, pero the execution side, parang Team Flash business, all business here coming in from this team. Now, it is gonna be Flash Wolves going into the lower bracket, and excited na ako between RRQ and BRU. Kung sino manalo between these two will face Flash Wolves. Pero, Viva RRQ!
Viva RRQ indeed! Kailangan na natin painitan ng makina at sino nga ba ang makasama nyo? Bakit nyo na lang kasi malulupit na caster ang makasama nyo para sa Filipino Pride. At magkikita-kita tayo mamaya. Huwag kayo mag-alala, chill lang kayo dyan. At nag-chillins like a villains lang din yung ating mga winner. Dahil sino nga ba makakaharap nila sa Grand Finals na Team Flash? So maglalaban-laban pa tayo dito. At pag-usapan na natin sa panel ang mga nangyari. Going to you, panels!
Grand finalists locked in as one of the top 2 teams in the WCS Finals. And Husky, what do you have in your hands there?
I have a golden poro right here in my hand. Team Flash, they have captured my heart, they've captured my soul, they've converted me into a Team Flash fan. I still think deep down that Flash Wolves is an amazing team, but in this bout, I have no doubt that Team Flash is better.
And I feel so good right
It
now.
feels so good.
Otto,
I can't deny
you got it down to the score, right?
I know,
Yeah, you got it to the score. Told you the only condition for Flash Wolves to have a chance is if we make it to Game 5. Never happened.
Never happened.
Never
yeah.
happened. Golden Poro, Coyote deserves this.
And for you guys that maybe still not so aware of what the Golden Power is, maybe you guys are tuning into the WCS for the first time, well, each of the on-air talent have one use of the Golden Power to set the tone for what they think is their favorite moment in the entire competition.
Yep.
Some of them use it early. I used mine super early on the competition. Some of us have saved it, and we're down to the last 3 days of competition. So, well, if you're not going to use it now, when else are you going to use it? And in the upper bracket finals, a good choice here, Husky, a good choice.
Thank you. It's well-deserved. I think that even though we have a lot of amazing games, this is one of the moments where Team Flash was able to show their identity. Coyote, we talked so much about him being the enabler, right? He's gonna play Singe, Darius, he's gonna enable Shy, but not for Game 4. He took matters into his own hand and he ran all the way down to win the upper bracket finals.
Aha! That's and then again, it's we've been talking about Zissou for a lot about game number 2, game number 3. I even predicted a back-to-back-to-back MVP. Well, I think it's plain and obvious that it's not going to happen because Coyote just had 2 quadra kills, right, on separate occasion on the Lucian champion. And again, we're going back to what Omo was really triggered about Masters region, right? They're the team that is not going to look at the draft and say that, you know what, guys, we lost that draft. We have to do something else. In Flash Wolves' eyes, the change was very minimal. The change that was needed was very minimal, and they rolled with it. Unfortunately, they gave another early advantage to a team. That's very scary.
If the best team in the world played our draft, would they have lost that game? And Flash Wolves, apparently the answer is no in their minds. So draft not the issue. They will adjust a couple of minor details, mostly because of what Team Flash did, right? Team Flash banned away some different champions, which is why they've had to bring the Qeon.
40,000 damage. My God, Coyote.
That's like, he's 2 of his teammates combined together.
I know.
Yes. He is 2 of Flash Wolves carries combined.
You're good at math, brother.
I'm just running up the numbers.
You're
Thank
so
you.
convinced at this point. Like, all right, I have to say, both these 2 teams, right, Team Flash and Flash Wolves, are going to be representing Southeast Asia, the WCS, in the Icons Global Championship.
Yep.
I feel very reassured if either of these 2 teams go in as our first seed, right? If they go in our first seed, I feel very assured about their performance against any of the other regions in the world right now.
Yeah, we've seen, strengths. We've seen some vulnerabilities from these 2 teams. And one thing that we cannot take away from them is that when they are at their best, when they play a strength out, we see that we get to see on full display, right? Flash Wolves, if you want to go the late game, if you want to play a calm, cool, and collected game, you want to be systematic, Flash Wolves is your go-to team. You want a team that can push the tempo, you want a team that says, go, 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 we end the game, we win the series, Team Flash is your representatives. And the best part is they are both going to Icons.
Yeah.
I'm very assured right now.
I am too. Again, we're talking about not just these 2 teams, but also the second series that we have, Buriram United and RRQ. They also have a different identity that they bring to the table. That just makes, Southeast Asia really a scary region overall for the whole world of Wild Rift.
Now, player of the game, Coyote. Obviously, I don't think anyone can contest this fact.
Oh my god. 2,354. I think that's the highest.
That's the highest we got.
That is a pretty insane number. And considering what we saw in the game where Flash Wolves very willingly took some early exchanges, fought off against Team Flash. I mean, Coyote put them in their place. I mean, he showed them what's up. He showed them who's boss.
It completely flipped the script of Team Flash willing to give some room up in the early game. This was definitely not the case. They want the room and they would take everything. Flash Wolves, they did have some moment of brilliance, right? They were focused on Coyote, they were ganking him, 3-man, 4-man. But again, that lead that he got for his team basically extended the lifeline for Team Flash. The timer is a bit longer for Team Flash to work with, just based off of that one early quadra kill. Coyote single-handedly won the game.
And I think I'm okay with that, right? Because with that lead that you already have, you go full aggression from that point on. If you would, be a bit hesitant, the lead that you have won't balloon into the lead that TF needed to really just put down Flash Wolves game number 4.
My goodness, I feel so bad for Locking here. He's looking at a number of kills that he could have picked up, but unfortunately just out of arm's reach. And we saw throughout the game, it looked good for a little while as we still had Bruce able to lock down Coyote and was able to kill him in most occasions, especially with the help of Cookie. But at some point, Coyote went in there 2 versus 1, was able to kite them, was able to out DPS them. Like, you were not trapping Coyote the Hextech Ultimate, you were trapping yourself with him.
Oh my god. Cool.
It's like the call an ambulance, but not for me.
Yeah, I wanted to use that bit, but I feel that we have used that dude so many times already, at least in this tournament. But for Team Flash, again, this quadra-kill, almost a pentakill. It wasn't an official pentakill because at the end of, at least, I think,
he killed Isara when he was
that's why he was
still able to kill Isara.
Yeah, but even when Flash Wolves were playing from such a deficit, you can't deny that there were moments where they identified the main threat, right? It was Coyote all along. They were killing off this Lucian over and over again. But they had to expend so much resources, right? It's minor adjustments from Team Flash. They found out that, okay, we just need to protect our Lucian. And that's what they did. Flash Wolves stood no chance.
I'm confused here because there are so many highlights for Coyote. Which of the 3? Because I'm thinking the double quadra kill, separate occasion, of course, could be a golden portal moment.
Yeah.
And there's this 2v4 thing where Coyote was doing some backpedaling, moonwalking while doing some gun dance. So which of the 3 is your golden portal moment?
I was thinking of the second quadra.
The one up top
The
side.
one up top side.
Okay. Like what about it? Like
I think
really sold you there.
So the level 1-1 I feel like it's a bit more mild compared. We didn't get to see the full extent of the mechanics, right? But when we look at the top side quadra, it was just how Flash was started the fight. Team Flash joined, Team Flash counter engaged, and we see Coyote just picture perfect positioning. Was able to run down the members of Flash Wolves. He did not allow Flash Wolves to even get on top of him, and it was just him pushing that lead that he got from the first 5 to 10 minutes.
Indeed, a wise choice. You get the reference?
I get the reference.
I get the reference. I get the reference. But he's not even in the game yet. How is
He's not even in the game yet.
Foreshadowing, dude.
Wait, but he was in Arcane.
Yeah,
it wasn't. Yeah.
He was in Arcane, so I guess, we'll give it to you. We'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. And honestly, like a really good showing from these teams. There's a lot still to be done. I think here for the Flash Wolves. I think Flash Wolves want to go back, prepare themselves again because now they have to play through the lower bracket. But we're going to be celebrating our victories because we have Coyote from Team Flash joining us for an interview talking about their win and locking their place in the Grand Finals. Hello.
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 Well, you guys just locked yourselves into the Grand Finals, an amazing win at that. How do you feel, with your Lucian performance, you really popped off and gave us a really good show?
Thì team mình vô được chung kết tổng mà, thì họ hỏi em cảm thấy như thế nào về màn trình diễn Lucian của mình vừa rồi?
Em cảm thấy, nói chung thì em khá hài lòng về màn trình diễn Lucian của em thôi. Chứ chưa có mắt bình lắm.
Like Coyote think that he satisfied with his Lucian performance, but like not like 100% satisfied because he believed that he can be even better. That's not his peak Lucian performance.
Gets a golden Poro moment, but still not peak performance. That is greatness right there, Coyote. I want to ask you something. So you guys have played 3 different teams in the playoffs thus far. You guys played FLA, you guys played Buriram United, and you guys just finished off Flash Wolves. Which team do you think gave you the hardest challenge thus far?
Thì anh hỏi là mình đã đối đầu với 3 đội rồi là FLA, Buriram với lại Flatwood trong con đường đến vào chung kết tổng á, thì trong 3 đội đó em nghĩ đội nào cho mình cái trở ngại lớn nhất?
Thực ra thì trong 3 đội mà cho tụi em trở ngại lớn nhất thì em nghĩ là chưa có. Tại vì là đa số là tại tụi em thôi chứ không có đối thủ, kiểu em thấy không có mạnh hơn tụi em được.
So amongst the 3 opponents, he didn't like he don't think like none of them is the anyone that create any difficulties for them, because like he say most of the loss is because of the team mistake and they already corrected it. Like they only need to perfect themselves to win this trophy.
Wow, talk about confidence there. And since we're already on the topic, Coyote, you are now waiting to find out who you will be facing against on Sunday for the Grand Finals. But amongst the 3 teams, who do you think will advance to the Grand Finals?
Thì bây giờ mình ở chung kết tổng rồi thì trận sau sẽ là trận giữa RQ với lại đội một đội nữa, sau đó là đội đó sẽ gặp cái đội gặp Flatwood ngày hôm nay á. Thì giữa 3 đội đó em nghĩ ai sẽ là đối thủ của mình ở chung kết tổng?
Thì chắc em chưa gặp được AQ nên em mong là sẽ gặp được AQ ở chung kết tổng.
So amongst the 3 remaining opponents, Team Flash haven't faced RQ yet, so they expect to let's have a final battle.
You're making me smile right now, Coyote.
They want to take everyone down. That's the statement.
I know. But congratulations, Coyote.
And Coyote, I mean, I think a lot of us want to hear from you guys what you guys did during your 4-day break. How did you guys prepare for the competition at hand? And anything stand out to you guys? What kind of issues did you guys manage to fix?
Thì anh muốn hỏi là trong 4 ngày nghỉ vừa qua, kể từ cái trận vừa rồi á, thì trong 4 ngày đó thì team mình đã làm gì và nhìn ra được cái điểm sai gì để sửa chữa?
Thì thực ra là sau trận đấu với lại Bù thì team em nhìn ra là có khá nhiều lỗi và team em khắc phục trong những ngày tiếp theo và tụi em vẫn training luyện tập như bình thường thôi.
So they just follow their training schedule, and then they reviewing their match against Buriram and point out that all the mistakes that I've made, and they try their best to fix it, and you guys can already see it through today's match.
Yeah, we definitely saw that happen today as you guys close out a very strong series. That being said, this is the end of the interview. Thank you so much for joining us and giving us some insight into how your team does things. We wish you all the best in the grand finals as you wait for your final opponents. I think all of us are hoping. I think a few of us are hoping here for RRQ to meet you guys there. All the best. We'll see you guys again in a little bit. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Congrats.
Thank you.
RRQ grand finals? RRQ Team Flash grand
come
finals?
On. Why not, right? The challenge has been imposed. It's all up to RRQ
It would be
and the
poetic.
rest of the teams, right?
It would be super poetic if RRQ makes it to the grand finals, right? It's kind of the final step before the grand fairy tale completes.
And the grand fairy tale is that Team Flash wipe every single pool wild
Exactly,
team,
right?
Like,
It's
that's
like-
the grand fairy tale? Is that right, Autolus?
No.
Autolus, be honest. If you are RRQ,
Yeah.
you don't mind dying in the hands of Team Flash.
Of course not.
There we go.
No.
So-
I mean, of course not. I would mind.
Oh, I thought you said, of
The
course
pride
not, I
would be
wouldn't
there. The pride would definitely be there. The pride would be kicking in. Remember 9 years ago, Exosen was the champion in Southeast Asia. He wants to lift that trophy over there. You see that trophy? They want that. We want that.
We want that. Team Flash wants that too.
That's true.
It's about who wants it more, right? But so far, Team Flash still unmatched in the series that we've seen. The closest one was Buriram, and even that, it felt like it didn't come close at the end.
And my takeaway from that interview was that they figured out that they were doing mistakes with their series against BRU. And we saw, at least in this series alone, that they are now willing to flex the Lucian on top lane and onto the mid lane for Qeon. So that's just, adaptation that we have seen. Team Flash is just getting better.
Man, Team Flash are looking so good, and I think we need to figure out who the next opponents are going to be. We're going to go into a halftime break before our next match. It's the lower bracket semifinals between BRU and RRQ. One of these two teams continues their run in the lower bracket. The other is eliminated, but still locked in for the Icons Global Championship. We're going for a quick little break. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
对于其他赛区的选手有什么话想说？等着被我虐就好。
We are coming.
我的全名是汪宗志、
周志军、陈云尚、
刘作康、
林以生。
我的游戏名称是 Locking 啊，为什么是 Locking？ 因为以前小时候的时候想要学这个舞蹈，结果长大发现根本没时间学，因为都在打电动。书包里面啊，恭喜闪电狼！
我的游戏 ID 是布鲁斯，那我的偶像是李小狼，那他叫做布鲁斯利。
我的游戏 ID 是 FW 医生，因为我取医生是因为我的中文名字很像，后面2个字很像医生。
树的腰带也没了，想回去打。最后的话，每个人拿到了优势先右吗？但是回去一个 combo 完蛋了，进去。
目前团队里最年轻的应该是辅助位的医生。我的职业比赛的经验值是最多的。
我觉得团队里面大家基本上都很成熟稳重啊。
我现在在电狼打的位置是飞龙路，
跟到的是对方的补给站。
我在闪电狼的位置是打野位，我觉得我挺喜欢这个位置的，因为这个位置可以一个人刷野怪，然后配合队友去做一些营运之类的。
我的家乡在台湾新北市的三重区，我家的教育模式是那种放羊式的。 就认为我想做什么就自己去做，除非有什么重大的事情才会跟家里报备这样。
很怪啊，没有人去帮一大师制造输出空间呢。
对，然后
我小时候的梦想应该是当一名医生，但我读书实在不太行。我小时候的梦想，自从我看到 S2 台北暗杀星夺冠之后，我就想要打职业。
因为我觉得这个游戏当初蛮有前景的，所以想说来尝试看看，结果就练着练着就当上选手。
我打赢比赛都会去吃生鱼片。
赢得比赛后，我会想吃麻辣火锅，就那种辣的东西，因为我很喜欢吃那种口味的食物。
我输比赛之后。 我会吃一些饼干啊、面包啊，就是能塞饱自己肚子的一些东西。
我不是用吃的来泄愤，我是用疯狂玩游戏的方式来忘掉那个输的感觉。
刘作康是最和蔼可亲的，
应该是布鲁斯，因为他看起来很无害的样子。
闪电狼队伍里面最可爱可亲的人的话，应该是刘作康吧。 因为他有点像那种交际花，对谁都很聊得来这样子。
团队里面谁最搞笑？应该是饼干，因为他很常看一些抖音粪片，然后在那边耍白痴。
Cookie 吧，因为他有时候会怎么说，调动气氛嘛，然后也会拍一些抖音之类的，然后有点像扮演小丑的这种角色。
下去，但自己的队友已经没了。李信教授经了拖了一点时间，在团战中没有办法阻挡闪电狼拿下这个主堡。
我最想化身激斗峡谷里面的雷格尔，因为他左手拿刀，右手拿爪子，非常中二，非常帅。
应该是杰吧，因为他会影分身，他可以代替我做很多事情。应该是拿下人生的第1个5杀。
Pentakill， 变成小动物，全部人往里面，一人点一下，我们恭喜闪电狼4比0。
我对其他赛区的选手想说，国字7号等着我们来。
对于其他赛区的选手有什么话想说？对你们其实没什么想说的，等着被我虐就好。
We are coming。
Upcoming po na mga gusto pang sumali or mag-compete. Galingan po natin, show natin na Pilipinas yung pinamalakas na region sa lahat.
My IGN is Helios. Pinapapick po ako ng God's name, like mga Zeus. Nakita ko po na mas bagay po sa akin yung Helios.
Devil J po siya. Come from Devil Jin sa Tekken.
Idol ko po kasi si Faker. And ako sa mid.
This is gonna be crazy. Arisen now starting this fight as RRQ secures the referral. This is what they were looking for.
My role in RQ is support, but before my role is mid laner. And then I switch from mid to support.
30 seconds for Horizon and Raph to come back to life. This is them having a lot of space to see if they can dive some more.
Classmates ko that time sa school is puro League of Legends yung nilalaro nila. So, nagpaturo na lang din po ako sa kanila din nagustuhan ko po.
When LOL PC first come out, parang nakita ko siyang maganda sa paningin ko. Yung nakita ko sa LOL PC, parang ang gandang laruin, ang cute tingnan, mga ganun. So, yun. Pangarap ko lang naman po maglaro. Yun lang po. Papa ko po kasi police. Nagustuhan ko lang po mag-police. Hanggang sa nanibago po yung pag-iisip ko. Gusto ko na lang po maglaro.
Gusto ko po nung bata po ako, pangarap ko po siguro maging seaman po ako. Maging police, maging sundalo, mga ganun po.
But RRQ will be your champions of Philippine WCS.
Curry, mga ganun. Spam and egg.
So ano po? Ramen. Sisig po.
Winning or losing, anytime, anywhere, pizza. Wag lang may pinya.
Jollibee, chicken witch, yung mga ganyan.
McDonald's. Yun yung pagkain namin pag lagi kami talo eh. Order na ng McDo.
Nuggets. Adobo.
Siguro pag talo po kami, hindi po ako makain ng marami. Ayaw po mag-stress eating. Kumakain na lang po ng chocolate lang po, yung chill na kain lang. Ganun lang.
Si Zed po. Kasi ang ganda po ng skill niya, Shadow. Lucian. Parang siya kasi yung favorite champion ko, sapat. Tapos may mga baril siya, tapos parang dash.
Simple yung sagot ko. Nunu, para malamig. Init sa Pinas eh.
Amazing, fantastic, competitive.
Big, close, most importantly, fun.
4 eh. No pain, no gain eh.
LAN tournaments.
Gusto ko po talaga maglaro sa LAN, mga major tournaments. Pangarap ko po siya nung bata pa po ako.
Parang gusto ko rin maranasan yung may mga fans na nanonood sa amin na live, tsaka gusto ko makita yung reaction din nila pag nananalo or natatalo kami. Tsaka yung mga kalaban din namin gusto rin namin makita.
Ang wish ko po sa competitive scene ng Wild Rift Philippines is to emphasize nila yung female. My girlfriend has been playing competitive Wild Rift. Sa ngayon, ang konti ng mga tournaments, parang hindi nabibigyan masyado ng attention. At wish ko rin makita ko rin siya mag-champion on her own.
My personal wish is sana po tuloy-tuloy yung pag-grow ng Wild Rift sa Pilipinas and sa mga upcoming po na mga gusto pang sumali or mag-compete. Gusto galingan po natin, show natin na Pilipinas yung pinamalakas na region sa lahat.
I can see. Fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you.
It's the last 3 days of playoffs and the last 3 days of the WCS Finals, and the action is heating up with our lower bracket semi-finalists now playing BRU and RRQ playing for elimination or the chance to continue to face off their now confirmed opponent, Flash Wolves. I'm Brandon. With me, I have Luz and Omo. For the first time together, I have the double menace.
Double menace?
Double menace.
I think we've got a bit of a triple whammy going on over here.
I know. It will be, this battle will be on fire. Mark my words. Mainly because this two will gang up on me. I just feel that you guys will gang up on me.
No, absolutely not.
All right, Brandon, you grab his arms. I'll go throw some punches, all right?
I'm readying my stomach right now.
Well, this broadcast is brought to you guys by our friends over at Riot Games, Coca-Cola, Gosu Gamers, and One Esports. Bring you guys an amazing broadcast. This has been an amazing experience, and it's not over yet. Our top 4 teams representing the Southeast Asia region and the WCS in the Icons Global Championship. And even though we see unforeseen circumstances, we ask for you guys to give your full support over to these last 4 teams. Now, let's start talking about the matter at hand. Our 2 teams playing it out today. You guys know them intimately, have talked to them a lot here. I don't know who to start with. I'm gonna close my eyes. I'm gonna close my eyes, and whoever my hand lands on. Actually, I know exactly what side it goes on. Oh, you go.
Well, what does that really say, right? I come into this series thinking the BRU look good. They're the only team that put on a contest against Team Flash. I feel like it's clear to me that BRU, they're the second best team, or maybe they're maybe they're tied for the best team here as well. Keep in mind, they played a full best of 5 against Team Flash, and they nearly won the first 2 games as well. It could have been a trio. I'm not coping. It really could have been a trio.
Well, Team Flash just mentioned they were hoping to face off against RRQ in the grand finals, Otto.
But that's a diss. Nah, it's not. It's more of, you know what, we're excited to face RRQ because we see them as an opponent that is worthy for that grand finals.
Okay.
That trophy over there, my good friend. And I think the RRQ really brings, an element of surprise. Again, of these 4 teams, RRQ is the org or the team that hasn't been really performing well the last year and is debuting in their international stage just today.
Okay, you don't believe in horoscopes, but you believe in lower bracket runs. Am I right, Otto?
Yes, I have to now.
You have to now, right?
I have to now. Well, okay, there's a saying. You have to see it to believe it. And I saw it with my 2 eyes. That RRQ was able to go through the distance in the lower bracket and was able to eventually win it.
Run us through again. So they went into groups, right? They didn't have the best time.
Yep, number 5.
Number 5. They went into the lower brackets. They started early, and it dropped down to lower brackets.
They faced Team Secret, first round of playoffs. That was their bane. They never won against Team Secret. I tell you, they never won against Team Secret. There's really something about them and Team Secret. Luckily for them, someone dispatched Team Secret for them. So they didn't have to go through Team Secret, the lower bracket run. So after winning their second, third, and fourth series, they end up winning the grand finals against fellow adversity, no less. A team that has won your heart and has won your heart too, right?
Oh, absolutely. And they beat them
You're putting
again
words in my
well.
mouth, but all right.
We've talked a lot about RRQ.
Before
we continue this discussion, let's take a look at our first team up for today. It's Buriram United. BRU have finally managed to break the curse last split, unable to make it into the international competition this time around. Noel, Golden Feet, Archony, Triple V, and what the Jets look to be a strong version of themselves.
And you know what, boys? I don't think they're done just yet. This is the team that I've packed going into the grand finals for a rematch against Team Flash, and I think that starts here today with RRQ. Sure, there are some mismatches going on. I think the mid jungle might be a tough matchup for BRU, but if you look across the board, you look at Noel against Devil J, you look at What the Jazz against Exosun, who has been so key for the win conditions of RRQ, and I feel like this BRU roster has what it takes to really pull out a dub here today.
Not so fast.
Not so fast.
Not so fast. If there's one thing that I trust Exosun with, it's the experience factor, right?
What the Jets? No, I wanna. Before we get into talking about RRQ's win cons, I wanna talk a little bit about BRU. Like, what are you worried about? Like, what are you worried about with BRU?
Okay, so all right.
What scares you?
Full transparency, Noel, my idol, still, still is that Baron laner that will be using bruisers and will act as if it's, a highly mechanical champion like a Riven, like a Camille that can really win the lane by himself. When it comes to trade, I think that he's the best in Southeast Asia in the Baron lane alone. When it comes to decision making, What the Jess is also #1 in my support list. So yes, you're right. Noel and we're talking about Noel and What the Jess being the key
I love
factors.
those words, by
Exactly.
the way. Yes, you're right. My favorite words.
Yeah, but that's 2 out of 5.
Okay.
The 3 people that is on the side of BRU, we have Archony in the mid lane, we have Golden Feet, and we also have a new member, or an addition, as an emergency substitution in Triple V. I believe RRQ has the upper hand in those 3 roles.
Agree to disagree.
I mean, well, yeah, this is definitely something to look out for, right? I mean, this is definitely something to look out for. You have the power of mathematics in size 3 is greater than 2. I'll give you that much, right? So
but BRU, they have another secret weapon here. And it's not the 6-member BRU Omo. You'll notice I'm not wearing the jersey here today. I think what BRU has done so well throughout this competition, you look at their roster, they have stacked roles. Every player is so good. You say, maybe Noah, maybe Golden Feet and maybe Archony, they might lose out to their counterparts here today. I think they're still amongst the best in their roles, but I think they have a 6-member here today, and I think that 6-member is their preparation, their drafting, and I feel like that's something that BRU has done better than every other team I've seen in this tournament. Yeah, I genuinely think they have the best prep of any team here.
Really? Okay.
I think their ban strategy, their snatch strategy is just the best. They always know what to target, and I'm curious to see what they're going to target against RRQ today.
I actually would give that to Flash Wolves just because of the history of Southeast Asia.
Okay.
And then we have Flash Wolves as the #1, best best in preparation when it comes to the team. BRU.
But Flash Wolves, they're so rigid though. Like, you look at the Flash Wolves game, you know what they're going to play. Oh my god, what's Ysera going to play here? Let me divine it. Maybe a Garen angle. Mid's going to go for a carry. Junk's going to go for a carry. You're going to get an engaged support. And then Lock King's going to play Ziggs every game. That's Flash Wolves. But BRU, they have the element of flexibility in addition to the drafting. And I think that these two things combined, this two-pronged approach, is what's going to give them an edge up here today.
I'll tell you what, Omo, I think now is the time. Otto has been waiting for this moment. Let's take a look at the opposing team, Team RRQ. The hope of the Philippines region, RRQ, come in with Devil J, Chaz, Helios, Marky, and Exosin. A well-rounded, and I say star-studded roster here, Otto.
Exactly, and when you go for the title, King of Kings, one crown isn't enough. And that's what RRQ is all about, right? This lower bracket run that we saw from them from the regional playoffs. They want to relive that magic. And honestly speaking, that series that they had against Flash Wolves, had Devil J been just a bit more normal, on the normal side, I really saw it as a 3-1 in favor of RRQ, meaning to say they could have had that date against Team Flash earlier today. But what happened? It is what it is for RRQ, and RRQ right now, again, poised to make Omo shut up.
and I'm sorry I had to cut you off previously, Otto, but now's your time to shine. Tell me all about RRQ and why you think they beat BRU's matchups.
All right, there's some auto-win conditions that we have prepared here for RRQ, and I guess you know this already on top of your head, right? First one, we have to prioritize Exosin's drafting position, right? If Exosin gets the latter half of the draft, oftentimes you will see him on the Braum, which he's not really very effective at. Number two, the full Chaz experience, meaning to say Cold and Feet needs to warm up very, very fast because Chaz is going 100 miles per hour from the get-go. Number three, step up to not get stepped on, Devil J. And that's how it is, right? At least for RRQ, there's been a clear weakness in the Baron side, but with the support system of RRQ, you have been raving about the support system, about the planning of BRU. Yeah. But RRQ's planning, you know, the support team, Kaigu, Three Fingers has been the best coaching duo that we have had in the Philippines. So it's nothing to be scoffed at, brother.
Yeah, 100%. I have no doubt about that as well. The thing is, I want to point out a very little interesting fun fact as well. I don't believe BRU have a coaching staff. I might be wrong here, but I'm pretty sure the players do that prep themselves, which makes it that much more impressive.
Oh, but it could also be a big disadvantage for them, right?
Yeah.
The fact that
well,
they
but their
have
prep
to
has
do it
been
themselves.
great. If it ends up hurting them, then I'm going to completely revise the narrative and say that's why they lost. But right now, props to the players.
Sure, props to the players right now for sure. Let's do this let's hold that for a second. That's a big can of worms.
Contradicting.
That's a can of worms we have to open up. But before we get into all that, let's start talking about how we think this matchup is going to go. BRU versus RRQ. Omo, why don't you tell me winner and score?
Well, I think it's going to be very simple here. I've been an unabashed BRU fanboy this entire time. I might not be wearing the jersey, but still, I think it's going to be trio BRU. Easy peasy.
All right, Otto?
My God, I wish this was a 0. Mainly because...
Trio RRQ?
Nah, it's going to be 3-1. It's going to be 3-1 in favor of RRQ. But I wish it was 0 because... Yeah, I like your chances of getting this correct.
Okay.
Okay. I went into this series, I had a tough time. Honestly, was deliberating between both sides, but at the end of it, I just feel like BRU are just a little bit more on form right now.
No way.
So I'm going to go with BRU 3-2.
No, if you want to know what Brendan predicts, just look at what I put into the Excel sheet for my predictions, and he's just going to... Yeah, he just takes my predictions, basically. I got you, though. You're welcome.
That's bad.
I'm following the script. The script has been right so far.
I wrote the script. What do you mean?
Wait. There is another version of that script. The one that was created by Riku and Otolus.
Oh, fair enough.
And then, yeah, maybe we could show you that after the show, because I'm pretty sure that our script, the version of our script is a lot more better.
Okay. I want to let you know though that my script has only had one mistake so far.
Okay.
And that is that I thought that FLA could beat RRQ. Other than that, I've predicted every match.
Oh.
So maybe the Philippines is where I kind of mess up my crystal ball here. Maybe that's where I can't quite see into.
Well, they are a bag of mystery, but we won't wait any longer. The mystery is about to be unveiled. Our lower bracket semifinals match with BRU and RRQ.
Let's go.
For the picks and bans in our first game between BRU and RRQ are going underway. BRU get the blue side first time around. And we saw in our last series how heavily prioritized Senna was. But between these two teams, I really hope not. I feel like Jess is so much better on Initiator.
Exactly. That's the champion that BRU is willing to let open because Jess is far better with Rakan and with Thresh. And Galio being banned away is a target on Exercise. Why are you laughing right away?
That's what I always say. BRU know exactly what to ban. They know exactly what to steal away. Galio has been, without a doubt, Exosen's most effective champion. His best initiator. You take that away from him, what's he going to play next?
Rakan.
Yeah, well, then I think what just has an edge up, right? I think it's maybe a Gragas angle. His set was relatively impressive as well. And I think since he did play mid lane before, maybe he wants to lean towards something he has a bit more familiarity with. The trash ban is fantastic.
Exactly. Again, we're talking about the chess match between BRU and RRQ, the support staff of RRQ versus the genius minds of the players of BRU. So, yeah, Riven being banned away here means that Irelia is open to be picked up by RRQ.
Senna, Karma as well, two options that have been quite popular. We've also seen the rise of Shen in a lot of situations. There we go, Karma banned out.
Karma, right?
But that leaves up the Yuumi for Jess.
There we go.
Ooh. Okay, I'm okay with that because, again, as a Yuumi, you basically have damage late game, but you don't really have that much threat. Levels 1 to 5. That frees up some space for RRQ's bot laner.
Yeah, and what's great about this is it removes the roaming potential from Jess. It removes his potential to affect the map in the early to mid stages of the game. But like you said, damage in the late game. Keep in mind, when Jess was playing Yuumi earlier on, 30,000 damage, what was that? He topped the DPS charts. He was by far the highest damage dealer, and we know what this Yuumi can do. He was also telling me something where this Yuumi is actually a lane dominant champion in Wild Rift as well, right? Which is something you got to consider if you're playing against something like a Gragas. If you don't mess up, you really can get lane prio, and Gragas has to sack wave. You see, now we see a bit of a face-off here because Senna Gragas, the Gragas can't really roam either. The Gragas needs to stay in lane and farm. Now we're seeing a face-off in the Dragon lane.
And I think one variation of that is Senna being the one to roam around, right? We saw Senna roaming topside or mid after first rotation, but this is actually a very good pick coming from BRU. They now have the Kazakhs and a very stable Garen just to take away from Devil J.
The Garen Yuumi. The Garen is just there for the Yuumi to ride on, isn't it? And I really like you talked about.
I mean, it's decisive pickups across the board, right?
They know
BRU,
what they
RRQ
want.
are prepared for this matchup. I think the first game is when all that preparation really comes into play, and beyond that, it's about the adaptability after.
Yeah, and this just screams that they are very confident in running the Aurelia because this is still a very flexible champion for RRQ. I'm actually surprised that RRQ really locked themselves up here, at least with their first two picks with the Senna Gragas. But I understand the power of Senna Gragas is there and would be banned away if they, decide to not pick it first two.
Can I just say, I am so excited if this Irelia goes on Chaz. Like, I feel like he does an amazing job with Irelia.
99%
it's almost definitely going on Chaz, but there's the chance that RRQ want to get a counter pick somewhere else or go for something. But the Irelia, he looks so good as a playmaker for his team, as someone to fight and skirmish. I mean, it gives them a huge opening in the middle of the game.
Yeah. And the Darius ban by BRU is actually perfect because we have lauded the trifecta of Senna plus whatever pairs with him and the Darius. What will be the pick here? Oh, Devil J weak side.
So both of these Baron laners just say, you know what, we're going to have a face-off here. We're not going to be the key members of the team. I think it's going to be about the jungle matchups. It's going to be about the mid matchups. And the rest of the team does just play around that. Though I got to say, I quite like the Garen and the Shen matchup.
That's true. But the mid-jungle duo that you just mentioned is basically RRQ's forte, right?
Yeah, it really is, right? So this is their strengths. This is where they excel. So if RRQ were to win a game, if RRQ were to take the lead in the series, this is where I think they kind of have to do it. Cocky pickup, we've seen Triple V play this. It could go mid, it could go Dragon Lane, but you have to show now. You can't save the last pick. RRQ, red side gives you disadvantage. You want to play for mid jungle, save your last pick for your mid jungle.
Well, I think that's not disadvantage, and that's an advantage on being on the red side.
Okay, thank you, Brandon.
Yes, exactly. Red side advantage for RRQ because they get to decide how the matchup goes.
Diana.
You show their hand and go for the Diana instead. It should be very likely Triple V in the bot side of the core in that case then.
The biggest X factor for me here is BRU. If the Yuumi goes unpunished because of all these attachments, he can attach to anyone. Kha'Zix, Garen, and even Diana. This is going to be very scary for RRQ, but if RRQ finds the right engage and is able to kill whoever Yuumi is attached to, that's a buy one, take one.
Yeah, it's literally delivering themselves with Yuumi attached on it, right? So it's how
Fiora
Jazz
mid, isn't
pairs
it?
together with that.
It's either an Irelia mid or a Fiora mid, which I love here into this Diana matchup. You're not really fussed about fighting against Kha'Zix. You think about how side laning is going to work out in the later stages of the game as well. It's going to be a Garen, it's going to be a Diana playing in the side lanes. And whether you take a solo lane Fiora, whether you take a solo lane Irelia, you will always win the side lane matchup. Add to that the fact that you have Dawning Shadows and Stand United, and you will never lose side lanes. That's the clear win condition for RRQ right here.
I just want to run through this here, Otto. I think RRQ hit every single auto win condition. First, they first pick Gragas early on, prioritizing Exocen, right? They're going for the Chaz experience. They got the Irelia, right? And to round it all off, they gave the weak lane over to Devil J.
Okay, so I get it now. So Autolus was complimenting RRQ support staff because he's part of them. He knows the secrets. He was part of their prep, clearly.
Praising himself indirectly.
NPL, dude.
Why'd you gotta call him out like that, man?
Well, I have their jersey, so yeah, we need more. We need to influence or better the influence of RRQ.
Okay, so what I do love about this game is we see two very diverse styles. We have the Bruiser mid jungle here for Chaz and Helios. You can play into the side lanes, whereas on the side of BRU, what do they want to do? Name of the game, 5v5, team fights, let's run it.
Well, let's run it in. Let's run into the game and figure out how game number one's gonna go. The lower bracket semifinals run continues here in this match.
And ito na nga, nagbabalik na tayo dito sa laban natin between Buriram United at RRQ. Pinakahihintay na laban natin ngayong araw na ito. At kami ang magiging casters nyo nga pala. Ako nga pala si Dash, kasama ko dito, si Crazy Apple, na nandito kami sa Casters Desk.
Dito kami sa Casters Desk. Nakita niya doon. May singit na. Kita niya si Rico. Ba't hindi din naman ang ating casters kaya na nasa Malaysia, si Otolus at si Rico. Pero na, andito tayo. Mainit na laban na ito, Dash. RRQ laban sa BRU. And natin mga viewers na dito sa ating Filipino broadcast. At no holds bar naman ang composition dito ng RRQ. Meron silang Shen ngayon kay Devil J na very different sa usual na nakikita natin sa kanya. Let's see kung kanya maging mas stabilize itong top side. Alam naman natin, Shen, hindi siya isa sa mga pinakamalakas sa champion in terms of winning. Pero ito, early skirmish between sa kanila ng Garen. Mukhang nananalo dito sa trade so far at ang ating Shen.
Gusto ko nakikita dito kay Devil J, no? Kasi itong ang matchup na to, hindi siya losing matchup kasi kaya makipagtapatan ni Devil J laban kay Noel dito. Kasi maraming losing matchup against sa Garen. Nabanggit mo nga rin to kanina habang nagpipickings tayo. Pero itong Shen, it neutralizes the power of a Garen in the top lane. And kahit maglaban sila ng 1v1, makakatagal si Shen dun sa top side.
Yeah, and yun naman usually ang susi dito ng RRQ, diba? Kasi sila yung tipong team na malakas ang solo laners. Yan si Helios at si Devil J nga. Medyo nagkaroon na ng functionable na isang araw na performance pero si Golden Feet, baka may leap naman yan eh. Kasi ano ba, Kha'Zix yan, no? Tipa, nakakatalon yan, jump away at yun na nga yung Scuttlecam mapumunta dito sa RRQ. Pero let's go into kung ano ba yung compositions dito ng RRQ. Yami sa kanila melee, si Marky lang dito ang talagang range. So do expect na pag naglaban dito RRQ, medyo dikit-dikit sila. Yes, madami silang dash, madami silang wave para maging flexible at maging malikot dito sa labanan na to. Pero nahihirapan lang din ako makita dito kapag napunta sa isang maliit na iskinita ang labanan dahil may Yuumi. At alam natin yung ultimate ability itong Yuumi, lahat kayo malulot kapag nandun nga kayo sa isang iskinita.
Yung meow-meow talaga ng isang Yuumi, yung nakakatakot. Lalo na si What the Jess pa yung may gamit ito. Usually nakikita nga rin naman natin sa mga builds. So far, yung AP Yuumi, ang sakit talaga yan. Kahit ngayon, wala pa nga, pero half HP na agad yung RRQ sa bot lane. Kaya yun yung isa sa mga magpapahirap sa kanila dito. Pero what's good about RRQ is si Chaz na naka-Irelia. lagi nating nakikita tong Irelia na to na nagiging successful. And yet to see na magkamali pa sila dito sa side na to. Kaya I wanna see kung until now, nandun pa rin yung sparkle nitong Chaz with Irelia.
I dare say, si Chaz ang best jungle Irelia dito sa tournament na ito. So far, parang siya yung nakikita ko talagang gabihan eh. Yung galawan, yung pagdash, yung pagpili ng target. Sakita natin kanina si Zaiso, ang galing din niya. Pero iba talaga yung pinapakita para sa akin dito ni Chaz, no? So far in this tournament, lalo na paggamit nga niya itong Irelia jungle. But let's go into saan din natin makikita at least yung una nating mga objectives. Lalabas ang Herald at ang Ocean Drake pagdating ng 4 minutes. Chances are, I think RLQ dapat kunin nila ito Herald kasi kulang nga sila sa range champions. Mahihirapan sila mag-siege later on. Mas maganda pag ma-open up nila kaagad yung mapa para mas maraming pwedeng paglaruan itong ating Irelia at Fiora.
Ito yung mahirap dito talaga sa early stages of the game is yun dahil yung BRU, marami silang chance para makipaglaban dito sa composition nila. They have a lot of mixes. So, lalo na meron pa silang accessibility ng isang package for VVV. Kaya yung RRQ, medyo mahihirapan sila dito. Ang maganda dito is makipag-trade na lang sila kung saan pupunta yung Buriram United. Kasi yung damage nila at this point in the game, lalo na nakikita natin yung builds nila going for Divine Thunder, si Helios at si Kaz, hindi pa nila makukuha yun agad. Kaya may advantage dito yung Buriram United.
Yeah, mukha kang sasabi mo, dapat mag-trade, no? Pero hindi yata yun ang plano na Exosen. Yun na.
Alam naman natin yung Gragas na Exosen. Gusto niya lumaban dito, especially for the Ocean Drake. Yun yung hinahanap natin. Early game damage!
Ganda.
Pero si Golden Feet half HP na. So kailangan niya maging careful. Gusto niya kunin to. So RRQ, good advantage siya sa kanila. Pero mayroong ultimate nga naman kay Archie later on. Yung Moonfall, yung nakakatakot dito. Pero ngayon, dahil nga, yung call na yun, hindi pa rin nila ini-strike yung Red Herald. Nakuha ng RRQ yun for free. Tapos pwede pa nila kunin yung Red Herald.
Big brain play. Kumbaga ginawa doon ni Exo, nagtago siya doon sa brush para ma-jump kaagad si Golden Feet. At dahil nga mga 25% HP na lang siya, hindi niya kayang contest. Pero si Exo medyo low dito. At Herald, mukhang yun yung tinitignan ngayon ng BRU. Pero ang daming members sa top side, baka mag-jump ito si Devil J.
Okay. Wala si Archie kung makikipaglaban. Nagre-recall sila pareho. Yung timing nila dito, saktong-sakto lang kasi hindi pwede rin i-start ito ng BRU. Pero dahil ini-start yung Golden Feet, hindi makakapag-back dito si Chaz. Wala pa siyang Divine Thunder. Pero meron ng item ito si Golden Feet. Ito yung item advantage natin na Power Spike sa first item na meron yung BRU. And meron na sila noon. Pero ito si BBB, ginamit na yung package. Meron siyang pa-divider dito sa side nila. Nakuha pa nila yung Rip Herald ito sa likod. Tignan naman natin yung damage already from their side. Stand United has been pulled up. Moonfall may tatama. Pero si Devil J, ata yung magiging target nila. Nakakuha na sila ng isa, dalawa. And tatlo pa nga, yung Buriram United na uubos na sila. Si Chaz buhay pa with a silver belt. Nahil pa nga. And hindi pa siya namatay. Nakuha pa ng ground. And ito RRQ na ace agad yung Buriram United.
At RRQ, umaapoy dito. Grabe ang opening salvo. First game pa lang dito sa ating best of 5 series dapat sa PRU. Nakapag-ace na sila. 5-4-0 ang exchange. At sabi mo nga, di ba, hindi pa nakapick up ng first item si Chaz. Pero grabe yung kalawan niya. Hindi nag-matter doon kay Chaz. Gumalaw-galaw lang siya. Tumago-tago sa mga dito sa wall at ginamit ng tama yung flash niya. Nakaalis siya doon sa laban na yun ng buhay. And grabe, dito ang ginawa ng RRQ. Dito sa start off ng fight dito sa replay na to, no, ang first blood ay nakapunta nga dito kay Exo. Pero tingnan nyo si Chaz. Hindi siya namamatay. Si RJ nag-flash na nga. May passive pa na twin hit. Pero ang ganda na talon si Chaz. 1 HP talaga. Ang nipis, kulang na lang magic pixel ang buhay niya. Pero hindi siya matikdown kasi ang tinalunan niya si Watt si Yumi. Wala naman talagang damage yan unless prowling projectile. Pero swerte siya, naka-cooldown at yun na nga. Calculated din at the same time pa din sa RRQ. Right off the bat tayo nandito, Dash. 3,000 ang gold lead ng RRQ.
Kung nadaanan man lang siya ng kahit ng lamok si Chaz doon, patay na si Chaz doon. Pero nabuhay pa nga siya. Ito yung sinasabi natin yung power nung Irelia ni Chaz. Alam niya kung kailan siya dapat pumasok. Alam niya kung kailan niya mag-back away. And tama lagi yung time niya. Even yung flawless duet niya. Pag natatiming niya, hindi agad siya nag-blade shorts. Naghihintay siya ng tamang positioning before he goes in for it. And that's the reason why even yung panel natin, alam na nila yung respeto na kailangan ibigay dito sa Irelia ni Chaz. So now, with this 5-0 advantage, malakas pa yung scaling nila, nag-work in favor yung RRQ, etong nakikita natin right now sa game.
Yeah, so far nag-work in favor. No? At gusto ko din idagdag, nakita natin doon yung pinag-uusapan natin before nag-start yung game, before we were on camera, yung Shen at itong Irelia connection. Parang Shen Jax yan na si Shen gagamitin niya Stand United kay Chaz. Sa start ng fight na yon, ang natalon si EXO, tinalon ng BLU. Pero imbis na gamitin dito sa Gragas na nagbaback away, ginamit nila doon sa Irelia para ma-start off yung fight at matulungan doon sa Hera. Dahil nga dito sa composition na to, yes, meron tayong Senna Gragas. Itong Gragas nagbibuild ng AP, no? Pero most of the damage still will be coming dito sa Irelia at sa Fiora. Kaya yun talaga ang dalawang priority target dito ng Stand United ni Devil J.
Yeah, naghahanap sila ng chance dito na makakuha sila ng pick-off yung Buriram United. Yun naman talagang kailangan nila kasi meron nga silang Kazakhs. Pero dahil yung RRQ, right now, alam nila yun eh. The strength of a Kazakh is pag merong isolated na target. Lalo na makasama niya pa si What the Just dito pero si VVV, yun nakikita nila dito sa mid. At
sa gilid.
So ata nila lumaban with the Prowling Projectile pero wala pa masyadong damage. So hintay na lang nila yung Infernal Tank.
Yeah, very curious din dito na si Cold Defeat. I think pangalawang beses na nakita sa kanya on the Kazakhs. Ang second evolution niya ay yung ultimate niya. So gives him more invisibility. Pero ang trade-off niyan, wala kang void spikes, spams, madaming tamaan. At yun na, walang damage. More of survivability, invisibility. And let's see kung magagamit niya dito. Kasi meron naman silang Yumi. At alam natin, Yumi deals a lot of damage. Lalo na nakita natin dito, naka-Luden's Echo first. A lot of poke damage. Baka magamit ito ni Cold Defeat. As it stands, no, lamang na lamang pa dito ang RRQ. Infernal Drake nasa mapa na at ang Herald ay lalabas na in 20 seconds. So, let's see here paano isa-set up ng RRQ ang laban. I think dito, lalo na kung simula na kayo ng BRU, may package, di ba? I think ang gagawin dito ng RRQ, huli silang papasok. Let's see kung aabot sila.
Oo nga, masyado na silang late. If ever isa-start nila to kasi sila Exosen nandun pa. Kaya makakapag-back away na sila dito na Valkyrie, nakuha nila yung Infernal Drake without any contest. Parang hindi nila alam na kayang-kaya i-take down ng team composition ng Buriram kasi remember, it's a Kazakhs. Madali sa kanila kumuha yan pero ipapano siya nila with a mid-push and yan na nga, last chapter ginamit na nga nila Porter side pero hindi pa sila nakakakuha ng any kills. Pero nakuha nila at si TVV with an ignite and RRQ takes on the tower in the mid lane and nakuha pa sila na kill pero ito si Cold Defeat, nakita natin si Chaz parang mamamatay ata, nakuha na nga siya and yun na, 1-for-1 lang pero nakuha ng RRQ yung tower sa mid lane.
Yeah, 1-for-1 pero malamang doon dahil nga si Chaz ay ahead, may bounty na nakuha doon. Ang kill na coming from Buriram. Hindi pa nakuha ng kill. Actually na nakuha ng kill ay si Golden Feet. Pero at least good call doon sa RRQ. Nakakuha sila ng trade. They gave up the dragon. No? Yung nasasabi natin kanina. Hindi na naisip na mabilis kunin yun. Ay medyo na bad calls na kaunti doon ng RRQ. Kasi alam natin may Kazakhs eh. And Kazakhs takes down objectives really fast kasi meron siya ng isolation damage. Pero maganda heads up play pa ng RRQ, alam nila, okay, think nila yung dragon, we can take the mid lane, we can force this down, and maganda din yung explosive cast on Exosen. Rift Herald still up, mukhang yun ngayon ang next target ng RRQ.
Okay, ito yung mahirap eh. When you have the capabilities na mag-split push. Remember, meron tayong nakikita ng Devil J na naka-Shen and meron pa tayong Fiora. So malaki yung split push potential ng composition na to. Madali sa kanila makakuha ng towers. Yes, kukunin na BRU yung tower ng bot side, pero yung magiging trade-off nito, si Noel na nasa top lane, or hindi makakatakbo dito si Noel, yun, pag-taunt na nga, nakuha na siya, meron pa siyang flash para makapag-back away, nakapag-flash pa rin, etong si Helios, pero hindi pa rin tapos dahil si Noel ay nagtitake down yung HP, meron pa siyang Devotion Justice, pero hindi niya na nabato yun kasi hindi pa low HP si Helios. Nakuha ng tower sa top side. Parang gusto nila kumuha ng second tier turret dito sa BRU. Wala sila yata magagawa dito dahil kukuha na agad ng second tier turret. Walang sagot ang RRQ. Pero si Exosen nakakuha ng maraming damage. And ito na, nakita na natin yung damage. And si Exosen nakakuha pa ng shielding nga mula kay Marky. And nakuha yung kill. Pero si Archie nakapag-flash in. Mamamatay rin siya kasama ng tower dun sa bot side.
Nakakuha ng 2 tower ang BLU sa bot side. Habang isa lang nga nakuha ng RRQ doon sa top side. Good heads up play din doon sa BLU. No? Kasi alam nila they have the Diana. At alam natin Diana, when yung passive niya, pag gumagamit ng ability, nagkakaroon ng increase sa attack speed. At yung proc ng passive niya ay tumatama din sa turrets. Kaya mas mabilis nakaka-takedown ng turrets itong Diana. Good usage and good play doon para sa BRU. Pero RRQ nakaroon ng sagot na nakakuha din sila ng kill. So at the end of the day, I feel like equal naman yung trade nitong dalawang teams na to. Pero dahil nga dalawang tolo ngayon na nasira dito sa bot side ng mapa, mas malaking pressure yun sa opposite side naman ng mapa pa sa RRQ.
And yun na nga sa nakita natin kanina. No? Itong ginagawa dito ng BRU, naghahanap lang sila ng opportunities for a kill. Pero ito makikita natin sila Marky, hot HP agad. Just one taster fear na nakuha agad nila yung kill. Pero ito grand challenge na nga, na-push out na nga nila. And RRQ, makakapag-dash in, hindi nila mahabol ito si Golden Feet kasi may heal and the speed ups. And para mataturn around pa ata nila ito, with the Valkyrie would be able to stop them on their backs. RRQ, wala sila nakuha trade kills doon. And sinama nila yung Rift Herald sa mid lane.
Sasama nila ngayon yung Rift Herald. Tingnan mo yung mapa. Si Noel magaling sa top side. Si Archie naman sa kanan. Baka maipit ng RRQ dito.
Nakita na nga ng RRQ. Napupunta nga sila sa side nila. And makakapag-bonk ata dito si Ref Herald dito sa mid lane, pero hindi nila makukuha yung tower. So, RRQ, slowly but surely yung BRU, nakakuha sila ng ground against them.
Yeah, nakakuha nga ng ground ang BRU. Pakiramdam pala medyo sobrang sa aggressiveness ang call doon ng RRQ. They should have just let Marky fall right there. Hindi na Stan United. Pero ngayon, nagharap ng laban pa ng RRQ.
Masyado malayo dito si Archery, pero ito nakita natin si Jazz, nakapasok na nga. Meron pa silang last chapter dito sa likod nga nila. Napataman na nga nila and nakuha pa yung kill. Moonfall sa dalawa, pero wala pa masyadong damage dahil nga naka-exhaust. El Helios pumapasok pa nga. The Grand Challenge would be able to get the heal. And parang ito, uubusin na nga nila. Meron pa silang timing dito and wala, hindi na sila tutuloy kasi si Archie nakapag-hold na nga and wala na silang damage potential sa side ng RRQ. So BRU, the advantage sila dito if ever gusto pa mag-pull ng trigger dito.
Yeah, oo nga. Kaya pa yung mag-pull ng trigger dito ng BRU, no? Tignan natin yung ultimate sila. Lahat sila walang ultimate. Lakas ng igniyan nila. Full AP, mataas talaga ang healing yan. Pero dahil wala si Chad, wala si Helios, libre Dragon ang makakuha dito ng BRU. Going back doon sa laban na yun, no? Nag-start lahat ito doon sa mid lane. Pero ito, si Archie, naghanap pa rin.
Wala tayong Moonfall for Archie, pero wala nang HP mga members ng RRQ. So if ever pumasok dito si Archie, kayang-kaya niya itong patayin kasi malapit na. Yung what the Jesse Devil J, low HP, nakakuha ng shield. Pero hindi pa rin sapat para makakuha ng kill sa BRU. Ito slowly nagpa-falter na. Nakita natin yung RRQ nahihirapan sa mga fights na to.
Medyo natatak ang RRQ dito, no? Yung start talaga, nagsimula doon no, si Marky ay na-pick off. Pinilit nila yung Stan United gamitin kay Chaz. Kaya nung nag-re-engage na ng lilitaw na yung Dragon, walang Stan United si Chaz. Wala yung combo ng Shen Irelia. So nahirapan tuloy ng ma-lockdown ng mga members ng RRQ itong BRU, no? So parang medyo may konting mali sa execution ay nakikita dito sa RRQ. Kung mas malinis na naging execution nila doon, malamang nakakuha sila ng Dragon. Baka mas maganda yung naging outcome na laban na yun. Pero 14 minutes, hindi pa naman lumalamang, hindi nakakuha ng malaking enough na advantage doon ng BRU. On the other hand, yes, good din para sa BRU, no, na nagkakaroon ng ganitong mga mistakes ang RRQ para sila ay makabalik sa laban na ito. Pero RRQ, kailangan pa nila maghanap ng mga openings dito dahil dahan-dahan nag-i-scale itong Corki. At alaman din natin ganong kasakit ang Corki pagdating sa late game.
Oo, meron sila dito si Topside, si Devil J, yung gusto nilang patayin kasi nga pag wala si Devil J, pag siya yung tinarget mo na lane, sinabi mo na rin to before Crazy Apple, mawawala yung pressure ng Stan United. Kaya kailangan mo siya ng tapatan ng stronger laners nyo para hindi siya makakuha ng chance sa makapag-Stan United. Pero ito si Exosen yung target, nakapag-leap na nga. Golden Feet, pero wala pa rin silang kill. Ito, ina-upgrade nyo na mga kailangan niya i-upgrade. Meron na siyang Taster Fear, meron na siyang Void Spikes. Kaya at this point, malakas na yung damage nito ni Golden Feet. Wala nga lang siyang reset sa lead, pero okay lang kasi hindi niya kailangan yun. Kasi hindi naman magiging madali makakuha ng kill sa side ng RRQ.
Tama. Tsaka di naman talaga everything ang dito na at resets na para dito kay Golden dito. So ganda itong information gathering niya. Kasama yung Yumi na nakasakay sa kanya pa dito sa mga libreng poke. Dati yung Yumi naka-Ludens at naka-Death Cap na masakit na ito. Pag natamaan ka ng Prowling Projectile, yes, medyo mababa ang mana niya ngayon. So, on the long run, pwede nilang ma-war of attrition. Pero nakikita pa natin, heavily dinedefend ng RRQ ang kanilang mid lane at yun ang gusto din makuha dito ng BRU.
Ay, may ibigay yung mid lane nila, no? Pero ito, nakikita natin naman sa side ng Buriram United, medyo nahihirapan pa si Helios dito makipag 1v1 against Noel kasi equal pa sila sa items. Mamaya pa makikita natin si Helios na mayroong advantage dito. Pero yung split push potential talaga ng isang Fiora, no? Laki nung potential niya for the split push and mahihirapan sila makipag 1v1. What's great lang dito sa BRU is nahihirapan si Devil J makipag 1v1 against Archie. Pero, kailangan niya talaga i-hold off si Archie kasi malaking damage potential din yun eh.
Yeah. Pero kasi lang ngayon nag-employ ng 1v1 strategy. And so far, yes, madami tayong nakikita ang solo lane na nagsisplit push. Isa lang so far ang Halbrega dito sa laruan natin which is kay Devil J. At
Stan United.
Actually, good call. Ayun, di ba sabi mo nga, nahihirapan si Devil J. Nung nag-recall si Archie, ginamit niya Stan United dito kay Helios. Tamang timing. Para makakuha dito ng turret. This opens up the map more para sa RRQ. Pa-up na rin itong Elder Drake in about 40-45 seconds, no? So habang naka-up na yon, 10 seconds off ang timing sa Manila with Noel. So pwedeng makaset up dito RRQ for 4v5 kung gusto nang i-force talaga ang laban dito. But at the same time, wala silang Stan United which has been isa sa mga pivotal na ultimates dito na gagamitin ng RRQ. Pag pumasok si Chas, pag pumasok si Helios, laban dito sa BRU.
Pumupunta na tayo sa point na nakakatakot na yung damage ni What Jess kasi nakarama din Death Cap na nga siya going to Morellonomicon so mahihirapan mag-healing yung side ng RRQ kasi nga most of them has built-in healing. Malakas yung sustain ng team composition nila, kaya kailangan nila talaga itong Morello Nomicon. And so far, no, nagkaroon pa sila ng Ocean Drake, kaya mas napapadali yung sustainability nila sa fights.
Right.
Kaya BRU ang kailangan nilang gawin. Every time na makipaglaban sila, kailangan nila na tanggalin agad yung isa. Kailangan nila makapag-assassinate as fast as they can. Kasi RRQ, pag tumatagal yung laban, hindi mas lalo lumalakas.
Mas lalo lumalakas. Petra. And then, you see Exo
na natin Exosen with explosive gas dito pa nga sa likod, nakapag-body slam, pero namatay na nga siya. And nakikita natin yung RRQ, nakakapag-convert sila on the right target. Si BBV, namatay na nga with the Stand United onto Golden Feet, ang flashy Helios, and hindi nila mahahabol. Pero okay lang, kasi itong Mountain Drake na to, mahahabol nila si Archie, nakikipag 1v1, pero nandito si Marky para mag-support. Meron na silang flash. Ito, papasok pa nga isa, nakakuha ng flash, and hindi na makakahabol dito. Pero si Devil J nakapag-ton, and nakuha pa yung kill against Marky. Nakuha pa nila si Golden Feet. Parang gusto makipaglaban. Hindi nila alam, si Helios nandito, si Chaz, mapa pa yung HP nila. Kaya pa nila mag-stay dito kasi si Helios, gawin HP. Si Devil J, kaya niya patayin kasi mali yung timing ko. And ito, papasok pa nga sila. The Grand Challenge has been pulled off, and wala na silang smite. Yun yung kailangan nilang gawin. Pero ang laki ng healing ni What the Chess si Noen ay parang babagsak na nga dito kasi yun pa nga, nakuha yung flawless duet. Napatay pa, may pa-bonus pa na si What the Chess, makukuha nila yung Mountain Drake dito.
Yeah, bonus na pusa. Si BBB lang ang unang mabubuhay dito sa BRU in 2 seconds. Pero mag-isang konti lang yan, walang smite. Kayang-kaya na tong Elder Mountain Drake mapupunta sa RRQ. At what a play! Gaming from Exosen, no? Nakakuha siya ng body slam flash on 2 targets at doon nagsimula yung laban na yon, laban sa Buriram. Nakita din natin yung Stand United, ginamit ni Devil J, pero kinancel ng moonfall ni Archie kasi sila ngayon naglalaban sa side lanes. Ito, si Exosen, sinisimulan ngayon yung balance, kitang-kita sa CCTV. Ang RRQ dito, tignan natin saan ang pwestuhan dito ng Buriram. Mukhang hindi sila magkukunti.
Kita sa CCTV, pero wala nakabantay eh. Kaya wala rin magagawa kasi makukuha lang talaga to ng RRQ at napakadali nilang nakuha yun kasi nga malaki na yung death timers ng BRU. Wala na silang time para makapag-rotate pa around that. Kaya easy take for the Baron, easy take for the Mountain Drake. And sinabi nga natin, the longer the game goes, RRQ gets the advantage kasi nga yung potential ng split push, BRU wants big clashes. Pero RRQ kahit mag-split push pa sila sa 1v1, walang mananalo sa mga champion nila. Kaya may hirapan sila dito.
Grabe naman yung timing ng Scryers Bloom ngayon. Kitang-kita lang ang BL yung takat na si Archie. Baka na-jump dito na ito.
Nakita na nga si Archie, pero yung explosive cast, ang ganda talaga ng mga setups ni Kuya mo Exosen. Dawning Shadow para makuha yung kill against Archie. Ito na. Pwede nila tapusin to kasi nga, it's a 4v5. And remember, meron silang Yumi. So it's basically a 3v5 at this point. Pero yes, kita natin, gusto nila lumaban. Sa meeting, pero meron pa silang chance. Wala silang damage dito. Nakita natin split push yung mga gilid nila. Kailangan nila mag-start ng fight kung gusto nila makakuha ng timing dito. Buriram United, nagtitik yung time bomb against them. Kaya hindi sila magsimula dito ng any fights. Makukuha lahat ng towers sila. Remember, it's Baron buff ang meron yung RRQ. Makukuha nila yung top side, yung bot side, hindi na sila makakapag-rotate.
Nako, si BBB
parang mamamatay pa ata dito. Grand challenge si Kuya Mohilios. May kasama pang Pari, may kasama pang Stand United. Nakikipaglaban sila pero walang low HP. Kaya si Noel walang motivation justice. Eto na yung laban natin. First game taken by RRQ.
Yun na, ang Coca-Cola pop-up well, hindi ba na pop-up ng malaki? Wala, pop-up kaya guys dahil sila. Let's go! Nanalo sila. Game 1 laban sa Buriram. At nakita naman natin din, di ba, sa panel kanina, ang predictions ng panel, that 2 out of 3 Buriram, pero pinakita dito, RRQ. Game 1 sila nag-take ng first blood against Buriram.
Yun nga yung sinasabi natin dito sa RRQ with their composition. And if ganito, nang ginawa nila sa composition nila is ginawa nilang neutral lane, kumbaga si Devil J sa side nila, yun yung nagpadali ng mga trabaho nila dito kasi right now, hindi kailangan maging explosive, kailangan lang maging protective ng side ng RRQ, and dahil yun yung ginawa nila, napadali yung setups nila, Shaz being the star, Helios being the star, yun lang yung setup na kailangan nila.
Yeah, and also si Exosen. Dalawang pivotal fight siya ay nagsimula with a body slam flash at nakakuha ng picks. Akin ako, nagdi-nitpick talaga ako. Ninitpick talaga ako. Yung explosive kasi sa huling fight din. Hindi on point na on point. But still, it did the job na kailangan doon. Yung mga lead ni Exosen. Grabe. Doon sa laban na yan. Talagang napunta yung momentum sa side ng RRQ dahil sa mga picks ni Exosen.
And yun yung last 2 team fights eh. And very crucial na yung last 2 team fights. And Exosen starting that off. Lalo na yung last one na si Archie nawala. Wala na sila talagang chance nung time na yun. Padali talaga yung trabaho ng RRQ just because of what ExoSend did. Pero yun na nga, kayang-kaya pa ng RRQ na pwede itong gawing 3-0. Kasi nakita natin sa BRU, medyo hindi pa sila mainit. Kaya ito na yung chance na, kunin na nila yung chance ng RRQ na kumuha pa na maraming games against them.
Yeah, huwag mo na painitin. Ubusin nyo na. Easy. Pero anyway, wala ka bias. Babalik muna tayo sa panel.
To this game, and they play to the auto-lose, auto-win conditions, right? First things first, they did the right thing. First pick Gragas, get ExoSense a champion pool ready, prioritize him. Second thing, they made sure to give them the full Chaz experience. Not only that, they gave them a top-up. They made sure Helios was included in the package. Mid-jungle synergy happening here, right? And then they go in, they give J the quote-unquote weak lane, but the guy's running laps around them. He pulled Archnie away at the end of that fight. Wasn't able to join in at all. Well, we have your auto.
Enjoy it while you can.
Dude!
Wow!
Dude!
He went there. He went there.
Yeah.
I mean,
I told you he's going to say something before me. But yes, that was the full RRQ experience. Again, it's all about finding the right window, and we saw a highlight moment for the Chaz experience. Omo was screaming on top of his lungs, ban that champion.
Yeah, ban that champion.
Yeah,
100%.
he's so good at that, Irelia. And for me, RQ, all across the 5 roles, they played it beautifully. Exo said full AP on that Gragas. Senna on that Marquee, still being able to dish out damage, but more than that, keeping his teammates alive with the heals. And again, one of the win condition, the number 3, step up Devil J to not be stepped on.
And I want to go back to the point that you raised initially as well about the support staff that we see coming in from RRQ. One of the things I praised about BRU, their drafts are so good, their prep is so good. But if you look at what BRU has been relying on, what has their blind pick mid laner default always been? It's always been Diana. It's always been Diana. And RRQ, they have prepped for it. They pulled out the Fiora 5th pick to shut down the 4-5 blue side Diana mid blind. This is great preparation from RRQ. And you look at Helios, you look at his top damage, you know he's comfortable on this champion. You know he's practiced on it, and it was the perfect answer here to shut down this Diana pick. In addition to that, we talked about side laning, you run out of options, and RRQ, honestly, their draft here was fantastic.
I'm not.
BRU's still going to win the series, but this draft was great.
I'm loving everything that you're saying right now. But dude, again, it has been the identity of RRQ. Now they're deviating from being all greedy and having another carry for Devil J. They have at least understood that, hey, you know what, putting too many mouths to feed onto one team will basically hurt our chances more. Now what they have done is to put Devil J on a Shen that is very impactful when it comes to the 4v5s, when it comes to the 5v5s. But more than that, I loved his trading against Noel on that Garen. Looking at that laning phase, almost all hits were on point, and that's when you know that he really practices Shen.
Well, I mean, I think after his performance against Ysera, his coaching staff told him, yeah, practice some Shen. You're going to be playing a lot of Shen next week.
I feel like there's just some Divine Thunder gap here. I mean, the compositions that they've gone for, the ideas that they've tried to play for, I would say that this is probably like the best look for a Santa composition, right? Like we've looked at so many different variations before. I think now we're actually seeing these bruiser fighter type champions with Divine Sundra that are able to sustain, they're able to play a long fight with the Senna. It looks at the absolute best we've ever seen. And here we have our player of the game. Of course, it's going to go over to either has to be the Helios or Chaz, right?
Yeah, and finally, we are now back to the meta that we have basically prophesized about. That this meta is all about the side laners, not the double marksman. Right? The double marksman, how we started this tournament, we said, oh, why are they picking double marksman? Where in fact, the double split pushers are actually the trend, or should be the trend with the Divine Thunder.
But Balapagan is obviously better.
Yeah, definitely. And now RQ is just showing us right now that their side lane meta is better than, the Archie Diana, dude.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think they just punished the comfort picks of BRU in this game, which does two things, right? Yeah, you win a game in the best of 5, but beyond that, what's super interesting as well is now BRU have to consider for the rest of the series, if we default to the Garen Yuumi, if we default to the blind pick Diana, we know they're gonna punish us, so what do we need to change? I mean, this play was just disgusting, wasn't it? Chaz just ran circles around them. Keep in mind, this game started out 0-5 for BRU. and they still kept that relatively competitive.
That's true. That's true. There is also some lingering fear in my heart that wait, what's happening? Because the normal RRQ would press the advantage to even greatest depths, and I think Golden Feet deserves some credit here, especially what the chess, because he was stealing objectives after objectives, and he was made alive by the fact that Jess is on that Yuumi. Am I expecting Yuumi to be banned game number 2? Possibly, right? But if there's anything, I actually would love Jess more on this champion if I'm RQ, because that takes away a lot of playmaking from what the Jess.
I mean, it's two parts, right? Not only is it Jess, but it's also Triple V in the bot side. He was one part that was not able to keep up with the game. When you think about what happened with the Corki, he fell behind early on and was just never able to claw back in.
I mean, if you think, if you look at this on your screen right now, you look at how some of the fights played out. I don't want to put the blame on any one player, but Triple V definitely did not have the best performance on the Corki. Keep in mind, picks like the Varus were up, picks like the, I think the Ziggs was banned away, but I think the Varus was up. So there were options here as well. What I do love from RRQ, they banned away the Ashe. You can tell that these teams have done their prep. They know what picks the opponents are going to go for. They have answers prepared to what they can't ban away. And overall, I just love the prep from both of these teams. I think this series is really going to come down to that. How the draft evolves is going to shape it. Why are you smirking?
Because I feel like you're giving a lot of credit over the support staff Autolus here. I feel like Autolus is getting a lot of...
I've never had a panelist with me or an analyst with me who I can say, yeah, dude, you're actually right.
That's a lot of shame.
Keep in mind, I've been casting with Grandin for a very long time.
Okay. All right. I'm not 100% sure if I can take that as a positive credit because, your former analyst partners might kill me, dude.
I'm about to whip out like the bell here, man.
I
Omo, you
know.
can get over here.
It's doubling down, but yes, Omo, just praise me more.
No, that's it. We're done here. Let's go to game 2, boys. Let's go.
All right, let's talk about game 2. What do you want to see here change from BRU?
Just the defaults are bad, I think. The defaults aren't bad, but the defaults are going to get punished by RRQ. Defaulting to the Garen Yuumi, we know how they're going to punish it. We saw it in game 1. Defaulting to the Diana blind pick, we know how they're going to punish it. The Fiora mid is a big answer to that. I think you might even want to consider, do we want to ban away the Irelia? And if so, what do we have to leave open here? I think you have to ban the Galio. I think you should ban the Irelia, and then your options get very limited. Now, if they could go on red side, that might change things a little bit.
That's actually one thing that I'm looking at right now. Like, if you are BRU and your blind pick options are not doing well for you, then you have to go for the red side for the counter pick, right? Archini is not the player that would go for, so flashy champions. Basically, his champion
the Diana is
is
just
very
like
limited.
peak, right? Like the most he's willing to go.
If there's
that's a good point.
If there's one champion that I know that RQ really memorized the play style, that's the Diana, because FLA used to play it back in Grand Finals, so they have good scrimmages already and practice time against the Diana.
I mean, I think that experience is going to mean a lot for RRQ. I think the preparation they've had going into this match has been amazing. That being said, if we go into the red side for BRU, maybe to get to change things around and shape up a better draft for themselves, we're going to draft right now. And just as we foretold, BRU moved to the red side, RRQ now on blue.
This is even better. This is now better for BRU. I'm liking their chances now, because if they stick to the blue side, they will just be heavily exposed over and over again by RQ.
Well, I mean, there's a possibility that they have more things prepped beyond the default as well. We'll definitely need to see it. I just don't think they've been forced to really show it. Sure, they went to 5 games with Team Flash, but Team Flash has a bit of a different drafting approach as well. You're not going to see Coyote pull out the Fiora mid. It's a different beast that you're fighting. Maybe they have more defaults planned, but for now, I agree, right? Like, I'm liking the red side for BRU.
I mean, we continue things off with the Karma and Thresh ban. We've seen a lot of this from RQ. BRU respond to Camille, hoping to see that really come through, like you mentioned, Omo.
And
I hope so, yeah.
The Aurelia being banned away here should open up the Riven, which is also a very good pick for RQ. But the one I'm really scared about for BRQ is if EXO, since Galio is left open here. Now, if you're RQ, do you go for Senna, Galio, or Senna Gragas?
No, you 100% ban Irelia here. You leave open the Galio. If they 1p Galio, you snatch a 1-2, I don't know, Varus +1. Okay, well, they just respect Galio too much, because I do agree that it is his best champion by far.
Still looks like a Senna angle.
Yeah, Senna angle, Varus angle. I mean, if you go Senna 1 on RQ side, I would love to see BRU go Varus 1 too.
Oh, but Ziggs is up this time around, so there is some flexibility on the BRU side.
We know Archini does play the Ziggs mid as well. If you want to go for the Ziggs right now
and
grab the Varus. Sorry?
Is it still effective though?
I mean, I don't think it's great, and I think that RRQ have the champions to counter, the players to counter that. The set though, that might go to Jazz.
I mean, this is
Noel
strong,
plays it as well.
This is a strong confrontation champion. That's something they need in bottom side, especially against the center. Wants to stall for time, wants to buy time. Having some additional power with the set Varus gives them that space.
Yeah, definitely. And again, this is a champion that we have picked as one of the most contested ones. And Nasus for RRQ, they are thinking that BRQ would go for a double marksman composition here that you basically wither down. But more than that, you can now leave Marquee on the bot side or on the mid lane, just wave clearing with that Spirit Fire.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a good combo here from the side of RRQ. You have Chaz on the Kha'Zix. It's something he's more than capable of carrying on as well. You have a lot of utility support here from the side of RRQ. I want to see what BRU's approach is right now, though. What are they going to show? The set could go Baron, could go support. And if Devil J keeps taking the approach of, I'm going to play a tank, I'm going to be self-sufficient, the set will be great then. This is also great, right? Because you have the set support to slam any tank Devil J might pick, and you have the Darius to really just have a good laning matchup.
And you have to take it away from RRQ, because if you give away the Darius on the other side, you have two champions that can reset, right? The Darius, the Kha'Zix, and now you also have the Pogue.
I'm just waiting for Pyke, really.
Oh yeah, please.
Well, you will get to see that competitively for a while, though. I'm just going to give you guys that heads up. So you're going to have to wait for quite a while before we get to see Pyke in play.
I thought it's just going to be 1 week after.
No, it's going to be a while, actually.
Oh, this Shen ban is actually really nice because you have the Shen Kha'Zix dual combo. So you can sneak up on Triple V in the backline, deliver the Shen onto it. Nothing you can really do there.
No, the question is, RRQ plays this strategy, Sen and Nasus with a triple assassin composition.
Assassin?
Yeah, are they now confident? Yeah, I tell you, that's what RRQ has been doing. An assassin in the jungle, a very good side laner in the mid lane and top lane. Now, are they confident that Devil J has that?
Yeah, and we look at BRU, I mean, I feel really good about what they're trying to get done here early on, and this is still pretty much a deadlock, but RRQ definitely have managed to go for a composition that looked entirely like how the meta is defining right now.
I'm just curious about what Coden Feed is going to pick here. I know he's not going to play the set jungle, so what is his pick into the Kha'Zix? Is it going to be the Lee Sin? Because the last time we saw his Lee, it was kind of underwhelming.
You just said it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the best pick available on paper, but I was not very impressed by his lead the last time we saw it.
Sure, he needs to step up to the plate now. He needs to meet those expectations because against the RRQ that we're seeing currently, I mean, they were... BRU had the Kha'Zix last game, but RRQ got control around the objectives early and stole them away from BRU.
And you could see that BRU is actually studying RRQ a lot because they banned away the Akali. Because this 3 picks by RRQ, that was already an angle for a triple assassin composition, a side laner focus for RRQ, and I'm liking that pick, this pick already for Devil J, the Renekton on the top side, and stabilizing factor for Helios in the mid.
It's the mid jungle again, isn't it? It's the Ari Charm into the Kha'Zix one-shot, but the Twisted Fate, I really like this from BRU. What is the team comp looking to do right now? You have the gold card rapid fire cannon, you're gonna go in, you're gonna look for picks. You stun someone, Lee Sin combos you, and this game once again comes right back down to the same thing we've been talking about. Mid jungle is gonna be such a key determining factor here.
All right, Otto, how well does RRQ stack up with the auto win conditions here? How well have they managed to meet those requirements?
Pretty good.
Yeah, it has been so good because, again, Exos... Well, actually, for number 1, though, again, Exosen being more on the playmaker, he's now being relegated on the Nasus, which basically you only are there for 2 things. Wave clear and slowing people.
So 2 out of 3, still not a bad spot for RRQ at all. We saw how well they were able to take the last game. This time around, still on big playmakers with the mid jungle. We need to see how that duel plays out. BRU want to try and keep up the tempo here with the Lee Sin Twisted Fate.
Yeah, the Lee Sin Twisted Fate is going to be really big. I don't think there's any big places on the map for them to attack. They don't have a super strong solo lane. They don't have a super strong dragon lane. Well, I say that, but actually they do have a pretty strong dragon lane. But I do think they still want to play towards the Baron lane side, play around Noel, get his tempo going. This Darius Renekton matchup is very seesawy. If you snowball it, it could really go in one direction.
And with those pickoffs, BRU is hoping to pull back from this series. Again, this is the last chance for these 2 teams in the lower bracket semifinals. Let's see how this one plays out as we toss it back over to the casters to bring us in the game.
And nagbabalik na nga tayo dito sa ating game. Maraming salamat sa ating panel. And eto na naman kami ni Crazy Apple. Ako nga pala si Dash, kasama si Crazy Apple. And eto, ang game 2 natin ng RRQ versus BRU.
Yan, nanalo kanina sa Game 1 ang RRQ First Blood laban dito sa Buriram na pero coming into this Game 2, medyo titignan natin yung draft. At yes, a lot of these to be very honest, are comfort champions din naman ni Kid, di ba? Ni Chad, si Helios, nakita naman natin gano'ng kagaling sa dito. Pero yung overall, yung holistic outlook pa yan, si Marky, low.
Marky, wala na agad HP dito sa bot side. Ito yung sinasabi natin sa Varus lane talaga, kahit sino pa kasama niyan, Trashman yan o Setman yan, pag nakapag-engage sila, lalo na't wala sila masyadong pressure ni Exosen dito sa bot side, ganito talaga yung mangyari dito.
Yeah, ang ginamit pa nga doon ni Marky, no? Pero yung flash sa exhaust niya habang si Buriram bot lane, ginamit lang exhaust sa ignite. Medyo lamang ang kumbaga, dahil sa walang flash si Marky, pag nahuli lang ni What the Jess ng flash face breaker tong si Marky, medyo tagilid, mahirap tong Dragon Lane ngayon ng RRQ.
Ito yung mahirap dito, no, Crazy Up. Kasi pag si What the Jess, kanina nakita natin siya naka-Yumi. Pero pag binigyan mo siya ng champion na pwede siya gumawa ng plays, yun yung nakakatakot. Kasi alam naman natin gaano kagaling gumawa ng plays itong si What the Jess. Siya lagi yung factor na nagpapahirap sa mga laban. Pero ito, nakikita natin sa bot lane. Gusto nila kumuha ng laban dito si Exosen. Natamaan na nga si Archie, low HP agad siya. Nakapag-hold pa nga. Si Chaz makakapag-comeback dito. Pero ito, tinamaan pa nga siya. Napatay na agad. First blood sa Buriram United.
Okay, medyo mistake doon. Galing kay Chaz na hindi nila nakita na mayroon pang barrier to si Archie. Nabuhay siya doon dahil ginamit niya kaagad yung barrier. Unfortunately, actually, sa start time mukhang tagilid ng barrier. Pero si What the Jess tamaan na ng Sharp. Pero going back doon sa fight na yun, no? Si Archie una nakakuha ng tower aggro, so nabawasan siya. So they backed off. Kasi, okay, yung Twisted Fate, yung na-low, dapat yung sumakasal ng bawas doon is si What the Jess on that set. Pero si Chaz medyo aggressive. Suffice to say, no? Ang pwestuhan niya doon. And honestly, dapat walang nakakuha ng kills doon sa bot side. Pero First Blood did go to the side of Buriram at napunta Qeon dito sa set ni What the Jess.
Honestly, no, parang ang ganda sana. Ang ganda sana nung setup nila doon. Kasi nakakuha nga ng hold dun si Marky. Pero breakdown this fight, Crazy Up.
Okay, di ba nakita mo kaagad na naluto si Archie ni pero si Chaz. Hindi niya din expect na may barrier. Pero going back live, What the Jess?
Nakita na naman natin yung pressure talaga si Exosen. 1 HP, isang tick na lang ng ignite na yun kanina. Sayang, mapapatay na sana siya. Pero buti na lang, save pa yung RRQ dito ng timing. Yung pressure dito ni Golden Feet, nakikita na natin talagang pinipressure niya lahat ng lanes na makita niya. Especially itong bottom side ng mapa. Kasi pag binigyan mo ng advantage ang isang Varus, masusnowball yan into the mid game.
Yeah. And sayang para sa Buriram pero mas mayroon para sa RRQ. So release kasi na ng peto, RRQ lumalaban ulit kasi ang daming pressure dito ngayon sa lane na ito ng Senna, Nasus, kay Marky at kay Exosen. Kasi sabi nga natin, di ba gano'ng kalakas din ang Varus and Set na lane kasi kaya nilang mag-po, kaya din nilang labanan na Papapeduel.
5 stocks dito sa taas, nakapag-dominus pa nga, nakuha pa ng isang Decimate. Pero hindi pa rin patay ito si Devil J. Nagtitik yung 5 stocks sa ulo niya. Kaya mabuhay pa rin siya. So wala nang flash itong si Noel. Kaya hindi na siya magda-dive.
Good early game so far na pati ito sa Buriram. Both topside at ang Dragon Lane, nakakalamang sila. So do expect kung ano man ang lilitaw dito na objective na kukunin ng Buriram. RRQ, kukunin na rin kabila. Kasi so far medyo tagilid sila. Si Helios lang yung medyo sumasabay ngayon dito. At nakita natin, pero this is na RRQ, pero dito Buriram.
Bakit sila dito? Kaya gusto labanan ng Buriram United kung ano man yung ipo-pull off nila dito. Kasi alam nilang meron silang advantage dito eh. Alam nilang mas marami silang items. Ito si What the Jess, pumasok na nga. Showstopper pa sa likod. Si Chaz, tinabaan pa nga dito. Kaya nakapag-leap out na agad siya. Pero ito nakita natin yung timing. Nakapag-isolate yung members ng RRQ. Nakakuha sila ng isa. Doon sa may likod, Donning Shadow dito kay Marky. Pero nabatay pa rin siya. Si Exosen na left alone siya na-isolate. Pero may 2 members na namatay na agad sa BRU. Napatay pa nga si Chaz. And susunod pa nga itong si Noel. Meron pang konting asim yung RRQ kasi kaya pa nila lumaban dito. It's a 3v2 pero mahaba yung HP ng BRU. Kaya kailangan nila i-respect ito. Nakita natin yung Tart. Tumama. Si Exosen nakikipaglaban pero wala pa sila masyadong damage. Makukuha ito ng BRU. Magbaback away na ang RRQ.
What a great fight to para sa RRQ. Kasi ang expectation natin coming there is okay, medyo tagilid. Kasi nga, early game, medyo nahihirapan sila. Nakakuha na early advantages ang Buriram. Pero yung slight opening na nakita doon ni Helios to get the charm on Golden Fate started it off para maging even ang laban na yun para sa RRQ. Yes, the objective, yung Herald na punta dito sa Buriram. Pero nakakuha ng 3 quick kills ang RRQ dito para makakuha sila ng counting gold infusion in their side. Medyo delikado nga lang pwestuhan ngayon dito ni Helios dahil 3 miyembro ng Buriram ang nandito.
Composition-wise, ang maganda sa RRQ dito is as long as tumagal tong game na to, lamang sila. Kasi alam naman natin kung paano mag-downscale ang isang Varus, alam natin paano mag-downscale ang isang Twisted Fate. And yun yung timing na hinahanap natin. Kaya yung BRU, yung RRQ, pinagbibigyan lang nila sa early game talaga. Kasi alam naman nilang mahihirapan talaga sila sa early game. Against BRU, si Chaz, nandito na. Alam naman natin kung gaano kalakas mag-steal itong si Chaz. Nakapag-void assault pa nga siya, pero na-steal pa ni Exosin! Kakaiba yung steal na yun. Nakakuha pa sila na 2 kills. Nakuha nila, and RRQ gets the advantage after that fight.
Thank you for the leash. Yun ang sinabi doon ng RQ sa Buriram. At sinabi ko pa na-point out natin na wala nga Spirit Rush si Hilson pa at pa lang. Nakita mo sa buweso siya sa kanang parte ng pit para pagpasok doon, sakto, tatlo yung na-root ni Marky. So tumama ng buo yung spirit, yung Orb of Deception. Ay, yan, umabot lahat ng full damage at magic damage na mababato dito ni Helios kasama ng Luden's Echo. Kaya nakapatay sila kaagad ng isa. At magandang targeting nila doon. Tinanggal nila kaagad yung smite from Buriram para sila ang masakasikil ng Dragon. Okay, wait lang. What side?
Paglaban si Devil J. Meron ignite dito kay Archie. Pinasyan pa nga. Makakuha na slice and dice si What the Jess. Ito, nagdaata yung gising nito ni Devil J, pero napatay pa nga siya. Naano ka ata, na-jinx ko ata yung magandang gising niya.
Lakas mo pa eh.
Pero nakuha pa rin nila yung kill at least para makakuha natin.
Yeah, at again, sinasagot naman ng RRQ dito ang split push ni Noel, no? Kasi nga sa top side, pero okay, dito tama naman. So mukhang magkakantay na medyo slower pace. Actually, medyo wala lang kita tayo ang patayan so far. Gusto ko lang balikan din yung point mo kanina sinabi dito na Dash, na the longer this game goes, mas pumapabol sa RRQ. Dahil nga, Twisted Fate and Varus, hindi naman the best when it comes to scaling, no? But in terms of the overall champion pool dito sa Wild Rift. Pero para marating yun ng RRQ, kailangan hindi ito mapapick up. Pero
tumama at sumapag agad. Ang ganda ng mga setups dito ni Helios. Ito yung nakakatakot kay Kuya mo Helios, no? Pag tumatama yung mga charm na yun, easy kill agad sa kanila. Kasi remember, meron po silang Chaz factor. So every time na tumatama siya, meron agad na Taster Fear na half HP, kumbaga. Yun na wawasak sa HP nila. So what the Jess? Parang gusto ata kung muna laban dito. Makakuha nila yung timing. Right timing with a showstopper pero walang gold card na kasabay. Kaya pwede sila lumaban dito pabalik pero ignite nag-tick na sa ulo ni Helios.
Yeah, good fight doon pa sa Buriram, no? Sinimulan ni What the Jess kasi lilikolan na ni Marky at ni Exosen si Archie 2v4 yun at the best. Ako si Devil J, hindi niya naman CCTV.
Okay, Devil J, nakita pa nga dito makapag-slice and dice away. Ito yung gusto kong Devil J, parang Devil Joe sa Monster Hunter, yung datingan ng Renekton niya nga. Kaya ito, sa nakikita natin right now, no, yung RRQ, na even though na sinabi natin na mas malakas sila sa late game, yung Helios factor yung nagpapa-relevant sa kanila dito sa top side. Pero parang gusto nila lumaban dito kay Devil J, pero nakita nila na marami nandito sa side na to. Kaya hindi na sila tutuloy sa fight na to.
Pero si Chaz, okay, di pumasok si What the Jess doon sa bush, no? So ngayon, tingnan natin kung saan ang mga objectives natin. 10 seconds, dito taon na tong Herald. About a minute after that, dilitaw naman ang ating Ocean Drake. Pero balikan lang din natin, no? In terms of victory conditions na pwedeng gawin dito ng Buriram, dahil nga, hindi sila malakas sa late game, pero malakas ang peak potential nila. Meron silang Chains of Corruption, meron silang, yung yellow card coming from Archie. So yun yung ways nila to win here. Pero RRQ, taking initiative, sinisimulan na nila ngayon ang itong Herald.
Remember, positioning na to, isolated. Yung members ng BRU, pwede silang pumasok with the Sonic Wave and the Resonating Strike. Pero, in-stop nila. Good timing! Very smart from RRQ para easy ref Herald sa kanila.
Tama, diba? Yun yung matalingin na ba? Alam mo, Leesin may Sonic Wave. Pwede siya pumasok for the smite. Hinto nila yung objective para walang chance for that scene. Hindi rin makapwesto ang Buriram for a fight. Kaya Herald safely secured dito ng RRQ. Dragon, itaw in about 25 seconds. Buriram ang nakauna ngayon sa pwestuhan doon. Naghahanap sila ng pick. And RRQ, knowing na naghahanap ng pick ang Buriram, sabi nila, hindi natin kukunin itong fight na to. Lumayo tayo, maghanap tayo ulit ng pwestuhan na pabol sa atin. And ang paano nila nakukuha yung pwestuhan na yun kanina, Buriram na nagsisimula ng objective at guguluhin ng RRQ ng isa-isa kakuha ng pick-up dito sa laban para maipanalo nila itong objective take na ito.
Ito remember, isolated members ng RRQ, hindi sila naka-convert sa magandang positioning dito, pero si Archie nakapagkuha ng wards dito sa bottom side ng mapa natin. Pero nakita natin sa miss, hindi nila alam kung gaano karami yung tao na nandito. Nakuha sila ng hold against Noel, nakuha pa yung charm, ang lakas ng damage. Now, low HP itong si Noel, kailangan nila makakuha ng honey fruit and tamang timing yon para makuha ng BRU yung yung RRQ, yung timing para kunin itong Ocean Drake na mabilisan. Kasi remember, this is Kha'Zix, pero Destiny na pinop out, isa-start pa nila to, si Noel low HP, ito yung charm, tumama dun sa jungler, si Golden Feet, kukunin na nila to pretty easily, pero itong backside, si Devil J, medyo makunan, hindi nila mapatay itong si Lolo, ngayon buhay na buhay, and yung members ng BRU ay mamamatay, RRQ, 4 na tao ay namatay sa side nila.
Grabe naman tong si Kuya Helios, may pinapatunayan talaga dito sa laban nila between Buriram. Yung mga charm niya on point. At dahil nga sila panalo ng fight yan, 4 na napatay nila, nakuha nila objective, 2 tower pa sinisira nila. Pero yung simula, priority target pa. Yung leasing niya, tinamaan niya doon, Dash, kasi kung yung may smite yung jungler film, pakita mo dito, sundan mo siya, magpa-flash charm siya kay Archie pa, walang chance na makadad. Ma-close niya yung distance, sa tama ka agad pa ma-chain yung CC. Tuloy-tuloy. At dahil doon, very significant na ngayon ang lead ng RRQ dito. 7,000 gold lead, 2 tower sa mid lane, sinira na nila.
Kung meron silang what the chess factor sa BRU, dalawa yung factor na kailangan mong tignan sa RRQ. Meron tayong Chaz, meron tayong Helios. Na if ever na si Chaz hindi siya makapag-pop-offs, si Helios lagi nandyan para maging parang security nung team nila. Pero kita natin, si Chaz, ay nila lumaban dito pero si Helios magiging target. Ang dami nila, may yellow card pa nga na nag-aabang yung showstopper, hindi sa right place. Si What the Jess na iwan mag-isa, wala siyang HP. Kaya pwede nila patayin. Si What the Jess na slow pa nga ni Exo Sen and patay na nga agad. That's a very fast fight for the side of RRQ. 1-0 agad sa top side.
Oo, pag nakita mo itong si Helios, na binato yung charm, ilista mo na, tatama yan. Nakikita natin doon, tsaka grabe yung ginawa niya. Nakita mo, 4 na miyembro ang Buriram papunta sa top side para kumuha ng kill or at least i-contest yung blue buff kay Chaz. Walang nagawa kay Helios, dinaanan niya lang lahat. Spirit na siya. Nag-wave goodbye siya sa isa't isa, nakipag-high five pa siya malamang doon habang nagsa-dash away. At nakita mo doon,
may
yung
fist bump
comfort.
kasama.
Tama, may quiz bump kasama. At nakita mo doon yung comfort at like Golden Feet, naghanap ng pick.
Si Exosen, gusto nila na slow pa nga si Golden Feet, pero ito nakita natin sa likod si Chaz nagiging aggressive. Pero yung charm, hindi tumama dahil nga napag-stasis on the right timing, pero hindi yun sapat para mabuhay itong si Golden Feet. Pwede sila mag-take ng fight dito, pero yung top side nakuha na nila yung towers si RRQ. Nakuha nila yung macro all around the map and lumalaki, nagbabalon lang yung gold lead ng RRQ dito.
Yeah, and dito na. RRQ, nagsisiege ng turrets. Makaya ba ito i-crepen ng BRU? Mukhang hindi, 4 lang sila dito. Dash mo another 3 tower pa sa RRQ. No? Dahil meron ting potential ang RRQ. Dahil dito kay Helios, gano'n ka-ahead na to, carry na to. Even the mid lane, actually, wala na palang mid lane. Elite turret kanina pa. Ang Buriram, hindi lang natin na nakita, malamang napasok tayo sa replay. At dahil nga doon, malaki ang pressure na against BRU dito sa mapa na ito. Baron is up, pinakita doon sa picture-in-picture. At malamang, dyan natin may kita ang bagong playground ng RRQ dito kung saan hahayaan nila ang Buriram, hahanap sila ng ways to get them, to pick them up again para makakuha ng isang uneven fight na lalamang doon ng RRQ.
Ito yung valley na nakikita natin dito. Si Chaz, tinay nila lumaban si What the Jess. Nahatak pa nga siya, nakapag-stasis siya. Walang members dito. Si Chaz ata yung unang mamamatay. Nakapagkuha pa nga ng gold card sa side nila. Ayun ito, tinamaan pa nga ni Helios para gawing equalizer sa side nila. Nakapag-donning shadow si Golden Feet. Tinatry makakuha na kill. Pero yung Dragon's Rage wala tinamaan. And ito, nakakuha na naman sila na kill with the Dragon's Charm na naman from Helios. Pinatama na naman, ilista mo na. Panalo na sila.
May flash pa yan.
Wala si Chaz, meron pa sila flash. Pero hindi si Archie. Ito, nakapag-destiny pa nga. Makakapag-run away ba dito si Archie? Hindi ata kasi meron golden card. And ito, makakahabol na si Helios. Yung charm hindi tumama. Pero nakita naman natin doon sa may bandang likod, pinahabol nila dito si BBB at mamamatay na nga siya magiging DDD and he's triple dead sa top side.
Yeah. Triple dead sa top side. At si Chaz nga, medyo maharot doon. Malapit sa balance pit at siya yung una na pick off. Going to this replay. Hindi niya na-expect na doon si What the Jess. At nang CC lang siya doon. Magandang call yan para sa BRU actually. Pero dahil nakarating kagad ang RRQ at mga chart talaga dito ni Helios. At yung Spirit Rush to predict. Yung Dragon Sage Flash. Yung mga to cancel at yung mga Max Ranger. Grabe naman talaga. Dash, itong si Helios. Grabe naman ang ari kuya.
Nagiinit itong si Helios kaya grabe naman, huwag niyo na palamigin yan kasi hanggang 3-0. RRQ, mukhang nakikita ko na yung ilaw.
We can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Kung magana. Uy, Helios. Eka lang, huwag ka masyadong aggressive naman. Chilla muna.
Huwag shield si Helios para hindi tamaan kasi pag tinamaan si Helios, pag shield wall pa kayo dyan, tapos si Helios nasa likod lang, okay na yun.
Pero let's go back into this game. Habang nagbabayas tayo ng ating nakakaunti lang. Kaya wala ka bias. Anyway, our Buriram, ang buong composition nila ay naghahanap ng picks dito nga. Yung Shades of Corruption, yung Rapid Fire Cannon na Twisted Fate na may yellow card, so long range na ang possible nilang pick-ups. Ang problema nila ay nag-scale na ang RRQ composition. Na pag may isang bonus sa RRQ, pwede silang lumingon at pumatay kaagad. Ngayon, RRQ, nag-clear ng wards dito sa Baron at yun pa rin nga ang SOP, ang strategiya dito ng Buriram, maghanap ng pick-up, pero nakita nga lang sila. So, wala silang magagawa ngayon dito habang naghahanap pa rin ng pick-ups ang RRQ at Buriram. Look at the side lane. Devil J, push ng outside habang sinisimulan na ang Baron dito ng RRQ.
Ni-start nila yung Baron dito, yung BRU. Gusto nila mag-start ng fight talaga eh. Nakuha nila yung right target dito sa likod. Si Marky namatay. Pero meron pa silang timing dito. Yung Destiny, kita mo sa likod. Pwede patay ito ni Chaz. Pero nag-run away si Chaz with the Stasis. Tama timing. Pero tapos ito ni Devil J. Tingnan mo yung likod. Meron pa silang timing dito na tama. May kasama pang Charm. And nakapag-back away pa nga sila. Pero si Devil J, tinatapos sila. Hindi sila pinagre-recall. And Devil J ends the game. And that's a win for RRQ. Nakakuha na naman ng 2-0. Malapit na sa perfect game na 3-0 against sa BRU.
Kung baga, basic lang yun para sa RRQ. I-decoy gawing pain yung Baron. 4 na member lang ang nandoon habang si Devil J nagtatabaho lang sa kabilang dulo ng mapa. Sinira mga tore at hanggang kinuha yung Nexus ng BLU. 2-0, match point ang RRQ.
Yung sinasabi natin si Devil J nag-pop off na with the Renekton. Meron tayong doubts nung una sa composition nila, pero yung huli, pinakita naman nila sa atin kung paano talaga gamitin yung composition nila. And yun na nga, nakita natin ang lakas talaga ng pinapakita ng RRQ dito. Ito yung gusto ko makita kasi if ever yung makakapag-abot sila sa lower bracket finals dito, if ever na last game na, yung next game natin, ito yung power na gusto natin makita sa RRQ.
Yeah, and honestly, early game, hirap sila. Pero sino sumalba? Si Helios. Ang best mid laner natin dito sa ating bansa. Si Helios na gustong i-prove ngayon dito sa Southeast Asia na siya ang best mid laner. Yeah. He's making a good case for him right now dito sa series na ito kung saan binuhat niya talaga ang RRQ.
Yung mga charms niya talaga pag tumbama, sure kill na. Kasi dun pa sa right target yung pinapatama niya. Hindi lang sa any target. Yung jungler yung kailangan patayin, mapapatayin jungler. Kung yung Twisted Fate nakita niya, yung Twisted Fate yung tatabaan ng charm niya. Kaya yun na nga, sinasabi natin, assassin champions on the hands of Helios. Matakot kayo every time na makakahawak siya ng ganun.
Yeah, and honestly, dapat nga di ba Buriram yung nakakahanap ng picks? Hindi eh.
True.
Si Helios nakakahanap at dahil yun sa grabe yung pagbasa niya ng mapa, paggamit ng vision, ng information, at yung paggamit ng spirit rush niya para makarating dun sa mga targets at matama yung charm. Hindi ko alam pa, hindi nakata dalawang kamay ng taong ko habang naglalaro eh. Baka may nakatagong dalawang extra para matama yung mga charm niya.
Okay. Kitang-kita mo yung paggamit niya talaga yung charm niya, parang talagang minamaneuver niya around the place. And yun, that's what says about Helios being, sinabi mo nga kanina, being the best mid laner in this SEA. Nakikita naman natin na yes, he's proving that case during this game 2 ng ating series na to. And yun na nga, sana makita pa tayo ng mga ganitong showing kasi gusto ko pa makita yung Z ni Helios if ever ipo-pull up nila dito sa game 3.
Honestly, ako, sabi nga kanina nung bago mag-end yung game 1 natin na tayo nag-usap, baka pinasa sa patin, di ba? Feeling natin 3-0 na para sa RRQ. And yun yung hope natin dito. Pero syempre, di pa natin basta-basta i-underestimate. Buriram, sobrang lakas na team na to. Pero bago natin makita ulit ang game 3, tayo muna ibabalik sa panel.
Otto,
fantastic
can I just
nap.
check with you? How many pieces of BRU merch have you received?
None.
How many pieces
but they
of,
won their
of
previous
RRQ
matches. This is a false narrative here. This is a false narrative you're
So
painting
I
here.
just want to say, I think we have the biggest jinx in Wild Rift history sitting beside us, and we have the lucky charm of Wild Rift Esports. Side by side, by the way. Take a good look.
I just received my 7-9 gear, so that could
It was
be...
too late. It was too late, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was too late, but that could be something for the future.
I think I know what it is. It's because I'm not wearing the BRU gear here. It's because I'm not giving them luck.
So
you can go ahead and get it now.
All right, bye guys. If they win this game, I will come back with it, and it will be a reverse sweep. You heard it here first.
Shouldn't you wear it before?
Well, I have no time to go change it right now. Do I?
That is a rough statement. Like, so what do we do now? We don't have any time to.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but like I said, I just woke up from a very nice and pleasant nap. This is game 1 of the series.
Game what?
I don't know what just happened. Nothing happened before this. The series starts now. To me, at least.
Oh, okay, all right.
Okay.
So what you're saying is
What happened before this? Nothing. I didn't see anything.
reverse sweep. Coming from Momo, you're doubling down, huh?
That's the only way this happens, right? You said 3-0. We're getting to a 3-0, but
Yeah.
you know there was the other
With
way.
some handicap before everything else. But looking at the draft here,
pain.
Okay. I'm with Riku on this one, that I'm not really a fan of Exosen being on the Nasus, but they made it
Hey,
work.
they made it work, yeah.
They made it work. And it was Helios, really, the burning star for RRQ, at least in game number 2.
And we saw
Well,
from
in game number 1
BRU
as well. He got the MVP on the Fiora. I think he's been playing fantastic.
yeah, that's true.
That's true. Yeah, he's been looking incredibly good. I mean, he's doing so much damage, and he managed to make Ori look like it should be a first pick kind of champion, right? And he's doing so well with it. I mean, BRU side on the other hand, on paper, I have to say the draft doesn't look bad, but then but once you include who's piloting them, who's playing the champions, we start to see some issues appear.
Well, I mean, the only issue that I really see is I'm not fond of Code V on this league, but I understand that that was the best Lee Sin spot. Across the board, though, if you look at the other champions in the hands of the players piloting them, I think it fits very, very well. The main thing I want to look at going into the next game, well, I don't know where to start. Where should I begin? Where should I begin to break down the problems in this game?
Go for number 1 first.
Okay, we'll go for a small one first. We'll start small, okay? I think Lich Bane second item was a bit of a mistake here. I think TF, we've seen Team Flash play, we've seen a bunch of teams play. I think the RFC second spike is just so strong, especially when you're trying to find picks. I think what was really great about the draft from RRQ is they saw you had a point-and-click CC in the form of Twisted Fate. We're going to match you. We're going to get point-and-click CC in the form of the RE Charms as well. Helios did not miss a single one. I think the mid-jungle performance from RRQ here is making a strong statement for a trio win.
Not just for this series alone, but for the whole of Southeast Asia, they're putting everyone on notice that, hey, you know what? Shaz is not the lone star of this team. We also have Helios, the mid-jungle synergy duo that we have been raving about for RRQ is now showing up big time here against BRU, and they're now one win away to meet or to have that rematch.
I really want to see Omo with the BRU jersey now. Like, I want to see that happen so they can get some strength back, so they can turn things around and hit them with the reverse sweep. I'm not sure if that's going to be possible here. I mean, we have the player of the game. Again, it is going to be our mid laner. I mean,
Brandon,
what's
need
going on
I
here?
remind you that you also voted for BRU here, Brandon? I don't know why you're throwing me under the bus, but that's just what happens when you copy the predictions. Helios, though, this guy, I mean, he's cracked in both games, honestly.
Oh my god, the charms connecting left and right and center. Dude, Helios, you gotta chill down because he's really making fans really be wary of his presence now.
A really big thing I really like from Helios as well is he's played 2 different styles of champions. Fiora, Bruiser in game 1, and an Assassin/Mage Ari in game 2. He's done both roles fantastically.
You know what? We might need a panelist over in WCS Philippines, and if you're really fanboying right now towards Helios, you're open to have that spot, dude. You want some more Philippines region? Come and join us.
I would love to, but I think the fans might kill me. Don't think they'll be very well received.
Let's see.
Omo? You feeling okay, Omo? Omo feeling kind of stressed right now, let me tell you that much.
I mean, we look back at the highlights, there were some incredible moments from BRU too, but it's RRQ that kind of ran away with the show. They demonstrated to us what it means to really dominate a game from the get-go. We saw how well Team Flash were able to get a game started. We see just as well how you can get a game started with RQ's composition, a draft that honestly is much slower than what we see from BRU.
And it's not just a slower tempo that we're talking about. We're also talking about Helios not allowing Golden Feet to play at all. This Lee Sin was just targeted down over and over again. Every objective fight, Charm will connect, Devil J will follow through, and this is one of the classic combos that we have, right? I know that we don't have Elise yet, but there's one champion that basically has the same kit. That's the Ari. Connected Charm, follow it up with Renekton's combo, easy kill.
I mean, you know what? I just looked at Noel. He was winning lane, about to get a solo kill, and then what happened? He started getting ganked. He started seeing the pressure piled on him. Went 1-5 by the end of the game. He went from getting a solo kill nearly to going 1-5. Oh, what's happened?
I realized that BRU needed some help here. I said the 6th man was gonna be the draft. I said that was what would help them win. But RRQ shut that down. RRQ had fantastic answers.
Well,
so BRU need a 7th man.
Okay.
That's why I'm here now.
What's the one? Spam this lightning?
Yeah, spam this lightning to keep Buriram fighting. Drop that in Twitch chat.
You know what? I think it's very timely that you brought it out.
Yeah. So when they get 0-3, I get to go down with
because
them.
this is the last time that you'll be able to use that.
Very real possibility of that, sadly.
Juicy.
And RRQ are looking so good here. Let's talk a little bit more about how they set up for the auto win conditions, right? They've done everything we've expected from them up until this point, and so we want to see them continue with all the things that we've had. But like, what's happening here?
I
Like, why
really
are
want
RRQ
to
so good
highlight
about-
number 3, being the Devil J as a prime focus point. Again, if you want to win against the best of the best, you have to really level your play with your teammates, right? And there was this moment in where I know the coaching staff, and we're talking about the support system again of RRQ, talking some sense into Devil J, and hey, you know what? Brother, this is our chance. This is our year, and this is the time to not let it go. We saw his Renekton struggle against the Garen of Ysera. Now his Renekton is struggling in laning phase, but we saw his impact during the team fights. And now, welcome back, Devil J. Welcome back to the party. It's good to see you back. Finally doing Devil J things, because this is what RQ needs from now on.
But not to take anything away from the guy, but when your mid jungle puts on a performance like that in 2 games, I think I could play Baron lane then. It probably wouldn't be too different.
Stop it! Stop! Just stop!
Almost. I think that's maybe what BRU needs to win here. If I go and play Baron lane for RRQ, maybe then BRU can win. It's looking rough, I'll be honest here.
I mean, if that's what it takes, we'll fund. I think BRU will fund your flight over to the Philippines.
Oh, 100%. But not no, you can't call it inting because it won't be
that's
intentional.
not intentional. He's
exactly.
feeding. He's just feeding.
Exactly. Yeah.
BRU about to fund your flights over to the Philippines. House you into like the RQ gaming house when you have that mobile phone, get that game going, and hopefully we get to see Secret Asia and Omo.
Can I just put a reminder back out here that Grandin also voted for a BRU
that's
win?
true. But,
You're coming down with me.
Okay. Blue side for Buriram, game number 3.
They want to get some tempo. They want the initiative to find out, to determine what the draft is going to look like.
I mean, RRQ is more deadly on the red side.
Yeah,
though.
I agree.
They get a counter pick that can be abused by Helios, which is the back-to-back MVP so far, games 1 and 2. Is this a short day? Probably, but we'll see. BRU stepping up.
Okay,
Well,
they continue with the Karma bans, they continue with the Jace bans. BRU has been pretty on point with the Jace and Galio bans. Really don't want to give that over to RRQ because of how flexible we've seen them be able to play the Jace in the jungle and the mid lane.
Yeah, and I think the bans here by RRQ, I think the last one would be the Camille, right? Just to make sure that doesn't get...
No, you have to ban the trash for RRQ. BRU might get the first pick Camille here. They might get the first pick Kha'Zix here. It comes down to what they prioritize. I think it's either Kha'Zix or Camille angle. Oh, trash is open as well. RRQ, they're really confident. I don't know why you would swap up the draft when you're winning like this, but this is confidence from RRQ.
It's because you put on the jersey.
Yeah, I mind controlled them. Thanks, guys.
I mean, if there's a team that I know would come out with, a plan over a plan, 4D chess move.
Yes.
Trying to predict what is to happen, that's going to be RRQ, Coach Kaigu, Coach Three Fingers.
They've been around for a while. They know what they're doing.
They know what they're doing. Camille being picked up here.
You think Axel will play the trash?
That's actually one thing that they have to, right?
I think they should. I mean, they're not gonna.
Not anymore.
They're just gonna run it back, right? Because if it's not broken, why do you have to fix it? RRQ, I love this. They're just adding insult to injury. Let me show you how to do it.
I mean, slowly siphoning away all the good parts away from BRU, right? That's the thing with RRQ. They've been evolving with every matchup they faced.
Bear's
Again.
trash.
They've been getting better with every single
is it
one.
really the jersey? Did I just win them the game? It looks good.
Okay, this is what we call the extreme difficult round.
Okay,
yeah. So basically, you're trying to finish the game in the most difficult.
RRQ was saying the last 2 games a little bit too easy. Let us give you your power picks. We'll make it a bit challenging. The eye really comes out for chess though, and just like that, I'm a bit worried again.
I mean, back to game 1 draft, it looked good for RRQ before. They were able to pull out the Fiora, I have to say. I mean, that was among other options that RRQ had. They could still go for anything up in the second rotation.
Yeah, and now what would Devil J pick up to face against a potential Camille from Noel? We know what happened to him laning-wise. 2 games against Ysera. And Noel, I believe, is the more formidable player in the Baron lane.
This is a bit interesting here because I think RRQ, they might want to go for a Kha'Zix ban, though they did win the Irelia Kha'Zix game in game 1, so that might give them a bit of confidence. Other than that, I'm not exactly sure what you would go for here. Maybe you want to set up for a 4th pick Darius or Garen for RRQ?
I'm banning the Ziggs here, possibly.
You want to get rid of Archini's potential to play Ziggs?
Exactly, because if he's going to default back to Ziggs, that's a champion that is... Oh, okay, Ari.
I mean, it's easy to play for. You have long range, wave clear. You can stall the game, give BRU a chance to come back from behind. But at the same time, maybe something like the Jack, you know, really bring the fight over to RRQ, really directly challenge them and say, hey, we can do this team fighting thing just as well as you can.
Possible. That's also a champion of Golden Feet, right?
He's trying for in the past. Riven as well. RRQ now looking for their 4th pickup.
Riven is a champion that RRQ could be closely looking at right now because that's a champion that 3 players from RRQ can play.
And BRU have played it before in the jungle. Didn't work quite well for them, but yeah, okay. Go for the Darius instead. Yeah, go for the safe pick, pass wall to center.
You take the Darius here, it really limits Noel's options. I feel like right now you might want to put the Camille into the jungle, but you're really happy with the Irelia matchup into that as well. BRU's options start to get a bit choked here. You might want to just cop the bad matchup, take the Garen. I think that's a possibility, but then you get set power bombed into your Varus. Options are getting choked out. BRU, it's looking a bit limited here. I would have liked to see the Darius get banned instead of the Gragas, but I understand the thought process there as well. This is much better, right? This is a better matchup into the Irelia, and it's something that Golden Feet has been playing a lot of back in regionals.
Yeah, and to me, this is a pick that has won 2 games just from the prior series. And it still is effective. There you go. I mean, that's the Ziggs that we're talking about. This could be a Z angle. We'll see.
RRQ could take a direct challenge, probably taking the direct provocation from BRU, go for an assassin, go for something like the Z here, allowing themselves to really dive into the back. Otherwise, a marksman in the mid lane could also work for them quite well. They've done well with a bruiser. They've done well with a fighter. I mean, RRQ, that's the difficult thing about this team. Their 5th pick could be realistically anything at all.
Zed or Fizz, Akali. Yeah. As long as it's an assassin.
It's a different kind of assassin, but... Same but different, I guess.
What do you think is the possibility of Devil J taking the Akali here and letting mid lane Darius go through for Helios?
Nope.
No, not at all. Just because of the players.
They're not Team Flash.
Just because of the players, right? I mean, I feel like the Akali has really good side lane matchups here into the Jax, into the Camille. But I guess it makes more sense. I mean, if you have Helios, just let him play the Akali.
Exactly. You know, win the lane, win the game. That's how RRQ wants it. If it doesn't work, you know, go for the team fights. That's been the fundamentals of RRQ in the lane dominance from the mid lane with Helios and also the jungle pressure that Chaz brings is really the identity of RRQ.
I mean, BRU backs against the wall now, go for what the Jess on the Thresh again. I mean, this
is just a classic for them, right? It's not just what the Jazz on Trash, it's triple V on Varus. It's the mid lane Ziggs for Archini. You get the Varus Ziggs pummel wave clear combo. Golden Feet back on his Jax. You get Noel on the Camille. Just gonna side lane for days. We're gonna wave clear for days. Jazz is gonna run around, try to catch people out. This is BRU playing basically the Exodia comp. If they lose here, yeah, RQ, you're just a better team.
7th man Omo, how are you feeling about BRU?
Looks good. But I think given the run of form that RQ have, they probably have some hot hands going on right now as well. They should be able to take this one. It's very possible.
Yeah, let's close it down, dude. RQ 3-0.
All right. Well, we have an exciting series for you guys here. Possibly the last game, RQ this close to making their way into the lower bracket finals. We'll have to find out what happens here as we toss it over with our casters to bring us into the Rift.
Game number...
Tamang-tamang pagbabalik na nga dito. Ito na is potentially the last game against BRU and RRQ. And nakikita naman natin dito kasi may advantage yung RRQ dahil nga nakakuha na sila ng 2-0 against them. Gusto ata nila ng early game na laban dito sa gitna. And nagbabalik kami. Ako nga pala si Dash, kasama ko dito si Crazy Apple. And nandito na tayo sa Game 3.
Dito na tayo sa Game 3. Kala natin mukhang early balagbagan kaagad no? Doon sa mid lane. Pero nagpakita lang din doon si BVB at si What the Jess kasi tinutulungan nga ni Market ni Exos and makashove up ito si Helios. Si Helios on this Akali ay may lane match-up siya laban dito kay Archini. So maganda maka-early shove siya para mabag kaagad yung lane na. Pero going back dito ay... Oy, okay. 5 stocks si Level J. Level 1, Level 2.
5 stocks kay Noel. Meron pa siyang decimate siguro later on pero pinop niya agad yung barrier. Naging aggressive ata siya doon. Mali yata yun.
Kala niya ata yung Summoner spell niya. Pero Devil J, kaagad early on. Nilalagay niya pressure laban kay Noel. Hindi natin ito basta-basta nakikita. At alam nga naman natin, di ba si Devil J medyo yung may question mark tayo sa kanya about this previous. Pero ito, What the Jess, okay?
Nakita naman natin dito sa top side. Meron silang hook. Nakakuha pa nga si What the Jess, si Exosen. Ginamit na nga yung Ignite and Exhaust against BBB para mawalan sila ng damage.
Okay, kita tayo masyado naming mga early skirmish na talagang aggressive. G na G pa itong mga teams natin. Pero si Chaz, okay, going for the early invade ngayon dito. Still niya ng blue buff. Wala silang vision, pero mukhang may kutob si Golden Feet. Kasi tingnan mo kung saan ang pwesto niya ngayon. Pwede siya mag-vertical juggling laban dito kay Chaz. Pero unang beses natin itong makikita na gagawin ni Chaz, I believe this whole tournament, no? Na nag-i-steal siya ng buff at na-spotted out siya dito na Sky's Boom.
So, alam naman nila, nasisimulan na nila to dito sa top side. Dahil tumaan na nga, meron pa sila ditong hook shot, tumama pa nga si Noel. Pwede pa nila i-weave yung damage dito flawlessly with tumama, and that is gonna be it with the equilibrium strike na tumama pa si Double J, kasi pa lumaban dito kay Archie. Wala na masyadong HP, pero flash in si Chaz, parang masyado atang aggressive yon. Makakapag-back away na sila dito sa fight na to.
Yeah, I think kala niya si Archie medyo lalapit. Kaya kung natapik niya noon, makakuha siya ng red buff, mas slow, pwede niya tamaan ng stun. Pero unfortunately, hindi nangyari yun. Golden Feet ngayon, nakita na din nag-adjust. Nakita niya topside. Inupos na yung blue buff ko. Wala na rin akong gump. So, wala na actually blue buff na pala. Yung gump, meron kasing ward doon eh. Ginawa na niya yung blue buff side jungle dito. Kaya naka-level 5 na siya ngayon. So at least on pace siya kung normal ang labanan. Pero okay, lantern.
Sa bot side, Exosen. Tatamaan nga ba siya? Death sentence dito. Merong creep sa harap, kaya hindi nakapag-hook itong si What the Jess. Good timing sa flash na Exosen.
Good timing sa flash. Good timing din doon sa root para masabay na mag-root si What the Jess at si Golden Feet doon para walang follow-up kasi pwede pipilitin ni Golden Feet with a flash and a leap kahit medyo questionable kung gagawin niya. Pero going back, full action tayo dito. Opening minutes ng Game 3 natin kung saan match point ang RRQ. Pag nanalo sila dito, actually, talaga lang. Balagbagan. Pero pag nanalo RRQ dito, Flash Wolves ang makakalaban nila bukas. At hindi naman alaman natin, RRQ, di ba? The lower
gusto
bracket
natin mangyari.
Gusto natin mangyari. At lower bracket run dito sa ating domestic na tournament. Uulitin kaya nila ulit ito dito sa WCS Finals.
Doon sila malakas eh. Pag dito sila, nasa lower bracket finals na nga sila. So RRQ, malaking chance nila na maka-turn around dito. And nakikita naman natin, with the way that they're playing right now, ito yung gusto natin makita na lalaban sa Flash Wolves. Para manalo na sila against them. Kasi remember, they lost against them, especially on the top ng bracket. And now, pwede sila makakuha ng revenge dito.
Uy, teka, tingnan mo si Devil J. Tatlong member ng UL yun nandito.
What the Jess, meron pa silang ultimate na magka-come in. Si Noel, kukuhan pa nga yung play and mamamatay na nga ata si Devil J dito pero nakakapag-survive siya in a bit. Pero PRU takes him down, saktong-sakto sa timing objectives.
Yeah, ganda na timing doon ng Buriram at first blood. Hindi pala first blood, pero nakakuha sila ng kill doon sa top side niya. Pero ito, RRQ, naghanap ng fight.
Okay, sa fight sa top side, nakuha pa nga sila ng timing pero hindi tumama yung Vanguard's edge dito ni Chaz. Meron sila Vanguard's edge, nakikita ng BRU yung chance na pwede silang lumaban dito and nakita natin Exosen gusto lumaban, nakuha yung stun dito kay What the Jess, nakuha target, meron pa silang showstopper na pwede pa nilang gamitin later on and namatay na nga yung Thresh. So it's a 4v5, pwede na kunin yung referral dito.
Yeah, small mistake coming daw kay What the Jess, naging masyadong aggressive siya with that hook at the Herald. Since wala na, BRU, tandaan nyo, madami silang poke damage dito. They can take their time.
Umaamba pa nga sila. Meron pa nga sila showstopper na hata pa nga yung timing dito ni Devil J. Nakuha pa sila sa likod ng King. Magkakahiwa-hiwalay. Wala na yung assembly na PRU Golden Feet ay bumagsak. Nakuha nila yung kill. Ito sa top side. Nakita natin sa likod. Makukuha pa nila yung kill. Makukuha pa nila yung Red Herald. Pero ito si Helios. Makakapag-back away. Flawlessly with the Archie na hold pa nga. And that's it. That's the final nail in the coffin. Pero nakuha pa nila yung kill dito. Si Noel pumasok pa nga. Nakuha pa. Oh no! Nagka-shield. Pero that doesn't matter kasi nakuha pa rin yung double kill ni Chaz.
Yeah, nakakuha na double kill si Chaz. Pero on the other side, ang nakakuha na double kill, I see What the Jess on this Thresh. Not the most ideal na makakuha ng madaming kills on the team ng Buriram, no? Pero they need to get what they can get from here dahil yung laban na yun mukhang it really was gonna go to the side of RRQ. Pero madami ding timely na saves doon ang Buriram. At yung shield nga from the passive ni Camille ni Noel. Extended yung HP. Extended yung life ng Camille. Kaya si Chaz hindi siya basta-basta nakabake. Dapat niya tapikin na isang beses. What the Jess though, ngayon naghahanap pa rin na pick ang Buriram.
Okay, dahil nakita nila na pinop ni Chaz yung smite niya. Try na nila i-take to. Pero it will take a bit of time bago nila makuha to. Pero nakuha nila yung hook dito kay Chaz na malaki pa nga yung HP. Ito nakita natin sa likod. Showstopper on to the Haymaker. Nakuha pa nga si Exosen. Nakapag-back away. And yung timing dito ni Golden Feet. Nasa harap sila ng lahat. May counter-strike pa nga sa harap nila. And nakikita natin si Chaz makapag-back away pa sa laban na ito. Papasok si Golden Feet. May counter-strike. May flawless to it. Na tumama. Makuha pa nila yung Infernal Blade. Pero si Helios nakuha yung hook. Masyado atang aggressive si Kuya mong Helios. Pero hindi pa siya patay. Nakuha yung hold. Si Helios merong shuriken flip. So pwede siya pumasok pero si Noel. Look at how aggressive he is. Onti na lang. Could have been a kill. Pero pwede pa mag-hook shot dito si Noel. bago pumasok, pero si Marky, magbabak away na.
Yeah, and grabe, sobrang messy ng mga pangyari doon. Pero in the end, ang nakakuha ng Infernal Drake ay ang RR. Hindi pa nga natin pag-usapan nila Infernal Drake dahil sobrang talagang balagbagan. Si Noel dito sa Blush. Naghahanap ng kill kay Helios. Ang di alam dito ni Noel, may ultimate na tong akali na to. Kanina wala kaya nakapag-survive siya. Uy, sitting alone pa rin dito si Noel. Pero okay. Okay, mukhang hindi tayo makakita doon na fight. Okay.
Gusto patayin ni Helios eh. Pwede.
Okay, so talagang mainit na. Ito ang ating game 3. And ngayon, Buriram, let's talk a bit about lang din sa kanilang composition. Sabi nga ng panel, Buriram, ito yung Exodia composition nila. Comfort champion. Pinakakilala si What Just dito sa Thresh. BBB, ang galing din niya.
Uy!
Pero,
masyadong aggressive! Vanguard's Edge, hindi tumama, nakapag-blade surge pa nga siya, pero hindi na siya makakapag-dash in pa ulit. Si Golden Feet dito na sa likod, pero makakapag-blade surge siya out of the way. Si Chaz, safety! Para nakita natin, perfect execution kay Golden Feet. Pwede nila pitayin, pero hindi na sila magpa-follow up ultimate para makapag-back away itong si Helios. And wala pa rin kill dun sa top side.
Walang kill. Si Chance, pangalawang miss mo na yan sa Vanguard's Edge. Binibilang namin yan. Anyway, that was a very optimistic na Vanguard's Edge. Malayo eh. At from afar, nakikita mo naman yun na lumilipad, so pwede mong i-dodge agad. Pero going back, no, composition-wise, BRU, ito yung A-game nila. Marami silang poke on their composition. Pero what the gist, we don't hook agad.
Pero remember, iniwan nila yung mid lane. And merong Rip Herald na hawak-hawak si Chess doon, so pwede niya ibaba yun later on. Pero playing it safe kasi saktong-sakto yung wave timings rin, kaya siguro bababa na lang nila to pag malapit na lumabas yung susunod na objective.
Right, bagay nga nila yun kasi kailangan mo i-pull apart din dito yung Ziggs ni Archie. Kasi nga itong si Archie, hindi natin madalas nakikita yung Ziggs sa mid lane, pero si Archie, isa yun sa mga packet picks niya, isa sa mga comfort picks niya dito sa mid lane. So, BRU right now, backs against the wall, 2-0. Pag natalo sila dito, eliminated na sila sa tournament. They'll be leaving WCS Finals as the 4th seed coming from our region, from the Southeast Asian region. While RRQ will still extend ang kanilang buhay dito sa tournament natin na pwede sila makarating pa sa Grand Finals. May chance sila makarating doon. Kaya BRU talaga pulling all the stops here. Kaya kita mo talaga, game na game sila. Laban kung laban. Naghahanap ng openings. Naghahanap ng advantages. Pero, Exosen, burning the flash ni Archie.
Walang flash si Archie, so pwede sila lumaban dito sa bot lane. Kaya yun na nga yung ginagawa nila. Si Chaz nasa likod pa, meron pa siyang blade surge, nakapag-flash in pa nga para makuha yung kill. May stasis pa sila nakasama, meron Mega Inferno bomb, pero tumama pa sa likod yung showstopper. Kasama pa yung Haymaker, apat yung patay. And si Archie na lang yung natitira dito sa uli. And that's gonna be an ace for RRQ.
Viva RRQ! Na ace ang Buriram dito. 9 minutes pa lang si Shelly, 91 HP, pero makakuha pa ng isang bonk. Dito sa outer tier third. And what a play right there from RRQ. Nag-start yung fight dahil nga diba na-burn yung flash ni Archie. Nag-converge kagad sila sa bot lane gamit ng Vanguard. At pwede diba dito sa replay, start out si Chad yung fight. Pero akin ang tinitignan mo dito, yung showstopper ni Exosen, yung angle of where he came in. Na-stop siya dito ng play. Ito yun, na-play siya. Pero dahil sa play, safer yung position niya. Hindi siya lumalim at si Archie dahil nga walang flash. Si Pickings pa Helios.
Ito, nakita na naman tayo ng laban dito sa mid lane. Si Devil J namatay pa nga. Pero nakuha nila yung Red Herald, which is a more important part dito. Pero nakapagbigay sila ng unti-unti backing dito. Pero sa What the Jess, tama ata yung timing niya dito. Pero wala pa masyadong damage. Shuriken flip para makatakbo si Helios. 15 seconds on the clock, pero parang nakita natin sa bot lane, no? Parang gusto nila lumaban doon.
Yan na si Exosen.
Nahabit itong si Noel. And nandito si Marky para magkaroon ng damage. Pero parang ida-dive siya, kaya kailangan nila maging careful dito if ever is a start nila yung fight na to. Buti na lang, hindi tumama yung face breaker na yun kasi pwede sila lumaban doon. May flash yung What the Jess, pwede siya mag-flash walk.
Right. And I think ang ginawa na talaga doon ng RRQ, no, minove away ang Buriram bot side para ma-shove nila yung lane. Para nga pwede sila magkaroon ng priority dito ngayon sa Ocean Drake na to. Hindi nila sisimula, hahayaan nila mag-reset to while waiting for Buriram to come in. Makahanap sila dito ng picks. Exosen nasa Pixel Rush ngayon. What the Jess, though, alam na natin gano'ng kagaling to si What the Jess dito sa Thresh na ito. Pero at the same time, hindi ko nababasa na ng RRQ. Pag nag-hook si What the Jess, they will go in. So baka yun yung maging opening dito ng RRQ.
Okay. Exosen, tama yung timing niya. Nakita niya yung piercing arrow. Gusto niya patayin doon si BBB. Pero dahil nga wala si Golden Feet dito, sa top side siya, ibigyan nila yung tower para makuha nila yung Ocean Drake. Which is great, though. Almost getting the steal ng piercing arrow. Nakakatakot yun ah. Nakita ko 100 HP yung Drake, kaya medyo kinabahan ako. Kaya buti na lang nakuha nila. Pero si Marky nahuli pa nga. And magpa-follow up. Kung nag-play si What the Jess doon, could have been a kill, di ba? Pero ito, parang gusto pa nila nalaban. Makakapag-bonk pa ata dito si Shelly, dito sa mid lane. Nakuha nila, mission complete sa RRQ. Pwede na sila umalas.
Yeah, dahil nga doon sa hindi na play doon si Marky, I believe naka-Merc Threads din siya. Kaya nawala kaagad yung hook, and expect ata ni What the Just na makatak pa niya ng konti para makuha nga itong kill kay Marky. Pero dahil nga nasama itong Herald, 300 HP na itong turret sa mid lane, easy na pwedeng kunin na ito ng RRQ pag binalikan nila. Okay, medyo kalmado na tayo dito na Dash hindi na po laban. 6 to 13 tayo in kills ngayon with 7,000 gold lead pa sa RRQ. Good for them dahil kailangan na para manalo sila dito sa ating game 3. Matapos sila ma-close out nila itong series ito at the 3-0. Buriram though, marami silang ways to win clear. They can extend the game with that Ziggs and the Val. So it's gonna be on RRQ para of course yung fights, ma-take out itong Vals at yung Ziggs at makapush ng turrets para lumiit ang mapa ng Buriram United.
Yeah, the smokes has cleared out ngayon kasi naghihintay pa tayo ng mga susunod na objectives. Yung Baron na yung nakita nating susunod na objective dito bago magkaroon ulit ng laban dito. Pero si Susan, makita dito si Golden Feet. Naghahanap sila ng opportunities talaga sa BRU para makakuha ng kill. Pero tumalon ata si Golden Feet sa maling target. And nakita natin si Exosen, nasa harap nilang lahat. Pwede nila patayin. Pero yung likod, nakikita naman natin si Chaz. Nagbe-blade surge, palapit. And ito nakapag-stasis. Wala na HP yung most of the members sa BRU. Pwede sila pumatay with a perfect execution. Kasama pa nga. And that's gonna be the last one standing. Si Noel, nakuha siya ng kill. Pero nakuha rin siya. Nakakuha ng isang RRQ. Again and again. Second time in the game.
Grabe yung usage ni Chad sa HP bar niya. So konting-konti lang, a sliver of health na lang. Saka siya nag-stasis para ma-bait out doon ng Buriram. Naka-ace ngayon ng Buriram. 3 miyembro ang RRQ ang buhay pa. 15, 12 seconds bago sila mabuhay. Malamang hanggang hindi pa na to. Hindi pa to kahit ako silang RRQ. Kulang sila. Pero dahil nga dito, malaki ang naging butas ngayon. Sila na inhibitor turret ng Buriram.
Oo, nakita natin kanina, no? Si Chaz Rumaragasa, yung ginagawa niya kanina. So, eto, tingnan mo kung paano sila nag-start dito kay Jaco.
Ito dito sa replay natin, no? Medyo nag-start yung fight, hindi talaga super aggressive RRQ, pero grabe yung pasok ni Chaz, nag-flash with the Vanguard Edge. Sumaba din, sumakas yung Vanguard Edge, at dahil nga low ng HP versus ng Buriram, takot na sila, alam nilang ma-reset nila dito ni Devil J, pero hindi na umabot doon. Pick up na sila isa ng RRQ, at very decisive na ngayon, naka-advantage ng RRQ.
Ang flashy ni Chaz nung fight na yun, pero low-key si Helios sa likod, yung nagzo-zone sa kanila lahat. Kaya nahirapan sila pumasok dun kasi may shroud pa nga siya. Hindi nila alam kung nasang part nung fight na yun si Helios. Nakakuha siya ng maraming kill din on his side. Pero Chaz, this is a monster. Kailangan niya talaga. Pag nakakita kayo ng Chaz sa fight, kailangan niya i-ban yung Irelia. Pero ito, nakikita natin yung Baron. Try nila i-fake. Meron silang miss.
Si Archie
habol pa nga nila ito si Archie and patay na to si Archie for sure. Kahit anong mangyari, mamamatay si Archie dito. And tama-tama pa yung timing ni Helios. Nakakuha ng kill kay Archie. Pwede nila i-start yung Baron.
Yan, wala nang isang poke. Wala nang isang damage source dito ang Buriram. Titake the fight, Exosen! Okay.
Atak pa nga. Exosen goes to showstopper kay BBB. Mamamatay pa nga siya. Nakapag-stasis para makapagpay ng time. Teleport para saan? Pero wala na sila magagawa. Si Noel na dito na sa fight. And si Exosen meron pa nga haymaker dito sa likod. Si Helios nakapag-hex ultimatum. Nakakuha ng kill para sa Lantern. Pero it doesn't matter. Kasi naubos pa rin sila ng RRQ. Now, meron tayo tapusin! Pwede tapusin ang RRQ. Ito na ata yung 3-0 na hinahanap natin kanina pa. The energies of all the Filipino people ay nasa RRQ. And napaaga pa yung Coca-Cola pop-off natin. And ito na yung win! Congratulations RRQ for getting into the lower bracket finals.
At ito na ang simula ng lower bracket. Si Exosen niya. Pero si Helios si Exosen niya naka-Helios na jersey. Nagpalit sila ng jersey swap sila dito. Pero RRQ with the clean 3-0 against Buriram. No one predicted itong clean 3-0 na to for RRQ. Pero grabe ang pag-step up nila dito sa series na ito.
Grabe yung mga setups nila. Lalong-lalo na si Chaz, yung last game na yon, it was all him setting up the fights for the team. And also, nakita natin doon, yung mga blade surge siya, yung tamang timing. And sabi mo nga, yung paggamit niya ng health bar niya, alam niya. Tapos yung stasis pa to bait everyone out. That was just icing on top of the cake talaga para kay Chaz nung last fight na yon.
Kumbaga, ang confidence ni Chaz, confidence 100 Talagang 100%. Walang bawas dahil sila Tapos kung paano siya maglaro, nagbi siya ng dalawang Vanguard's Edge, which is medyo napuna natin. Pero hindi, he's still doing his part. He's still doing Irelia things. Tatalon-talon lang siya sa gilid sa likod nila. At unfortunately, si Archie ang daming beses na na-pick off doon. Kaya hindi din nakahanap ng opening sa Buriram.
Kasi yun nga they have a poke composition. Pero ang daming ways para mag-engage kasi ng RRQ. And also, sinabi nga natin kanina, the Exodia composition. So pag natalo mo yung BRU na ganun yung composition nila, that just says a lot about RRQ. That's a big statement na kaya nila labanan yung BRU at this stage. And nakita natin yun. Parang on top, parang top quality yung pinapakita ng RRQ na playstyle dito eh.
Pa-level up lang talaga ang RRQ. And unfortunately, Buriram ay eliminated na sa ating playoffs dito sa WCS Finals. They will be the 4th seed coming from our region. Pero RRQ still in the game. Pero bago nga lahat ay they will be passing it back to the panel. So, ayan na. Balik tayo doon.
Form in the lower bracket, it almost feels like home with this team, and I have to say we're looking at an incredibly strong roster with some superstars in the making for sure. Tomorrow they're going up against some tough opponents, but for now we got a 3-0. Arlos, what do we have here? We got a 3-0 sweep is what we got.
Excuse me, brother.
I think I'm in the way here. We're gonna get rid of some. We're gonna get rid of some trash here.
That's a 3-0.
Let's go RRQ 3-0. Never had a doubt in my mind. RRQ making a statement here today, isn't it?
At the end of the day, Southeast Asia wins.
That is true. That is true.
Nah. We're not at that point yet. We're not at icons yet. Now we're still fighting for regional glory.
I mean, but 4 unique regions in the top 4. BRU will break the curse and finally make it into international competition. In the C Championships, they weren't so lucky. They were this close at the doorstep of an international competition, the first international competition in Wild Rift Esports history. But they missed out in 2 reverse sweeps. And I have to say, I felt bad for them then, but they've managed to change it now.
I still feel bad for them now. That was quite a dominant performance from RRQ.
Yeah, and I was looking back at the series between FLA and RRQ, and it does seem that RRQ is just on a different level right now, dude. Yeah.
They've cracked the code. I really do think they've cracked the code. They've seen through the matrix, and I want to say that their mid jungle is a huge part of that.
Ooh,
I mean, they've got some big superstars here.
Is Helios going to get 3 MVPs this series?
I think at this point,
I have to give it to Chaz, though.
It's easier for everyone, you know. Don't have to make a second graphic, you know. Just leave his picture up. And it's like, I mean, it's doing everyone a favor, right? You know, makes it easy. We only have to say one name. That being said, I don't want to forget about the rest of his team, right? Because they're doing an incredible job. The fact is, we came into this one, said Exosen had to be an active playmaker in his team. You know, he brings so much experience.
That's right.
But how he gets there was also a big point of contention. And now we've seen him play the Gallia, we've seen him play the set, and I have to say he feels good on both, despite matching with the set.
Gragas as well.
Gragas as well.
Perfect fit, right? Originally, the plan for Exosen in the mid lane is to be the playmaker, and now with the addition of Senna, we now see champions from the mid lane or from the Baron lane being opened up to the support role, and we know Exosen, right? Give him little to no resources, he will still be effective with those engages. And looking at the damage taken of that champion, 19,000 over.
You just could not die.
Oh my God! What a way to play set on game number 3.
I mean, but BRU came in here. They still had some issues. You know, they had to change things around. Triple V coming in as a substitution meant that they won't be able to play with their full roster. That being said, they've had a good run either way and displayed to us the tenacity that we expect from teams in the WCS. And so, big congratulations to them. Still, these teams will be representing the Southeast Asia region in their international competition. But like you mentioned, Obo, right now we're still playing for regional dominance.
We're not there yet.
So now I gotta put out a statement really quickly here. With BRU getting knocked out, I am now officially a Team Flash supporter. So catch them getting 0-3 by RRQ in the grand finals, because I'm coming to curse you now.
Wait,
sorry.
0-3? It's a best of 7.
0-4, I'm sorry.
So, yeah.
My jinx has now been passed to Team Flash, so they won't be undefeated anymore.
The biggest jinx and the biggest lucky charm in Wild Rift Esports.
Did you know that my script has been correct about every single match except
the
RRQ matches? Only RRQ. Every time I predict against RRQ, they will win.
Very well deserved.
Very well deserved indeed. I mean, it doesn't go over to Helios again, but I mean, Chaz, very well deserved. He's had incredible performances, 3 games in a row, and very frankly, it's been a fight between the mid and jungle. But in game, it is these two working together that gives RQ so much success.
And it's giving me chills right now. You know, the world is watching Chaz being introduced to the global scene. And I'm thinking that the fans are thinking right now, who is this player? Right? Is this a League of Legends PC player before? Is he a former pro? Well, guess what? He's a rookie, right?
He's
he
never
came
played before.
to League of Legends Wild Rift, first time pro, dude, first time pro.
This split?
Yeah. No, not this split.
Oh, okay.
But
But Wild
basically,
Rift was his
for Wild
starting
Rift
point.
was his start.
I mean, we don't have many splits to begin with, right?
Yeah.
Like we are officially in season 1. Like this is the start. There's one split in season 1. This is it. Like this is your time to shine. And not only has he gone from being a rookie, he's going to go into the international competition. He's now playing top 3 in WCS.
And I think this is something we see across the board as well, right? When you get a nice mix of players, some new talents, some of the old guard, I think that forms a really good recipe for success. And that's exactly what we're seeing with RRQ here today.
And we saw Team Secret perform well for the WCS region
yeah,
last time around.
amazingly.
Now it's RRQ's time to shine. I have to say, I mean, 2 back-to-back solid performances.
Are you feeling
that
more
is
confident
2
now?
back-to-back trios.
Oh.
What is this?
3-0 RQ. No, step, what?
No almost stop?
No, stop? Oh, for the reverse sweep, yeah?
No faith.
No faith.
Never once doubted RRQ. I gotta put that out there. And I mean, starting like from the get-go, games 1 to 3 all started off with a disaster of a fight for BRU, and it really sets the tone for RRQ. They mechanics check them, and they win every single time.
Exactly. And to be fair, though, BRU has still, this ace card in the thresh for what the just. But what can one player do if the 4 players are being pressured a whole lot?
Yeah. I mean, and of course, it's a support champion as well. Not even one that does damage like the Set, like the Gragas. It's a full support. You can make plays, but if your team doesn't capitalize, if you don't run together and make the plays work, it's never really going to work out for you.
Also, just would love to give props to an unsung hero all throughout the series, Marky. He has done his job on that Senna 3 games in a row.
I mean, he was on Senna duty for 3 games. I know, guy.
Game number 1 during their battle against Flash Wolves, he got caught by the apprehend of Isera. And that was a very close one, right? And now we're seeing the awakening moment of not just Chaz, but also Helios, right?
So you know what this means, right, guys? This means we get a rematch
between
RRQ and Flash Wolves. And Flash Wolves have been taken down by Team Flash 2.
You know, I'm getting a feeling in my bones that just like in C-Champs between SBTC and Team Secret, we might see a Vietnam-Philippines finals again. I'm getting a very strong gut feeling about that.
I think it's very likely. I think we're looking at that coming up pretty soon. And
wait, that didn't do good for us the last time.
Yeah, it didn't go too well.
that was a 4-1.
Wait, I was like, wait, I want to accept this, but I can't just like accept this like straight up. I gotta like accept this, but like with a twist. But you mean this time the Philippine finals does better, right?
Yeah. We'll see. I mean, I told you, I'm now a Team Flash supporter. I'm now in the Team Flash. What? I'm
What a
supporting them now.
bandwagon.
Yeah, I completely am.
Team
Oh my
competition
God.
favorites almost like right underneath. It's like he's
to be fair,
attached
he's
himself.
been very well documented with his love for Team Flash.
Can I just point out really quickly that Team Flash is technically a Singaporean organization, if I'm not wrong. So, Singapore is in the grand finals, guys. Yeah, I gotta put it out there. Really? Copy him a little bit? Yeah, I believe so. I gotta double check that.
Fact check.
I feel like you're really
I'm really reaching because you know we suffer.
You're doing some heavy reaching right now. Like the mental gymnastics to execute on this are intensive. Like this is the type of question they give to kids in the Math Olympiad. Like you go like,
Brandon, please.
if Team Flash
Okay,
is
so if that's true, then we will have a Viet plus Singapore.
Yeah.
Going against the Philippines, Indonesia.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because PH and...
How many regions are we wrapping into WCS right now? It's just too many.
Tell you what, Southeast Asia is all about that friendship thing.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's
Not
part
about
B
power.
of the math question,
About
by the
the
way.
friendship? Have you seen the Twitch chat?
I think that's part B of the math question. It's like, how many regions are we representing right now?
Can we stop talking about math questions? Can we talk about RRQ? Can we talk about how good this team is? And can we talk about how they're going to trio Team Flash?
I think I'll do what Husky said, no almost stop. Someone's got to put you down. Someone's got to keep you reined in.
Again, I did not expect a clean 3-0 coming from RRQ against BRU.
I did, but for the wrong team.
Well, yeah, that's because I still believe in BRU being, a more stable team. If there's, the Spear versus Shield, they're like the perfect team to really exemplify the Shield, being Noel and the team revolving around their playstyle as 5 units with What the Just being the leader of everything. But turns out, Exocen and What the Just not too far.
Yeah, I mean, I think Exerson played extremely well. We didn't really talk too much about him, right? But he did his job, and that's the key point here. Even in Game 2, like you mentioned, he was playing Nasus. He didn't need to be the playmaker. He didn't need to be the one starting off the engages. But it doesn't matter because he did his job, and his team assembled around him. And that's what I love to see. You shouldn't be relying on, one player has to make the plays every single game. That's so much pressure. When you play against top teams, that's not really going to work out. I love this face of the team now where Devil J is more reliable, where Chess and Helios step up and make the individual plays themselves. Exerson, he doesn't have that pressure. He doesn't have that burden. I have to be the one to make every single play happen. This is a really good look for RIQ. Going into the rematch against Flash Wolves, I think it might be a 3-0 for RIQ.
As a bandwagoner here, Omo, how high
Best of 7.
do you think RQ can go?
Well, I think they go to the grand finals and then get 4-1 by Team Flash.
All right, I think we'll have to give RQ a chance to defend themselves. We got Chance from RQ ready for an interview. We'll ask him what he thinks and how he wants plans to refute you here. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Chaz. Okay, I'll begin, right?
Yeah,
okay.
please,
First
go
of
ahead.
all, Chaz, you can speak in Tagalog if you want. That's totally okay. We have Kingmaker. We have me here, and I can translate for you. Okay, Chaz. First question: how's the team right now? A 3-0 back-to-back against FIL University and against Buriram. What's the mood now?
Yung mood po namin nung bago maglaro ay ano lang po kami. Wala na po yung pressure namin. Naglalaro na lang po kami, parang scrims na lang po ganun. Pero syempre all in pa rin po.
Wow, okay.
Tapos yung mood po namin ngayon, okay naman. Saya.
So he was saying before the game, they were treating this series as if it was just, the scrimmages and no pressure is really on them. That's what I was thinking as well, right? With the EU trip, with the Icons Global trip already secured for this, guys. Now they're saying that they're very happy. One last question, Chaz. What celebration moment? Are you celebrating tonight or are you preparing for tomorrow?
Preparing pa rin po kami para bukas kasi malalaban na po namin kung sino pa mas malakas, kung si Devil J po o si Sarah.
So he was saying they will go straight in preparing, and tomorrow will be the big test for Devil J, because then we will find out who's stronger, Devil J or is Sarah. Omo.
Nice, I love that. I want to compliment you and your mid laner, Helios, especially. I think you guys have been playing so well. Can I ask how the dynamic between yourself and Helios works? And part 2 to the question, do you think you're the best mid-jungle duo right now at the WCS?
Hindi ko po, ayaw po kasi magbayabas ano na lang po. Sasabihin ko naman pong best mid-jungle kami kapag nag-champion na po kami. Top 1, top 2 po.
Okay, so he's saying that he doesn't want to celebrate just yet, to be known that just yet. They want to be they want to wait until they win the championship before they declare that they're the best mid jungle duo.
Love that. Great mindset.
I know.
All right.
Such humility.
A question from me, I guess. We heard earlier today, Team Flash said they were hoping to face off against RRQ in the grand finals of the WCS championships. I mean, what about you guys? What are you guys looking forward to the most?
Team Flash rin po kasi simula po nung playoffs, Team Flash po talaga yung tinitingala namin. Gusto po namin sila makalaban.
They're saying that they really want to face Team Flash. So I guess the date is set. Congratulations, Chess. Any last?
Yeah, congratulations, guys. It's been an amazing series. We're looking forward to more that we can expect to see from you guys in the future. That being said, I think it's time for you guys to get some rest. We'll see you guys again soon.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wow.
He's such a sweet kid.
I know, I told you. He's really very humble. He's not going to declare himself as the best jungler until he wins the title.
Otto, he's like sweet here on the interview, but when he's in game, he's a monster. You know that, right? Like he's like in here, he's like, oh yeah, you know what? We just want to take it chill, take it easy. But I guarantee you, when he's in game, he's shot calling, he's calling out targets, prioritizing the things that he wants to get on. You know, looking for the fight, looking for the angles.
AKA being a good player.
Being a good player, right? What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say?
I mean, I know that being a good player is hard for you to get a grasp on, but I mean, yeah, you laid it out very well there.
It's a very rare combination, though. Humility and, being very good at your craft, because sometimes you get carried away.
Of course.
And I think that's a testament of how he is really personally. That's a good testament of how he really is personally. I think it's a perfect fit for RRQ because there are personalities in there that really is very loud, and then Chaz being the stabilizing factor really makes things work for RRQ.
Brilliant. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to their rematch against Flash Wolves tomorrow. I think that's going to be a very exciting one. We talk about how it's a bit of a clash of styles as well. I feel like RRQ this time around, they're definitely going to come up on top. So let's see.
I mean, there's a lot to look forward to. We get a longer series this time around, so Flash Wolves might be able to pull back against RRQ. RRQ, we've seen how their preparation has come into play, but with both of you guys talking so much about how Flash Wolves have been looking with their preparation as well, what do you guys think are your expectations going into tomorrow's series?
I don't think that Flash Wolves should expect that they would have the same win condition in the Baron lane against Devil J. They have to expect that, things will be different upside. And if they plan well for that, then I believe it will go the distance. But if they get overconfident, they will be heavily punished by RRQ.
Let's take a look at our brackets again. I mean, we're down to the last 2 days in the WCS Finals. Tomorrow, we get our lower bracket finals and our grand finals on Sunday. Our matches are locked. We have Team Flash waiting in the grand finals for their next opponents. In the lower bracket finals, we have Flash Wolves versus RRQ.
Okay, the battle for third, I guess.
I'm feeling a bit nervous there, Aldalus.
No, I was actually looking ahead to the grand finals because you just reminded me, my brother, of what happened during the C-Champs 2021 where we saw SBTC duel it out against Team Secret. But now we have new faces, new players to be excited about. Team Flash, RRQ, Flash Wolves, very happy to have them representing us.
I mean, we quite literally see teams from the Philippines region able to take down anyone. They can lose to anyone, but they can beat anyone as well. And I think that dynamic, that versatility is just amazing. Well, on your screen right now.
I love it when the schedule.
That's all you need to know.
Yeah,
that's all you need to know. Tune in tomorrow. WCS Finals, Flash Wolves versus RRQ. That's all we need to see.
Yeah, and call your friends, guys. Let the posters be shared on all social media because tomorrow will be a banger. Flash Wolves versus RRQ, the rematch. And this is going to be a best of 7.
Yeah, what is there? What else is there for me to say? I am
kind of hyped up
in RRQ here.
Otto's kind of hyped me up here. I'm pretty convinced. Look, I just hope that tomorrow when we get to see you on, I don't want to see you with an RRQ jersey. Like, please keep that. That. Otto,
don't worry. The RRQ jersey is coming at Icon.
Please keep it away from Omo.
From Nano, yeah? Okay.
With all, like, if you want to see the RRQ, you want to see RRQ succeed, please keep it away from Omo.
Well, it's not
away
from his head. So my RRQ jersey.
You have one more, right?
Yeah.
All right, please make sure, like, if Leonard comes in and tries to steal it from you, just make sure you tell him no. No swiping. All right.
I want that narrative. The Vietnam versus Philippines.
But yeah, rematch round 2.
Round 2, let's go.
Are these going to be the 2 strongest regions here? Or is the Masters region going to make a claim for the throne themselves, right? Because they are the most storied region. They are the most historically successful region in League of Legends in our region as well. I mean, I would love to see the Masters make a run back at the throne, but I do think now it's time for the new god to take over. I think now it's between Vietnam and the Philippines. And hopefully we'll see it tomorrow.
We've seen a roster, we've seen it with Team Flash and with Flash Wolves, 2 rosters that have stuck together basically without changing at all since last year, coming into season 1 of Wild Rift, and are looking good still. But now it's time for RRQ to introduce new players that do not have that deep history, but are looking amazing regardless with the support they receive.
And that are very exciting to watch, right? So it's a pleasure to see, these players maximize the potential, the kits of every champion that he basically used.
Well, we've come to the end of yet another day of playoffs, guys. This has been an amazing day. We've managed to lock down our top 3 teams. Tomorrow, we continue the race into the grand finals and for the top spot and the first ever WCS champions. This broadcast is brought to you guys by our friends over at Riot Games, Coca-Cola, Ghost of Gamers, and One Esports. We're going to close it here, but tomorrow we have more games up for you guys between Flash Wolves and RRQ, the rematch between these 2 storied teams. Tune in again tomorrow to check out the outcome of that match. Peace out, guys.
Keep holding we could have it all. Gonna take a chance, we can never fall. Yeah, I feel so strong, unstoppable. Just hold on tight, gotta let it roll. Don't stop this feeling, let's take it too far. Live for these moments, let's reach for the stars. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. Just you and me. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause we are invincible. Yeah, we are invincible. looking for a place to hide. It seems we're crossing a line. My love for you is making me blind. But I want you, oh I want you. I think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart, you are the light in my dark. Think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. We both know that our path is ended. It's time to say goodbye. Even if you're far away, we should give it another try. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart, you are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark.
Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, wrapping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo.